coming out of the speaker. Just stay awake, it won't take long. It's like I'm calling nothing. Swing to the floor, then it gives me a tone. A silent voice coming out of the speaker. Just stay awake.
Number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
It's like I'm calling nothing. Scream to a silent voice coming out of the speaker. Just stay awake.
Stop being nice to me. I am moving like speed away from who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light stream in the sky. The night brings. I'm not who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth. Baby want a facelift, trying to copy paste the picture that she saw online. It is outrageous, all the people faking beautiful, expensive lives. Don't you waste your time pretending I'm your happy ending. We both know I always was terrified to walk away, but you and me, we gotta change. Stop being nice to me. I am moving like speed away from who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light stream in the sky. The night brings. I'm not who you'd like me to be.
bring the energy. I bring the energy. Watch out, I'm coming fast, past ya. In my lane, doing laps past ya. Got my foot on the gas past ya. Ain't no brakes, pulling fast past ya. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. I bring the energy. I bring the energy. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. I bring the energy. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. Looking hard for what I can be. Write my promise deep inside. Everybody's facing the sea again. Looking hard for what I
down.
Jump on selector. My style, yeah. Pull up,
So tell me why it can't be like this. I just wanna know what I'm gonna miss. So tell me why you don't feel like this. Where did you go? There's no time for this. So tell me why.
the same. Let's go. Let's see who swims best.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two teams from the Americas, 2 from the Pacifics, 2 from EMEA, and you guessed it, 2 from China remain in the competition. We have a level playing field, and it's anyone's game for that trophy. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 9 of VALORANT Champions, coming to you live from the Shrine Expo Hall in Los Angeles, California. I'm your host, Yingsu, and with me on the desk today is Mimi and Vola. Guys, have you had a nice rest? You ready?
Playoffs! Let's go!
Playoffs, yes. You ready?
Yeah, I'm absolutely ready. This is going to be such a fun day. We finally get here. We're finally getting some real difficult matches for Fnatic, who I feel like has gotten by a little easy so far in their groups, but I mean, I'm just so excited for playoffs.
I'm also getting less and less convinced that it isn't a scripted tournament, because somehow it continues to be every region has the same number of teams represented in these deep stages.
Out of all the scripts we have so far, it is my favorite. You know, we're going to get EDG tomorrow as well, so that's going to be
opening matches will bang.
Great. But before we get into the knockouts, let's take a look back at some of the incredible moments we've seen at the tournament so far. It's our top 5 plays of the group stage. First up, I'm going to show you guys this. Fatinho from Giants versus EDG.
This is top
Tremendous.
5. This is 5th?
Yeah.
This is just,
the showstopper, the showstopper.
I thought it was something else.
I mean, this one
crazy.
is pretty sick. When do you ever see 2, much less 3 kills with a showstopper? I feel like thus far this tournament we've had terrible luck with anyone even getting a single kill with that ability.
I'm just surprised he kills the guy behind screens, but yeah, I mean, it was a kind of turning point in the game, not that much, but yeah, he was insane. Fatinho was nasty during this group stage. I think really putting people more aware of him, because all we saw was that kind of lock-in performance from him on a global tournament, and it was okay, but it wasn't like fantastic, which I think this group stage was from him on an individual performance.
Fatinho better be on here twice, because that 4K where he like whipped around 183 different times in heaven, I feel like was definitely his best play of the tournament.
Honestly, I asked for just 5 plays of Kanka. I got vetoed for that. So
that's really sad. bad.
Yeah, I know. And I
Unlucky,
felt like
really.
we could have justified a top play of just Kankan, but let's take a look even at the next one. And this was Zeta Division's Laz versus NRG Mimi. Again, we could have probably made a top 5 just Laz.
Yeah, he had some ridiculous plays this tournament. I feel like his like crosshair placement is so perfect all the time when you watch him play. Like people just walk into his crosshair while he's ADS and he just hits it every time. And this was a super critical round in the game for them. They obviously didn't manage to close it out, but getting that match point was massive. And it was just good to see Laz back again.
VALORANT Chamber is just so fun to watch, and unfortunately we won't be able to watch him more, but I think it's promising for him going forward. And just like I said about Vitinho, it's like one of those guys that consistently now has turned up at so many international tournaments. Yeah, deserved.
100%. One other guy though, who I feel like is taking a while to warm up, Carpe. He actually, Bola, got his first ace ever in VALORANT.
Was this his first?
Yeah, congratulations to
Holy
Carpe for this.
crap.
Yeah.
This was one of the nastiest clutches I think I've seen out of anybody too. This guy was insane in this round against FUT.
Yeah, the context of it, how critical that was as well for them. I know they didn't end up winning, but Mimi, for him to get his first ace in that condition is mad.
Yeah, I know, down 11-9. If they had lost this round, the economy would have just been dumpstered. So winning here was massive for Carpe to keep that game close. His improvement as a player has been unparalleled. Like at Locken, he came out, T1 just looked honestly kind of clueless. People are like, oh, what are they doing? They're completely trolling with this roster. Who is this guy? And then he shows up in Pacific. They make it top 3. Then he shows up in Tokyo. Then he shows up. Like, he's just gotten so much better every single event and is now really proving, I think, why T1 took the risk on picking this guy up.
Yeah, he feels like a player who has come into his element. And in that game, he was saving them from getting knocked out earlier.
Yeah, and who can forget Charles Neddington, C-Ned, of course. He had some really, really big moments as well. Again, Bola,
This
is his first ever, it's his first chance after winning it in 2021. Yeah.
That shot is just,
It was nasty.
his wrist has got to hurt after that one. I don't know what scent CNET plays, but I'm picking it up. I'm taking it because that was one of the nastiest flicks I think I've seen on an op when you're scoped in like that. That's so hard to do because he sees him before, like he's even scoped, so he has to like react on the information that he doesn't even see on his screen anymore, right? Like, it's just ridiculous.
I mean, like, unironically, what sense does he play at? Is he, like, flicking across, like, 12 inches across his mouse pad? I didn't think he played that. I don't know. It's ridiculous. I haven't seen a shot like that since 2021 champs with CNET.
Yeah, literally. CNET was the last person to do that. I'll find out about the sense for you guys. I'll let you know. But, of course, #1 spot, it has to go to Kankan. But the question is, which one from Kankan? Because he had too many great moments.
Oh, this
at
is
this
his
point.
game-ending one, right?
Yeah. This was obscene.
This is literally match point. His teammate dies in heaven. He has to play against a heaven plant, and he hits both of them so easily. Yeah, he has a little bit more time to play with, but this is usually an unwinnable situation. Like, this is unwinnable, and he does
the turn on the flash, too. It's like perfectly turn 90 degrees, flick back, then flick across to kill two different players. It's absurd that he can pull that off.
And also, he went from doing his little cold, like, up moments to just being like, I did that. You're welcome.
Yippee.
I won. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, Cincy, you scammed Vitinho out of that 4K flicking back and forth.
I did. Again, I would have taken 5 Kankan players, so maybe next time.
That would have been a good one,
You can take the 5 top players next time. We'll see. Maybe before the grand finals. And speaking of the grand finals, we have our top 8. 8 of those teams will be duking it out for the trophy. And let's take a look at this bracket. You've already mentioned, Mimi, the script writers have been working
Jarek's is
overtime.
playing no one. That's a really great game to start off.
That is going to be Billy. Again, the team, I feel like nobody expected to make it this far, but they did.
They snuck their way in there, but they will make it up against PRX, which should be a cool game. The one to start with, though, today, Fnatic Loud is going to be so good. A rematch of the finals in Brazil where Loud got their trophy stolen away to start this whole crazy year for Fnatic. That one is so exciting.
I just personally I know you've mentioned EDG a few times, but if they lose and then DRX beats Billy, EG has to play for elimination against Billy, so they're just like potentially in the Chinese gauntlet after starting so much crap against them.
And if there's one thing Billy is good at, it's doing the funniest thing ever. And they have the chance to do
What is that, Mimi? What is it?
Eliminating another NA team who said they had no chance of beating them.
Strongly agree. That'd be so
Very
fun.
good opinion.
Oh, I'm here for it. I am so here for it. And since we have a new bracket, Brennan and Sideshow are to once again explain to us how it's all going to play out. Check this out.
I disagree too.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Bracketology, the playoffs edition here at Champs 2023. Josh, we're going to split up the jobs.
Okay.
I forgot the word. Not a good sign for the cast later today. You're on the lower bracket. I'm on the uppers.
Okay.
Let's get this started. First match here: Fnatic versus Loud. What are you looking for?
My glasses.
You're on top of your head. Okay. We're lost in the sauce.
All right.
Fnatic versus.
Fnatic versus Loud.
Yep.
I've got to say Loud. I
Bish,
mean, I
bash,
know you're
bosh.
doing the upper bracket.
You got to say Loud.
Sorry, Fnatic. Meant to say Fnatic.
Okay, yeah.
I'm thinking about who I've got in the lower bracket.
Boom. Fnatic there. Do you need a Loud sticker?
No, that's
He's got
all right.
it.
I've got the lower bracket on
He's
lock.
prepped. Okay. I think this is just a given. Fnatic versus Loud. I mean, do we have much time to discuss? Probably not.
Not really.
But foot paper X.
Yeah, FUT Paper X.
Paper X.
Okay.
I'm going to go Paper X.
That's very reasonable.
Yeah, I think that is a reasonable take.
Extremely reasonable things. You've picked just the odds-on favourites.
Odds-on favourites, I think,
Are you
right
going
there.
to do that again? Are you going to underrate Billy again?
Billy
again?
versus DRX.
DRX have got to be odds-on favourites, but Billy, they're making magic out there.
I think you're onto something.
Oh,
I'm changing. Listen, I was going to go with DRX. I'm going with Billy.
Oh, DRX
DRX in the lowers. I think I'm a certified hater at this point.
This one
EDG
is a banger.
versus EG.
Boostio against one of the Chinese organizations that's the closest to actually catching up with EG. Who have you even got there?
Hello.
EDG. Hello, China.
Yeah, that's for our upper semis,
All
and
right,
then that leaves us in the lowers.
I'm going to get on with these games
Yeah.
while you get on with the top one.
Okay, well, the top ones. Do you want me to talk through the thought process here? I think Fnatic in the uppers, almost a guarantee, I would say. I'm saying almost because I don't want to guarantee it. Of course, many of these. Have you run out of stickers?
No, I just stole one from your side.
Okay, well, lovely.
All right, so who have you gone with then? So
Fnatic in the top.
Paper X get knocked down. Oh my God, your bracket's got EG playing against Paper X.
Yeah, that's a brutal one, but a good match.
That's unbelievable.
I mean, a good match if that happens.
Okay,
in
yeah,
theory.
and then Billy playing against Loud.
Yeah.
Wow, EG Paper X. I have no idea who would win that game. I think I'm going to go with Paper X, actually. With something in the roster, he'll be warmed up by that point. I'm going to send them through.
It. Okay. Fnatic, EDG in the uppers. This is all over the place as well.
Yeah,
I'm like, this is testing my pattern recognition skills as a human. Trying to find these stickers and the right ones. Fnatic going for the uppers.
I'm going to have Paper X going through again there against Loud, which I think is just more banger, unbelievable matchups happening. Then what? You've sent EDG down. I'm going to send Paper X back up. I think Paper X has got a great chance here of going back up to play in the grand final. And that's your decision.
My decision of who wins the whole thing?
Fnatic, Paper X.
Bish, bash, bosh. I think Fnatic win it. Certified guarantee. I would put my house on it.
Well, I'm going to ask you about a guarantee. Pick one of these games, guarantee that they happen and who the winner is, or I'm dressing you in a costume for the cast.
So if I select the finals, then when do I dress up in a costume for the cast?
Well, that's a good point. Next year, I suppose.
I've got the loophole.
It has to be before the finals.
Okay, I will go with EDG. Guarantee the EDG win.
Guarantee the EDG win?
Yeah.
I am getting you dressed up, Sonny Jim. I'm getting you dressed
What am I wearing?
You'll have to see.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but for the first time, I agree, Baller. I don't know why, but I agree.
I don't know about the bracket, but I agree. I want Bren to dress up, and he will dress up.
Okay, you agree with that?
I didn't get one of the funny signs, but I strongly disagree with the entire bracket there and everything they stand for.
Oh, I mean, you get to use your words, Mimi. Baller's just got the signs out. But throughout the event, make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT Champions and VCT so we can highlight you on the broadcast. Yes, you right now. And while you have your phone ready, take part in today's MasterCard fan poll. We've got 4 regions in play. Remember, 2 teams from each of those 4 regions as well. Which one is winning, champs? I don't care which one you think is the strongest. I want you guys to tell me who is actually gonna be winning. Scan the QR code on screen to cast your vote, and we will have the results in just a bit. Mimi, who's winning, champs? Which region?
Fnatic, but it's not EMEA winning. Fnatic's actually they're like a mercenary. They kind of are like their own thing out there. Like once you win enough tournaments, you don't become a part of a region anymore. So really, there's not an option on there.
I just want to dive into the demographics of who's voting on that poll and see how many people are turncoats for some of their regions. Because I mean, it should just be 25, 20, or 20, 20, 20, whatever it is. 25, I guess. Math is hard.
What are you saying?
25.
The math ain't mathing.
Per
The
regions.
mathing.
25 per, but the regions aren't evenly distributed on who uses Twitter.
That's true, exactly. But hey, you know, whatever.
Go vote, go rig this thing, Bala, go do it. We are gonna take a quick break here and then we'll dive into the long-awaited rematch between Fnatic and Loud. But first, we have a little treat for you. A new cinematic, you say? Cypher is on to something. But what? We'll find out on August 26th.
Welcome, Deadlock. You have something for me.
I told you before. Keep your eyes off me.
Come on, it's what I do. Now, what do we have here?
It's worse than we thought. What do you think? Will he listen?
I got in. You tell me.
Call Brimstone.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions, everyone. We are warming up here to the first match of the knockouts between Fnatic and Loud. Yes, everybody get hype. Now, the last time we saw these
looks so ridiculous.
But it feels
I know, we had the shots of them doing the Fnatic warm-up, but like, if people didn't see that, they just look at us doing some...
This is why Fnatic's team synergy is so much better.
Production's got us. Production's has got us. But let's talk about the last time we saw these 10 players on stage. I'm sure everybody in the VALORANT community is going to remember. Need I say any more, Mimi, than 3-11?
I mean, this was the biggest tragedy for Loud in the lock-in finals. 2 rounds away from closing out, being the first team to win back-to-back in front of their home crowd at lock-in. It would have been an incredible moment, but Fnatic made the impossible happen. They come back, they lift the trophy on that final map, and ever since then, they've been going on a run. They won at Tokyo after that, and are now looking for their 3rd trophy of the year here at Champions.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, the fact that we have this as our first matchup in the playoff bracket for what was actually hands down the best series of all time in VALORANT in my mind. Clearly in front of the Brazilian crowd, they almost got the reverse sweep, but it just didn't happen. So you're right, heartbreak. But I want to bring you back to 2022 because this to me is a very similar story again, right? They faced in the first international tournament, Loud was in that grand final against Optic. Then they actually come back into the final tournament of the year, Champions, and they win that one. So I mean, this is kind of analogous in my mind because of how the year has progressed for Loud. But for me, it's kind of different because of the expectation shift.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, since that lock-in finals, Fnatic and Loud regionally, they both did exceptional. Fnatic, they didn't actually win EMEA, but Mimi, Loud, they won Americas. They were the #1 team out of the Americas region.
Yeah, but all people remember is Tokyo. They did great from lock-in all the way through. They were starting a run, but at Tokyo, they moved away from what worked for them. They tried new compositions. It didn't work out. Went out 0-2, and then they come into Champions here as well. They start off on a loss, and I think that's really heavily shifted expectations for people around this Loud team. Because I think if you had looked at the beginning of the year, at the end of last year, everyone would have been considering Loud, the reigning champions, as one of the favorites, and I think that has changed.
Yeah, as you said, Mimi, Loud, they've had a tough run at Masters Tokyo in the beginning here as well. They were eliminated 0-2 back at Tokyo, but Sadak managed to explain to us how they were able to bounce back.
I think Fran's gonna agree with me. I think the fact that we stick together as more as a family, right? Like I would say, I don't know if you agree with me, Fran.
Yeah, absolutely.
But of course, the fact that we stuck together as a family, no matter the result, we kept trying and trying and trying. I think that was the differential for us.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree. You know, teams go through ups and downs. It's really challenging and it's really tough to just constantly win. Maybe outside of Fnatic right now, but you know, for every other team, we have to go through our ups and downs. And the most important thing is that we stick together regardless of the outcome. And that's something that we try and discuss a lot. And we spend so much time together, so much time apart from our families that, you know, we're kind of creating our own little family and, you know, just making sure that we stick together regardless of what happens.
I mean, that's a great point they were making there. As a family, they went through a lot of ups and downs, but I want to talk about expectations with you guys, because from my point of view, at least at lock-in when they made the finals, they still seemed like the favorites, you know, in that grand final. But now, as we moved on from the regional season at Masters Tokyo as well, it feels like Fnatic this time around, Baller, are the definitive favorite. There's not even an argument at this point.
Yeah, I mean, hands down. It's not even close, I would say, in terms of like the fan expectation and in general, everything else. But to me, what stands out from Sadak and the way that Loud is talking right now is, yeah, sure, they have that family vibe. I think they had that last year too, but now that they've tasted a championship, it's weird to me that they're all of a sudden like not really attacking winning every single time. For me, Sadak not speaking about how they're having a goal to win. Last year was all about, oh, we got to get the young guys experience for this moment, for champions, and that kind of feels like it's fallen by the wayside. So for them too, the expectations have shifted.
I think there is a parallel though with Fnatic, because Fnatic, when they were struggling, remember this team has been around since Reykjavik 21 trying to find a trophy, and the discussion oftentimes was about how Boaster was like building up this family, these group of players that could finally lift a trophy. I think it's kind of, you have to have one to get to the other, and Loud is focusing right now on building up the mental to be ready to be a team that can lift a trophy again.
Are they ready though, Mimi? After seeing Loud at group stage, do you feel like that Loud, they have a chance to take down Fnatic today and even go further?
I think Loud in their current form, it would be a big surprise if they beat Fnatic today, because I think they've struggled to find their identity. They've tried to redefine it. They changed a bunch of different comps around, and it's been kind of to middling success. So for Loud, so much has shifted here that I think it would take a big kind of upward swing on performance compared to the rest of this event if they were to win against Fnatic, who's just been stomping their way through this entire year.
Well, let's see how Loud is doing today and send it over to Golden Boy and get a quick word with their coach, Fraud.
Coach Fraud, come over here, my man. Always a pleasure to see you, as always. Look, you know, you guys are no stranger to this Fnatic team, and you've been on quite the journey yourself this season. Do you feel like the squad is in a good position, though, to take down a Fnatic team that has only gotten better since your last encounter with them at Lock-in?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fnatic is a great team. They've been playing amazing all year long. But at the same time, I feel like we've been, you know, playing really strong as well. We've been stepping it up lately. We were able to get over our little losing streak, and you know, we hope to continue this winning streak that we got going.
Hey man, I think everyone would love to see it happen. Always appreciate you, brother. Back to you guys.
I mean, I guess the saving grace is Loud. They are running the gauntlet of EMEA teams. They took down Liquid at groups and then Na'Vi as well. The path, Baller, especially for this Loud team, was not easy to get here. It almost feels like they had to show absolutely everything just to claw their way out of that group.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen, what, 3 different compositions from them. You're right, they've shown everything, but I feel like it's also been self-inflicted because of some of those changes that they've made. I don't like almost anything that they're throwing out there since Tokyo, and that is such a stark difference from the Fnatic side, who is just constantly just using the same stuff, innovating slightly on their old stuff, which works really well for them.
I agree mostly, but I do think that Loud needs to find a balance. If they're only playing the same Harbor Viper, if they're only doing the stuff that was working for them to win Americas at the beginning of this year, I think that could fall flat. But I think they're taking it a step too far. What makes Fnatic so good in my eyes is that they can play these same compositions, but just add new little things, new ideas, and really focus on perfecting a comp. Whereas for me, I feel like Loud have been taking almost too big of strides in trying to completely shift their identity, completely shift everything about their play style, and I think that's worked against them.
Yeah, I think that's been completely the key for Loud. When you see them actually go to their real easy stuff, the Harbor Viper on Haven worked really well. The stuff that isn't is the triple controller one is like kind of fine, because I think towards the end of the series against Na'Vi, they really were all comfortable, but it's not been clean at all. The breach comps are just not something that I think they are comfortable with, even though I think theoretically it works quite well. I think I'd like to see them move more into the comfort, or at least act like they're comfortable, because in the server a lot of times it feels like they throw a stun out and they're like, oh, I don't know what to do after this.
The triple controller is almost poetic, because of course Fnatic used to run it on Bind and Mini absolutely hated it. Mini was like, we're not doing this again.
Yeah.
We're over cooking. And speaking of Mini, there's a great quote here from him, because of course we remember from the coaches' reacts that we saw when they were playing against Billy, he was fuming, like absolutely fuming, even though they were winning by a lot. They were owning Billy, and Mini explained it as well afterwards in a press conference as saying, I think on defense we were not letting the rounds play out properly, essentially letting them win. We know how much better than them we are, so it's very frustrating to watch. What matters is the question of whether we are conditioning ourselves to be lifting another trophy. Some of these mistakes that we do lose us rounds, so that's what we need to focus on, and Mimi, he's got a point.
Yeah, this also goes back to what you were talking about, Bala, with this side of Loud and them really putting that focus on lifting a trophy. If you are to get to those heights, you have to be mad at the little things, at losing a few rounds in a team. Those things matter when you get up against the stronger opposition, and I think that's how Fnatic has managed to stay on top across all 3 events this year, in that just kind of perfectionism in everything that they do.
Yeah, and speaking of Mini, Golden Boy caught up with him outside. Let's take a look.
Coach Mini, come over here, my friend. Pleasure to have you here as always.
And give it to the next person.
Oh, but there's no other next person. Oh, okay. Well, that's that. Back to you guys.
I hope that's not an omen of how this series is going to go. Double it and give it to the next person.
What? For them, it's button 2-0s, so what are they going to...
They're going to 4-0 next game.
I don't know what he's talking about, to be honest. What is he doing?
I mean,
reeling in the heart.
Yeah. Let's talk about a huge matchup in terms of the players in this, because I feel like when it comes to everyone's list of top 20 players or who they think is the best players in this tournament, Alpha is often pushed down a little bit, Baller, because people just firmly believe as a Sentinel, Less is the best player
By
in that
push
role.
down, you're talking about Brent,
yeah,
not
including
the top 20, and specifically Brent, and everyone else had him top 3.
I was trying to throw a little bit of shade over there. But I feel like that discussion, it does happen a lot.
Yeah, it does. I think when you talk about like pure Sentinels, people who've been playing the role for a long time, I think Less definitely gets ranked higher as somebody who like uses his utility well or whatever, but I don't really believe that they're actually playing much different in terms of their style at this event. Less has been hungry for kills. He's been chasing things, and Alpha has been the same way. It's ridiculous what these two players are doing in terms of form right now.
I think the whole like Alpha overheats too much, he takes too many risks on Sentinel narratives is fake. Not real, not true. It was true, I think, at the beginning of the year. I think there was too many risks taken at Lock-in when he was still getting used to the Sentinel role and how Fnatic wanted to play this year. But I think these last few tournaments, well, he is taking those risks sometimes, and at times it'll lose around for Fnatic. I think taking those risks is often a good thing because he's just good enough to always make that work, and he's also good at his role.
Without taking those risks, you wouldn't get those crazy extra rounds that he just gives you. He gives you full rounds out of nowhere.
And if you look at the other side, we kind of are always priding Less in the risks he retakes on the lurk, going for aggressive plays, trying to give those moments to Loud. When they were at their best, a part of that was because Les was doing the same stuff.
Honestly, when Alpha hopped out of the window on Haven and got that 1v3, I was like, there it is, best player in the world. But whether you are playing on the stage or partied up in a Premier team, you can't win games without good comms. So let's hear how Fnatic does it against Bilibili in this Sony in-zone open mic.
We gotta learn something.
I can take the orb. I'm gonna take it.
No orb here. Yeah, we hit this. I'm gonna do Astro ulti. Ready?
Yeah. Powder.
2 to Prowler elbow. Ready?
Yeah. Powdering elbow.
I'm gonna suck Durka. Take our time here.
They open the door.
Can you plant Durka when you, Leo, can you give me the bomb?
Yeah.
I need to get the plant, boys.
You can drop it. Let's go cross. I'm covering.
Tuck up here.
Yeah. Dropping up.
Viper ulti. Con.
Yeah, I will. 2 CT.
We got now. Cool.
I have 2 nano on bomb. They might open door again.
Can't flank now, Alpha.
They broke my 1 nano. 我镜像的，没人，水下有一个水。我看黑，我有这一条黑，对。我得低包了，兄弟们。又来了，这大丢捆下来。Bad nade. I'm gonna suck next.
I'm sucking now. Off.
小宝，全是道具上面。Picking now.
Did he be on it?
Yeah, good. Maybe he's saving up. Off. Go save. I didn't deeper. Bye, Buster.
Take my gun, Alpha.
Thank you. For your gun. Good job.
You guys wanted to learn something. What did you learn? Tell me.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, honestly, just keep the comp clean. Reinforce it. I shouldn't talk in our games.
Yeah?
Well, okay, but the thing is, they have like plans upon plans on like what to do when there's a Viper's Pit and stuff like that. So like they don't have to say anything because they all know. Whereas, nah, I don't know anything.
That's a lie, Baller. You carry your Premier team, sorry, but you do.
Doesn't mean I know anything.
I trust you. I would trust you. I would also even trust you with this poll, Baller, because it's time for the result of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which region is going to win Champions, and most of you guys did say EMEA, although Pacific came ahead of Americas.
PRX believers. I think that's valid, honestly. I think my prediction for the final is Fnatic PRX, and I think Fnatic will win, so that feels correct to me.
Yeah, but there's a lot of turncoats out there. I mean, geez.
Like me.
We cannot live in the past because the slate has been wiped clean. We have a new bracket. Anything can happen at this stage, and it's time to kick off day 9 of VALORANT Champions with Fnatic versus Loud and PRX versus Bilibili.
There's something extra special about Champions, you know?
They send Liquid home! FBX, they failed to get a win. Send Zeta home!
It's the one that everyone says they care about the most.
Season ends for Navi. The first Turkish team to make it this far! Unthinkable might just be happening!
There's going to be a day where we do lose. 2 wins have definitely put a target on our back.
Can you take a little step towards Sada? It's me.
All right, we're set.
Okay. My brother is cold. Is there anything we can do for him?
It's alright, it's alright. We get this done.
You get? Okay.
Oh man, you're such a leader. Look at that, looking out for people.
You know, you have to be comfortable.
I got some bad moods.
We actually play like idiots, eh?
Yeah, we play like idiots, but somehow it works.
Just for fun.
Main Flex 2023.
I mean, we're feeling great because last year we didn't make out groups. But you win today, you might lose tomorrow.
Playoff'larda bunu Türkiye'de ilk yapan, FPS oyununda ilk başaran Türk takımıyız. Ve bu harika bir duygu. Çünkü ilki başarmak her zaman güzel ama bunun sürekli olması lazım.
I want to be remembered as the first Indonesian player that winning a major events in VCT. There is no like better feeling rather than silencing the doctor.
Bizi tier liste sonuncu sıralara koyan insanlara sesleniyorum. Şu an hangi rakip gelirse gelsin, oyunumuzu her zamanki gibi ortaya koyacağız. Kimin geleceğinin hiçbir şekilde bir önemi yok.
Com certeza se sente muito bem. É uma sensação única defender o troféu, defender a Champions. Quando são essas situações mais apertadas que fazer ou morrer, eu gosto muito, é para isso que a gente vive, né? When was like the moment you realized you have to be an IGL?
In Valorant, it was because no one would sign me. So I decided to make my own team.
That is really sad, I have to say.
We've gone through an experience that no other team has gone through. So I don't have any pressure about teams wanting to beat us. If anything, that makes it a bit more fun.
We're definitely the team to beat, you can feel it.
I mean, we played like really good on group stage, but it is like 60% from us. They will see 100% in playoffs.
Realmente temos potencial para jogar Valorant muito bonito. Vamos continuar jogando, vamos continuar nos esforçando, vamos tentar coisas novas, vamos quebrar a cabeça para crecer.
In the future, no one is gonna remember us if we are taking the second seed. We wanna make history.
I'm really happy that you guys are succeeding, and I want a rematch for sure, man. Let's have it.
Let's do it.
O jogo não acaba até que acaba, né?
So out of groups, the teams that went 2-0 were the 1 seeds, and the teams that went 2-1 were the 2 seeds, and they all got faced up together. So now that they match up, the higher seeds will be the higher seed for the match picks. So Fnatic, you came out number 1 out of your group, so you'll be the higher seed in this matchup. Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Loud, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
We ban Fracture.
Fracture, and your ban?
Pearl.
Pearl. And then map number 1.
We pick Ascent.
Okay, side on Ascent.
Let's go defense.
Defense.
Defense, okay, and map number 2.
Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Okay, and next set of bans starting with Loud, you have Haven, Bind, and Split.
Oh, yeah, we ban Bind.
Ban Bind. Your ban, you have Haven and Split.
Yeah, we'll ban Haven.
Ban Haven, so map number 3 will be Split. Loud, side on Split.
Attack.
Okay, let's run through this, make sure we're all set. First set of bans, we have Loud with Fracture, Fnatic with Pearl. Map number 1 is Ascent with Fnatic on Defense. Map number 2 is Lotus with Loud on Attack. Next set of bans were Bide and Haven. Map number 3, Decider, is Split with Loud on Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
Oh, good luck. Good luck.
Loud. Fnatic.
This is the rematch to end all rematches. What has Loud learned since that 3-11 heartbreak? And do they have what it takes to get their revenge.
So much has changed for these two teams this year. Fnatic went from making a comeback happen at Lock-In to becoming the favorites, looking for their first champions and a three-peat. And Loud, well, they struggled in the last two events. They have an opportunity here to defend their title.
Yeah, no icebox in the map pool this time around for them, Baller. But what did you make of those picks there? Ascent coming in for Loud and then Lotus and Fnatic.
I mean, shocking that they didn't go for Haven, right? Like, it's just so shocking because that's the one where they looked really good against Team Liquid. They continued to dominate on that map, and they play Comfort Agents.
What is this creature that Chronicle is holding?
I think that's what they call a dog. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it.
Is it a robot?
I have no idea, but it looks like that is a robot dog. There we go. I mean, Aspas has been collecting dogs on stage for
will it
every
be the stuffed animals or the robots to win today?
Yeah.
That's the big question, I suppose.
Mecha dog so that Aspas can not collect it because it's like Frieza coming back after snow.
I love that reference so much. I love it. But yeah, let's bring it back to the map vetoes here because I'm gonna sell some Loud copium. Do you know what? I'm gonna do it because Fnatic, they've lost 8 maps this year. 2 of them were on Fracture, which Loud do not play, they banned it. And the other, the map that they've lost twice on, the other one besides Fracture, is Ascent.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, the only loss they have ever had on Lotus, Mimi, was also against Loud. So maybe they have some kind of read into this.
I'm less confident about Lotus for Loud, but on Ascent, I think there is an opportunity here. We haven't seen Fnatic play this since EMEA. It's been a while since they've shown their Ascent, but I would expect them to go back to that default comp. Be one of these increasingly rare maps where we actually get Leo on Sova, we get Durka on Jet, and Loud, like we were talking about earlier, they've been experimenting. They tried that Breach comp that honestly did not look that good in their hands, but they went back to their default comp to close out the group stage and looked pretty good on it.
Yeah, they look pretty good, and you know, that's one where they're legendary. Obviously they fell off at Tokyo, they fell off slightly before as well, but that's not a spot where I'm like worried about them too hard unless they go back to that Breach comp. That's my biggest fear. They haven't had too much time, so I'm not expecting it though.
As you can see from the Prime Gaming agent select, Mimi, no changes.
Yeah, none whatsoever. I think this is a good direction for Loud, but if they lose this map, I get really worried for Loud. I think it's probably a 2-0 for Fnatic. If they're to pick one up here, I think they have to start hot on this attacking side. Aspas, I think, has really struggled to find the form that made him an all-star in Americas. And if there was a map to do it, I think it would be here on Jet, on Ascent.
Yeah, he's played 3 series so far, and it's a little concerning at this point that he's not really showed up to the level that we need him to be for a good match here against Fnatic. If they're not there, and we're only relying on, for example, Les and the tactics to get them through, then you're not going to see a Loud that can really challenge here. He needs to be on it.
Yeah, and starting on this attack side, they've been good on this one before. The mid-rounding in particular has always been great for Sadak, and we were setting up this head-to-head between the 2 Sentinel players, Alfier and Les, and I think that'll really show through with the 2 Killjoys on Ascent.
Well, I cannot wait. The agents are locked in. Our teams are ready to go. Let's run it back with the casters that brought you Fnatic versus Loud at Lock-In. It's Bren and Saisho.
Guys, yeah, let's get this one started. It is the first set of matches of our playoffs here in the Shrine. Fnatic versus Loud. A bit of a run back from the lock-in finals as well. A chance of that revenge, of course. The desk has been hitting on it, but honestly, just excited to get into this one as well. And I think, you know, it's almost a battle as well of expectations and seeing if they can really be met for a team like Loud that's finally getting some wins under their belt. Can they really topple the giant that is Fnatic that have just gone from title to title?
Loud have taken out 2 of the EMEA teams already. They've taken out the EMEA winners of the regular season, Masters Copenhagen Champions Tour. But this is going to be an entirely different situation. Both teams have split their paths really heavily since that fated match at Lock-In. And even then, it was a major upset where we saw Fnatic taking Ascent away. To start the series off, it was the first map. They won 13-8 there. Fnatic have never been the best team in the world on this map. Loud certainly have for a period of time, but it's all about the here and now. You can't be living in the past.
Boaster close to the corner here, but he's got a crossfire set up. Him and Leo. Leo backing away. Spotted out and heard, but there we go. Back to the rest of the team here.
No swing.
Tucked to the corner. There was no swing. No attempt at a trade. Dashing forwards into the smoke. Boaster's just ignoring him. Doesn't want to try and take a piece out of Aspas, but Aspas certainly does. Straight into mid. Carved open. An area of the map now, but the anchoring positions of the Fnatic players is going to be really quite difficult to chew through. Do they really want to attempt this? Looks likely, yeah. Chronicle's positioning, immaculate almost. Positioning of the smoke, just playing inside of this one, and Loud are really slowing this down now.
You can tell that they are aware Fnatic are going to have responses to everything they do, so they've always got to pump the brakes a little and wait for that to happen.
Shots going wide. Still got a dash though. Durka wants another go at things. Can't quite land them though. What is 2 years up to?
Less in the meantime.
He's in the spawn.
Less in the meantime found a kill on Chronicle. It's all just down to Alpha, and they're waiting for him.
Yeah,
I mean, they just sent the spike to A and trapping Alpha in his box. That is a gorgeous pistol round from Loud. I was a little concerned when the first player falls to Boaster hiding in market and Aspas wasn't ready to capitalize, but I think that just shows you the respect that they have for Fnatic. Aspas is thinking, well, if I swing here, you know, Leo, I'm going to be opening my back to Leo. There might be Chronicle facing from market. So he really takes his time, slows it down, and makes sure that the dash into the smoke puts Boaster in a horrible spot. If this is the level of patience and diligence that Loud are going to bring to the game, we might genuinely have a revenge game on our hands.
There was definitely some questions about, you know, the map pool and the direction it went in, at least in my mind when I saw it, because I thought, you know, Loud a chance to go onto Haven. Durka.
Certainly. I mean,
cheeky.
That's what Barla was saying as well on the desk, and I agree. They've just looked phenomenal on Haven, but this is a map that historically Fnatic have had at the bottom of their pool. Not the very lowest, but towards the bottom. Does that mean anything?
Oh, for Fnatic, that's still a very good map.
I mean, exactly. That's the problem. It was towards the bottom of their pool when they played at lock-in, and like I said, Fnatic were able to find the win there, but it wasn't this mirror matchup. At that point, you had Sadek playing the Viper. They were playing Viper Omen.
Yeah, changes.
Yeah, very different. Having Cowanzine back at the Sova and playing this standard composition, Loud have got great ideas.
Real taste as well of the caution that's being delivered into these with the eco round. Oh, up against it, Loud. Don't want to misstep. They don't want to give away any of these advantages. Plant starting to go down here, but not setting themselves up.
Worrying for
Aspas has full utility and a paranoia for Boaster. They might want to make something of this.
This is so dangerous.
Very dangerous. Close to the corner. When is that smoke going to be fading? Well, kills still flying through. Alfie on the flank. Ooh, just spotted. Fortunate for Kawazin with the timing.
You don't want to be taking dry fights against Alpha yet. He's just been unbelievable in this tournament and at Tokyo. But Les is currently wrapping people up on the other side of things. And what a matchup that is too, Brian.
Yeah, Alpha needs to go down here in some way or form, but certainly a matchup to be waiting for. The desk was also highlighting that, you know, the Les versus Alpha argument. Alpha
getting
making, getting the better of it right there. But also Alpha throughout the group stage, I mean, making me eat my words in terms of the top 20 lists.
I mean, he's tied #1 in first kill per round, playing center.
He's popping off.
That's unbelievable. And most of the time, he's allowing it to come to him. He's not going around hunting stuff as much as somebody like Les even is, I think, currently. I think he has played against Zeta and Billy, you know, who deserve their spots in the positions of the bracket that they were in, for sure. But it's not like Fnatic have faced any tests yet.
Exactly, and that's what really we've been waiting for. It's a bit of a test now for Fnatic. Here we go. Buy round online. Finally the rifles, nade being held for the first signs of life with just damage. Definitely being done. Durka's got to respect that one.
Interesting play from Boaster and Chronicle over towards A main, but the fight's happening in market again. Durka tries to take an opening fight. Gets destroyed by Aspas, and Leo,
he doesn't know which way to look.
So distracted potentially by Les, who's been brought down to half, trying to take fights against Alpha.
This is Loud feeling fired up. This is their bonus round, excelling at it. It's a healthy one at that. Flash through. Alpha trying to take a peek of it again, but he's only got the Odin. It's a difficult weapon to make work in this scenario. He's lit up. Has to hug the boxes so he doesn't get spammed out, but just every angle being watched for, and this, you know, cautious approach to Loud are taking to the game. Hello, Alpha. Here to play, but eventually shut down towards the back of the site. And yeah, just a touch on it. I mean, Loud, they're taking the times and the moments. They're finding real awkward positions to punish the Fnatic players.
And on the pistol and the bonus, that's both come in market. That's been the area where they're putting the squeeze on Fnatic. They chose to try and take a bit of a trap between Boaster and Leo on the pistol, and here you see just the isolation. They know that Leo's around, Aspas gets pinged up, and it doesn't matter, they just force the fight anyway and win it. I don't think Durka's expecting that duel to come to him as quickly, to be honest. I think he's expecting Aspas to be put off by the Sova utility. What a great start for Loud on their attack side.
Run away from the no command for Loud, he can start farming up some of these orbs. Might not be the goal in mind though. spikes on Sadak, so hoping to try and get through this one without using too many ults. Earn it through this one. Flood attempt. Running right around the corner here. Guardian in the hands of Boaster. He's lit up though.
Not the greatest fight to go for there.
He was hoping for a freebie, and wow, on either side here. Fnatic getting picked apart. Ooh, that's a bit awkward, yet still lands it.
It's still very, very diligent from Loud, though. It looks like a bit of a misstep there, but the Nanoswarm going towards Heaven, and the Molly's pushing away anybody that might be playing inside the smoke. Besides Alpha hitting something ridiculous with the Guardian like he did on Haven earlier in this tournament, this one should be sealed up.
He's going to go for this. They do have money. The loser's bonus kicking in potentially. Here we go. Spotted though. They're low. Dart to the side, maybe to set something up on top. Just missing that angle. Lovely shot again.
He's still popping.
Time is really running short. Yeah, you're seeing the form. It's there, flexing a little bit. But Loud winning another one. That's 4 in a row. Fantastic beginning.
Aspas is not... Oh, he just managed to survive, actually, so he's kept his gun into it. The bank is just unbelievable for Loud here. And not just that, the game simplifies when you win the opening rounds as heavily as this. They have a null command online now, and they know that Alpha, with his lockdown, is more likely to be playing retake on these sites. I wouldn't be surprised at all for Sadak to just read into this situation and have a very simple flowchart-esque idea of how he wants to approach this round. Now, as it happens, Alpha is not playing fully off-site. He does still have a Nanoswarm there, but he's playing outside of the 0-point range. The mind games are going to happen with both of these squads, though, because if Sadak expects them to be playing off-site, maybe he doesn't pop the null command, but it still comes through, and it is going to tag Alpha.
Here it is, though. Operator purchase for Durka. Tagged. He's got to respect it.
Here.
Before opening pickoff, it is going to be the res, though, potentially online. Sadak, no command, no punish inside. Again, a tap of the plan to try and again open up these sight lines. Poster, it's gone down in mid. So let's just watch in that avenue.
Les is almost always going to be lurking on these kind of hits. Loud love to do 4-1 kind of setups. And this also allows them to pinch into tree if Les is allowed to survive, which is why they're clearing him out.
He's just missed the timing. Chronicle is gifted with it. Lockdown is pushing him wide and out into the open. Loud corralled into the corner now. It's 3v4, but they don't have any positioning onto the side, and it's fully being grouped up now. Bit of a tag onto it. Paranoia going all the way through. Alfie has so much trust in his teammates. He's sticking it all the way through. Needs to be some damage done, and it's just not there.
Instant response from Fnatic. Alpha getting it done with his lockdown. I think the awareness to be able to clear out Les is also absolutely crucial in that scenario. If you allow Les to hover around in this area and he feels safe, they could try and make a fight for the lockdown in tree, or he's just going to survive as a backstab element and make it so much more difficult for you to be able to stick the defuse. Fnatic need to get rounds on the board here. 4 is already good for Loud on the attack side, and they have so many more opportunities.
Bank that was built up that you were talking about prior. Plenty more money invested in these rounds here. Typical exchange over towards A. Meanwhile, Durka is praying for that late lurk from Les. Just a little bit of a peek through tiles. Might get gifted it. There's the jump spot.
What a reaction.
And that is insane consistency.
Here comes a trap.
Tucked into wine. Flash, Paranoia, it all combines together for the absolute spray down.
Amazing setup there from Fnatic. One of the things that they do so well on Ascent is just the basics played to perfection. Their players are always going to be in the right position to get value out of utility like that. They've left 2Es in an impossible spot. If he plays this slowly, maybe Loud can just have a discussion about what went wrong, but they already know his positioning, Fnatic. Loud had some players very close to ultimates in that round. Had they been able to take A main control, suddenly Kawanzin would be able to access the Hunter's Fury. Or if Les was playing in that direction, they would have the lockdown. So Fnatic are choosing their spots to fight over these ult orbs really smartly.
30 seconds left.
And as you can see, the setup is very difficult to deal with. You've got the Flash and the Paranoia coming through at the same time. Potential for Chronicle to, use his Fragment Grenade to clear out the cubby, which he would try and hide in. It's just excellently done from Fnatic there. The timing picked was immaculate.
Yeah, really good game plan. Just weaving in the utility in that moment. He is going to be trying to keep onto this rival. No one's hunting him. There's plenty of chances, though. I mean, Fnatic did have the money for it, but still, it will be another round on the ball for them. So 2 now gained. And more critically as well, you know, you're really stopping that snowball that you were talking about, because you know, you get that early lead of Loud, you start building up the ultimate, suddenly you're looking at an unbelievable attack side. You're able to just really use them one after the other, get a string of rounds going, but it's been shut down at just the right moment here for Fnatic.
Loud are still going to have these ults available, so they can try and send another big round, but it won't hurt the Fnatic bank in the same way. It won't cause an avalanche.
Yeah.
Fnatic have their own retake ultimate in the null command to try and play around with. Alarm bot goes down mid to start this one off for Fnatic. And a 3-player stack over towards B.
Utility just going to be broken, and it is a stack here. Maybe a bit of a read as well. I mean, Loud have been setting their sights towards A. Most of the time when they go for these B hits, they send most players through mid.
Les is also quite aggressive. If you give him space in B main, Les is likely to walk through.
Someone needs to break this. But Alpha, did it spot him? I'm not
Must
too
have done,
sure.
I think. Yeah, look at the way that Kawanzin is holding that right corner as Les spams. I think that has been detected. A one-way thrown from Boaster. And Fnatic are really heavily fighting over B main control, as they were over A main in the previous round, but this time it doesn't lead to deaths, and Loud can pivot through Catwalk if they want, or at least open space here.
Yeah, I mean, Loud are just trying to fake presence like they're going through here. That is a disgusting angle. Top of the box here, Sadak removed. IGL on IGL violence, but it's going to be explored by Loud, still the alarm bot.
That pressure has also pulled Alpha yet away from B main, so they can try this split a little more effectively.
Here we go. Here's the time just gets to be taken here. Lockdown has to be used to try and clear the way through. Dart is good as well. Hunter's Fury. Kawazin with the tag. Chronicle. He's dropped to his knees. To get the ult off on time. Updraft to dodge it. Durka avoiding it. That'll be the res inside. Still the coverage is there, and time is really running short. There's only 20 seconds left into this one. Full containment. It's the name of the game here for Fnatic. Players are still alive, making sure that they don't leave any pieces
10 seconds.
out wide. Here's the ult, but they don't have the spike just yet. Need to get themselves into the site. Kawazin just breaking it. Still needs to be covered. 2 years covering the cross still. It's up to just Kawazin. Gets the player down. Does not win that fight. So, good stuff from Fnatic. Felt a bit shaky at times, but I thought they slow it down at the right moments.
And the player that ends up having the play to win the round there, with the weirdest KO ult I've seen in a while, is Chronicle. He popped his KO ult as he's getting a Hunter's Fury, and it's not necessarily to try and cancel the Sova ultimate, though you will see that play occasionally. It's just to keep himself alive, and he's giving info and comms throughout the whole round about where these players are positioned and where they're shooting him from. Loud can't start walking into sight, because Chronicle's just going to spot them and they're going to get spammed through smokes.
Yeah, I'd love to see the kill that Alpha got in that moment, because I'm pretty sure, I mean, it must have been off the communication of Chronicle, right? When he's dropped to his knees and he's just seeing them all.
Yeah, I mean, you also had a player flanking through Market. Fnatic had got them completely contained. So a timeout here from Loud, because they've lost 3 rounds in a row now. And that bank that they built up really early on, while it's still decent enough to give this another shot with a rifle v rifle, they've used the ultimates that they wanted to get value out of. Yeah. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, both invested there for no results. And Fnatic is setting up so many threats around the map. We've already seen Fnatic fight very heavy for a re-clear A main, so that makes that a dangerous area. Boaster was on that strange off angle, peeking over the smoke, so that makes Catwalk a dangerous area. And you've also seen Alpha get tucked in on B main, so there are so many threats around the map that you need to be using utility to deal with and see whether or not they're happening. You know, in any given round, any of those could be setups unless you have info to prove otherwise. Those set plays are what makes Fnatic dangerous on this map, and why it's not bad for them, despite it being towards the bottom of their pool.
It's going to be the one-way smoke setup. Be a chance to fight over this one here. Knives exchanged, but broken. And so not going to be spotting out. Boaster, who's tucked himself into wine, used the paranoia very early on and repositions back to safety. Mid now, it's going to be the focus here, but Durka is lying in wait. Operator spotting his targets. I don't even know if he intended that one.
That is the tiniest little grab.
It felt like he spotted just the leg of Sadak, actually, and just took the shot anyway, but Aspas falls. That's the player with the knives. Flash to set it up as well, the Odin spam. Fnatic, one of the best at really maximizing the usage of that gun. So many layers to their setup. I mean, there's a bit of a breather in this moment here, but It's up to Loud to explore, take some risks, see if they can take a shot or two. I love the reclearance.
And if Loud are going to play patiently like this, they are opening themselves up to reclear strategies. That's a nice recon dart that finds value, and a missed shot by Durka.
Hello.
There is still a possibility in this round.
Definite chances, and look at this. Chronicle is just distracting the entire time, more than that. Earned himself the kill, Shorty running him down. It's Leo finishing him off with the shockies, okay.
Durka was set at 1-5 before this round began and hits an astounding operator shot to open things up and make it very difficult for Loud. Take a look at this one on the replay.
It was the...
He spots, I think, Sadak the first
initially
time.
Goes to the repeat and just shoots immediately, yeah.
And woe betide Loud if Durka comes online. Because at the moment, he's, you know, working around in mid, not being offered too much. He's gotten one op shot onto less on the jump peak. And one kill there onto Aspas.
Smoke in his face. Hard pressed. Doesn't get much done here.
This is a very early drone.
Durka's going to make a go of this. Yep, straight through. It's pinpoint accuracy. Lovely punish of the drone, and he's in the moment plays for the instant reaction from Loud.
Look at the fight over Heaven here.
Gaining the side as well, over towards Heaven. I mean, it's Alpha who really shuts this one down. 2 years, you really want to keep going for this. Spam into the corner, the coverage. Sadak, he's got his teammates back here. Paranoia now being held, and they are set up for it. 3 versus 3. Lit up though, and here's the Hunter's Fury on Orthodox with the angle. Damage is being done, it's followed them right into them, straight through Tree Leo. It's magnificent. All the placement towards it in 2 years. There's so much more to do here. Left in the clutch, 1v3. No easy fight. Not for him, not in that instance here. That is just beautiful. Leo's utility and ult in that round was massive.
And for Fnatic to recover that situation after Loud had made a nice reaction, double pushing through Heaven. I don't know if you spotted it, Sadak's wallbang is ridiculous. I don't know if we're going to catch a glimpse of this. The opening fight, though, off the back of this Sova drone, magnificent. They know that Loud have been going for 4-1 strategies a lot. Here's the ult that you were talking about, Bren, that applied a ton of pressure early on. Sadak's got a wallbang angle that goes through
on Heaven
from
with
so
the coverage,
deep.
yeah.
That's Alpha's reaction to getting wallbang there. Take a look at that one back in a VOD review or something. Apply it to your ranked games. That's nasty.
The money is still flowing, enough for weapons on either side, same smoke. They're having to back away here. A lot of noise being made by Loud into mid, but this is a half that is, at this point, really getting away from them.
They're trying these A splits fairly frequently, but usually it's been the majority coming through main.
I think I've changed the setup up once more. Smokes here, bit of blind fire.
But I love this call from Sadak. He knows that Alfia has the lockdown, so he's going to be wanting to play with it towards tree. So if you do an A split on them, then you control the tree area, at least if you're able to get through to the site.
2 years, up towards Heaven, looking for info.
He's looking specifically for Durka. Is the operator on A? Are we going to be able to get in?
Bottom mid not smoked though. Less!
Bad jump peek again, that's twice.
Yeah, punished for it. Gave Durka the precise timing that he was looking for. Flash. Trying to take this one. Nade at the feet of Alpha though. Got to back away. Quite stand still. Paranoia a bit delayed here. Fnatic are going to be more than ready. Alpha. Well, he's going to fall there. Aspas. Plenty more left to do. Durka running him down. He's hunting. Damage definitely done, and there's still the coverage.
Just using Sadak as a piece of bait. Look at him running away all the way back around through to A main to try and connect.
What they've got now is going to be quite brutal, but it's just, again, the angle's being spammed here. Leo, intelligence with it. Aspas might just be still taking control of the entirety of this round. 3 so far, and surely enough damage is done. Leo, he's left to do it. What can he find? Spike ticking away. Not enough chances for it, so Loud. Them in the bleeding. It's 5-5, making it nice and even.
And a fantastically called round there. Love the idea of putting pressure into an A split with many more players towards Catwalk. It's this kill, though, that really matters. That's the lockdown removed. And then this, too, as Durka was so hungry to try and punish Sadak. Yeah, that's the kind of play that's going to make Mini a little bothered. Durka potentially hoping that some of his team had his back as he was sprinting forwards. Now, you still have the lockdown to contend with. Cowanzine has an answer for it this time. What do we see?
Interesting angle here. What is that?
How has that gotten a kill?
Dirk just watching down for it, but I mean, Aspas peaks that with the updraft ahead of the round. Not even spotting this one out, still holding it. As there are attempts made as well to try and take, cat control. Ripped away. This is a round that is looking pretty much sealed up. It's desperation on every single corner of the map less. It's a cheeky one. One more player to deal with, that's Chronicle. Just hunting for him. Chronicle shuts that one down.
2 players spotted here for Cowanzine. And a third for Durka, very quickly coming over. This round has fallen to pieces instantly. It feels like there have been many of these moments where Fnatic's early round ideas just find a pick, and suddenly they're in a massively advantageous spot. For Loud, the win condition is being able to survive with a few players, even to make the rounds winnable. Could Cowanzine do anything here?
No way.
Almost.
Almost hitting it, but yeah. Durka knows the angle to fire. Straight through it.
Loud is still going to have a fairly decent economy heading into the final round here of the first half. What is that? I don't understand. It looks like it's hit his toes.
Yeah, I mean, just insane reaction times. And I mean, Durka started this game off with a slow beginning, but now...
Did we miss the fact that Aspas had no armor or something? I just don't get that. It's ridiculous.
Nasty, nasty stuff. Last chance here in the first half.
Look at Loud holding so far back, ready for some kind of fast play. All at tiles, but not wanting to move forwards into mid or B main at all.
Taking a peek of it, Durka! Damage done on top of it to Sadak.
He nearly kebab skewered them all!
Absolutely. Unfortunate not to get away with it here. The Loud want to cancel, they want to go for this. I mean, time still on their side. Ult earned for Sadak, but they don't have the player advantage. Looks like they want to try and send this one. Still, that Utilt is there. Hunter's Fury to the back of the side, but what angles are going to be watched for? You've got to try and get themselves into this one. Dodging, juking.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Sadak's gone down. A friendly fire. Dropped to his knees. That's a spike out in the open, and there needs to be an attempt to really make this any sort of go of this. 50 seconds here. Position gained once more by Chronicle. I mean, he's repositioned towards the back of the side. I don't think Loud are going to be aware of this.
No, I don't think so. Chronicle might have made the play here to win the round.
Bait and switch still. Angel's one out, but yeah, there's Chronicle. Finally, bite back towards the back of the sides. He gets his own ult rip. 30 seconds remaining. This is Loud just getting bogged down entirely. Spam into the corners.
Great shot.
Good one to win.
Boaster's in though.
Inside the smoke. Here's the taps. I'm going to be committed. Extension towards around here, but still that lockdown is brutal. You can't really break that one easily. Lockdown for a lockdown. But every player here lit up! Like beacons here, points them towards it. Still the lockdown's going to go off. There's no chance to break it! Alpha gets his down. Loud just corralling him and pushing him. And that's it, 6-6.
What an incredible recovery from Loud. Less making the play towards Market, but it's the recon from Cowanzine that collects 2. And this is a 6-6 half already. Loud looking better than the time that they played Ascent at lock-in finals. This is deliberate so that Sadak can get revived to full health.
That is insane.
That's unbelievable.
That is actually insane.
I've never seen that before. I mean, at least I assume it was.
Yeah, I mean, I was assuming it was deliberate, but yeah, maybe not. I don't know. But cheeky. Anyway,
200 IQ.
That is it for the first half, of course. Let's send it down. We heard from Alfie a little bit earlier.
I'm happy because we stand up the playoffs, and I mean we played like really good on also group stage, but it is like 60% from us on the group stage, and they will see 100% in playoffs. When I saw Boston like this, I'm getting hyped because I didn't see before. Like it was really good match, and he take like 5 or maybe 4 clutch. It was good, and the performance was really good today from Boster. And yeah, that's what you expect from IGL.
2v2, Bianca and Yosemite still standing. Bianca to be cut off from this though, he can't quite get involved here. The spray not connecting, and Alpha staying on the defuse. You gotta put your life on the line for this. No one stopped him. They still can't stop him.
I will be happy if I take third trophy because I'm the 18 years old, and I will be extra happy because I am taking this trophy with this team. They are really good friends and they are really good person.
I love most about that as well is, Alpha saying they're playing at 60% in the group stage, but playoffs you're going to see 100. That is just, that's threatening. If you're hearing this as well, heading forwards, Fnatic already look like they are just on a warpath to get to that grand final.
Absolutely.
To try and, a chance to make history for themselves. And if they haven't been playing up to top potential, what more are we going to see unleashed? Still, it's even for now.
It is, and I think Fnatic made a great job of being able to recover after that 0-4 start that they had, and yet Loud still scraped some rounds together towards the end to make this a fantastic attacking half. When Loud were at their best playing this composition, their attack sides were always good, but their defense could not be cracked. Fnatic are going to have to come out with some masterclass rounds from Bosa and some huge plays from the players to be able to win this one. It does look like Loud a setup potentially to take the first map.
Potentially, but that's a harder ask against a team like Fnatic. Dodging initial waves of utility. Here's the turret. Just trying to slowly lay claim to B main, but the shock dart actually. Bit of damage done. It's chunked them, hasn't it?
Durka is very weak. The recon as well. Nobody broke it.
They still want to commit to this. Yeah, it's disjointed, still recognized. Nade towards their feet. Durka separated from the rest of his team, but luckily enough time board, they can get themselves into the side. Very low though, and yet, with all that damage being done, it's easy pickings, isn't it? Loud now in their spot. There's a flank attempt at the same time, straight through B main. And this is Fnatic, surrounded all avenues, all fronts. One section of the side, don't need to force some of these fights out. Sadak falling, it has cracked open a potential chance. Aspas grasps it. A flank from Briar, really paying off.
Both pistol rounds go the way of Loud, and both looking quite simple for Fnatic. That one just designed to be a bit of a B hit, with Chronicle using his KO utility to fake like there could be presence on A. But frankly, the recon dart just broke the entire thing. Big mistake from Fnatic there. Cowan Zine had almost won the round before we even saw a gunfight. All of the chip damage, the recon giving away what the plan was, and Loud completely collapse. Onto Fnatic, taking away the second pistol.
Cowan Zine is in very good form currently. Needs to be the case if you're going to be trying to hold a candle to some of these Fnatic players. We know that they're capable of it. It's been that minor, fall from grace ever so slightly for Loud. They've regained their footing ever so slightly at this event. But they'd love to keep it going.
And remember, this Fnatic team can be beat. We saw it before when they were having a rough day in the EMEA finals.
It feels like teams are almost forgetting that as well. Fnatic are reaching the level of, reverence where you're showing so much respect. Yeah, to a certain degree. Tucked into mid here. Aspas, lots of chances to farm up some of these kills. And they're going to be finding them. Hook, line, sinker. Brought it down.
Very clean. Do Loud have some kind of strategy here to put... Oh my goodness, immediately we're seeing Aspas on the operator.
Okay.
I was looking, okay, maybe, there's some kind of set play, maybe a flash and dash play, or some kind of spam from Cowan Zine. It looks like the op is going to be the win condition. Oh no, they've actually swapped it up.
Yeah.
They've sold it, gone for a Marshall, and instead have less by a rifle. So not wanting to put all of their eggs in this round, not wanting to do economical damage to themselves if they're not able to convert the bonus.
Just making it a true bonus.
Fnatic on this map, usually extremely diligent. Going to be using Chronicle's utility, like this 0 point he's just thrown, to make sure every piece of the map is methodically taken away, squeezing the defenders further and further backwards until they can hit a side exec. What an interesting bounce start this is going to be for A-side.
I think that lands at the back of Jenny, but no, thinking against it.
Take flight.
Drone. Now a chance to get into the side as well for Fnatic. Clear in the corner there with the drone itself. Sadak's able to just stand his ground and spam through that angle, but eventually they hit a reload and finally cross into the side. Plan starting to go down here for Chronicle. Shark darts ever so slightly off the mark. Paranoia, does that cause any sort of attempt to try and get into this one? Oh my god. Just raining bullets back and forth, hoping for a chance. Smoke still in their face though. Until that dissipates, they're going to be hard-pressed to really find anything. Traded out. Fight being taken still, dose. Main control, beautiful smoke to try and cross into this one for Loud here. 2 years, he's cut this one entirely. Leo brought down and out. Still tucked close to the corner, Boaster alive and kicking with the rest of his team to help him out and bail him out. There's not too much else he can do.
Oh, Tucker! Backpedaling, 90-degree flick. Takes out less to finish the round. I do really like that smoke from 2E's to get back in through door. That's actually a smoke that I first saw Boaster using. I believe he was the person to innovate that kind of way of getting back in on retakes. So using it against him, very cute idea. But Loud not quite being able to pull off the retake there. Fnatic held strong, got themselves in a nice spot. And did a small amount of damage on the bonus round, but not too much. Loud are going to be coming into this one though with Aspas set up in B main, op in hand. And a very similar approach from Fnatic. Get Durka fairly deep and then rely on the KO utility. Here comes that 0 point to take A main control.
Meanwhile, though, there was a drone out towards B main, and it's gained that line-of-sight angle here for Aspas. All the information does not hit the jump spot, though. Good info gathered. At least for it. Still, that attempt of a fight here. Sadak falling.
What a cool dart. That dart is only useful if Loud were fighting back over A main.
Watching for it, though. As soon as Boaster goes down, you know there's some safety towards it. Dart. Just lay it on top of this utility, a chance to fight over this one.
How'd he get one?
All the way. It's unheard of.
Cowancy needs to hold until Aspas gets it.
That gets cleared. I mean, Leo, this brain's too big for me. He's left it down to Aspas. It's a 1v2 with the door closing. Still got a dash here.
The spike has not got into sight.
Hasn't crossed into main.
Alpha has turret to be able to peek.
Played this one well. Dash now fading on top of that one. Dart has to respect it and back around the corner in case the spam is there. Lovely util just to cover it so Alpha can cross. Rifle picked up. Not supposed to make anything of this one. How did Fnatic play this? Feels like a crossfire setup. Too much to clear for Aspas. Holding towards Jenny. Looking for the first opening. It's a shot in the dark though, with Leah's repositioned down into hell. Has to be excellent! Aspas isolated it, 5 HP though. Tap, and a swing from Leo. Any semblance of danger, get it out of your mind.
Definitely thought there was a chance there that Aspas was going to be able to pull a miracle out in the 1v2. Yeah. Against probably the two safest players that Fnatic have in those kind of spots. It's a great attempt by Les. This one really what broke Loud's back though. Cowanzine holding towards Switch, and Leo is so good for getting those final 2 kills. The clearance towards Switch is excellent. And this is the round that breaks Loud's economy. Aspas had invested in an operator. It's not a fast play towards tiles. Instead, Aspas just walks into mid. Fnatic have been putting so many resources into taking A control, they haven't been watching mid.
He's tucked down into this corner as well, crouched down. I don't believe this is ever going to get spotted.
Has Boaster seen anything?
No, haven't seen a thing. And they're just trying to punish Alpha, I think, in this position.
0 point finds 2.
They hear the drop though. Aspas hears it. Boaster tucked to the corner, and a shot's landing. Aspas is in danger. More than that!
Oh, beats the movement. Aspas normally a movement god on Jet, just got tangled up inside arches there. Trying to escape, you saw what he was going for.
Yeah, that would have run.
But with him not being able to escape, the chances of Loud winning this round plummet.
That's really where the danger was lying with the Blade Storms in his hand. It would have to be insane shots, I think, from some of these Loud players, and sort of squeeze being put onto Les. Many players about to meet him.
30 seconds left.
The gamble's on the wrong side.
Lambot there, Smoke to cover it up here. Vulnerable up, but it does not matter. Not when you're hitting shots like this. Les is calm with the aim. Enough to rattle 2 of those shots off. No util into the corner. That's the ult popped off for Chronicle. He's leading the charge, and the rest of his team, he wants another go of it. Time though. Running short to get themselves onto the side and get that plant down.
Chronicle took that fight on 15 HP.
Yeah,
if Kawanzin had landed a body shot, he's knocked to his knees.
Post-plan positioning, though, is good for Fnatic. Chronicle tucked towards into B main control. Oh, angle being spammed. South put back inside of this one. Semi-clear. They don't really know how to really approach it here. Loud. Good nade to clear it out, but here's Chronicle. Definitely, yeah. Strikes from behind, syncs it up with the rest of his team. And Fnatic taking the lead now in the second half.
This Fnatic team is so dangerous. At any point, any one of their players can just turn up and win them around. The danger of having a super team, a genuine super team. Loud, though, with their economy back in their grasp, lockdown on both sides. Aspas at the top of the scoreboard, I think, has got to be a difference maker. They've been using the drone to set him up on B main. Fnatic have not usually been playing there. This time, everyone's in tiles.
Get out of my way!
Tara to try and take a bit of earlier contact here. I believe a lineup being spotted. In fact, even the dart on top of this. Not enough damage being done, though.
Durka got caught, scaling up mid, activated the alarm bot, and Les was good for it. They were trying to get a set play where the Jet is kind of entering through market, but there was nobody to try and help. Durka was taking that space based on everyone being funneled towards the distraction in B main. And Les kept the awareness to be able to deal with it. So without the entry player now, this really limits your opportunities. You have to split through mid.
Shadows traveling.
Sadak, all eyes on him. Currently at the bottom of the scoreboard here. He's got to use the util to try and slow them down. He does that, at least. Knife was good, wasn't broken. A flood attempt in, 2 years. Dropping down here. Fnatic encroaching slowly, surely, but yeah, I mean, being picked apart here still. Oh, line him up! And Chronicle, almost with the three-piece. Shut down in the end. Pop flash around the corner. Has to be respect being shown. Battling through. Drop down to the corner. These angles are impeccable by Fnatic. Covers in dropping down, though, still with the Odin. Anticipating the re-peek. Plenty of bullets left standing, yet how does Leo hit it? Brought it to the 1v1. So much damage done yet. And is he going to expect this? Less. Not on the heels, but straight from the flank. This is so unusual. No way. It's being watched for less. Only needed the one, and he hits it. 9-9.
Loud had the read on what was happening there. It was almost an incredible play by Chronicle. It already was incredible, being able to line two of them up from that position at Jenny. And they got into the site with Boaster's smoke, which blooms and offers them opportunities. But less opens, less closes. Thanks to the damage that Kawanzin had already done. Every one of these rounds is coming down to a tiny margin. Somebody making a huge play. A tiny mistake on the other side. Quality Valorant that we're spotting here. Going into the next, Sadak has a judge online towards A main. Fnatic's utility is normally good enough to push players out of these spots. We'll see what Sadak's plan is.
Not too sure.
Deliberately makes a footstep, looking to try and bait out utility early. He wants to make it feel like there's pressure in this situation. 0 points already been used. So now Sadak sneaks back in.
Yeah, close. Rip to the corner here, just got to spam wildly into the smoke and pray for a kill as well. It could be on either side, either direction. 2 years. Can't calm down the aim in time, and Dirk's just far too clean with it. Still, TPing up towards the box here. Boaster brought down. Hunter's Fury is a real thorn in their side and more. Damage being done. Beautiful kill onto Durka.
Lockdowns on both sides. Does Alpha decide to use it? He's in position.
Yeah, close to the corner here, so any answer used on either side, just a lockdown to clear out the site.
I mean, both teams have to leave.
They have to respect it.
It's much better for the retakers here.
Getting detained here, maybe forces the issue ever so slightly, but still Loud. Now regaining control. You have the front section of the site. Util's being used. Aspas. Already the defuse actually by Les. He's just sticking this one all the way through. But still, not enough done, even with the kills flowing.
There's no way Fnatic expect Les to be sticking that the whole time. I just don't believe it. Fnatic thought that they'd done enough there to scare the final player off the defuse, I think. Aspas still had both Cloudbursts up, by the way, decided not to use them. And the recon dart just gives Less all the info.
Yeah.
That Leo is not going to be contesting that. He knows the positioning of the final player towards Tree. Amazing decision making. And another round that comes down to a slim margin. You can't separate these two teams here on Ascent. Whether that's going to be the case heading deeper in the map pool, we'll have to wait and see. But this was Loud's map pick for a reason. And there was a lot of doubt. I was doubting, so were you, so was Bala on the desk. We were thinking, hey, send him to Haven. You've got the best chance there. You look the best. But Loud have got some serious opportunities to win this map. The unfortunate part for them is that everybody fell in that round for Loud, apart from Less. And their economy was already on very tenuous footing. These rounds have been won on such tiny, tiny differences that Loud's economy is now in a very rough spot.
With them taking the lead, and yeah, it's a packed house here at the Shrine. Opening playoff matches, and a banger map to get things started already.
But look at the economy.
It is. It's a bit brutal, isn't it?
Are we really going to see Loud taking a save round after winning?
Placing swarm grenade.
Certainly looks like it. Such a rarity. Sadak's actually forcing with the judge. But I assume he's going to, you know, use none of his utility and still have 3,300 to buy in the next round. Or 3,200, I suppose. Maybe he's relying on a kill.
Fnatic eager to just not give anything away. Slowly waiting this one out. First few seconds. Lineups in order. Up here.
Placing swarm grenade.
Wonder where that one's going to land. Okay. Taken out.
I've also done the math wrong there, Brent. Sadak, if he loses this round, is only going to have 2,200 credits for the
Maybe
next.
he's just, I mean, he might just be forcing judges from here on out. I don't know.
I think that's his only hope.
Sometimes, you know, you're at the bottom of the scoreboard, you're like, guys, I give up. Using the judge, holding close corners. Nice exchange here. There's a real danger that Fnatic are going to run out of time. Down to just 30 seconds. Yeah, they've really taken their time with this one. Smoke's refreshed out towards Tree.
Sadak could be the
Drone
difference
clearing
maker.
close. Sadak is close. Inside the smoke. The bullets. Only a few landing. He's weakened here. There it is! Time to strike! And a pre-fire into the corner has surely done enough. Revealed and deleted. Everything has gone wrong for Fnatic.
Well, I'm never going to doubt the judge force buy ever again, Brent. Sadak knew what he was going for. He was taking a risk there for sure. But Fnatic, their own worst enemies, letting the clock work against them so poorly.
You've got to be cautious when you're up against the weaker buys. You don't want to let anything slip. You don't want to give anything away. You want to try and, you know, poke out and see if a team is stacking or if they're getting up for anything. But yeah, I mean,
big brain, big brain.
That's a little bit too cautious for my liking. But Loud, and the back's against the wall. The money, I mean, just working with scraps. They have earned their chance and more with that first pick. Setting the pace and the tone now for this.
Things starting to crumble now. Boaster calling a slow round, and then first death in the next. Does not bode well for Fnatic's chances of being able to recover this. They pulled the trophy out of Loud's hands in front of a Brazilian crowd by making the comeback from 11-3 down, denying the reverse sweep. So anything is possible at any point in this match. Never count them out. But Loud have certainly got an advantage. Loud have certainly got the best opportunity at being able to close out map 1.
Oh yeah.
And especially Fnatic continue to have these slow-paced attack rounds. We're down to 45 seconds. They don't control A main.
They're going straight into Aspas again with the operator. Crouch tucked to the corner. Tree control being watched for. Trying to pull them away, but the read, I mean, it's there for them. Here it is. There's got to be a shots landed here for Aspas. Chronicle takes charge of the situation, dropped down to his knees. There's no real follow-up here. Seeking as well to try and get him back up, crossing to the side, but 20 seconds left into it. They do return with the fire. It's Fnatic Still need to get themselves into the site. A lot of damage being done to them, and they are being bogged down. There's 12 seconds remaining, they can't cross in.
It's done.
To save.
It's done. 2 rounds in a row where Fnatic have run out of time.
It's a 12th round earned here for Loud. One more will do it.
What a setup from Loud, though, on that A side. They have Aspas holding from Dice, a player forwards as well, creating that pressure for whenever Aspas needs to get another bullet in the chamber. Look at Sadak there, how close and aggressive he's playing to put pressure on them and buy time for Aspas to get set back up.
Yeah.
And Kawanzin, when he uses his drone, tags both players. He managed to get Durka and Alpha, stop both of them getting into the site.
Yeah, I mean,
unreal.
Listen, Aspas is the heavy hitter at the top, but we are being treated to some premium sober gameplay on either side, honestly. I've been singing the praises of Leo, but Kawazin is on one.
And also, Kawanzin's a player that I've seen perform to incredible levels this year, but he's also gone missing for them in some of their most important matches where they lost in Tokyo and where they looked a bit skew-whiff in the game against PRX to open up here at Champions. If Kawanzin's having a great game, the whole system works so much better for Loud. Loud 12-9 up on their map pick of Ascent. We talked about it being a little weak for Fnatic, but even the teams at the bottom, even the map, sorry, at the bottom of Fnatic's map pool, they can still beat almost anybody else in the world on them. This is putting them to the test.
We're hoping for a good game, hoping for a challenge to Fnatic. We didn't want an easy coronation. Nothing like it. Now they're making them work for it. Enough money to buy though for Fnatic here. All grouped up. Setting their sights over towards B. Order Util. Set flying. Taken out, taken care of. Hunter's Fury close here. Aspas has not been removed, but finally there's an Anna Swarm tucked towards the side. He's got to dodge it. Lovely by Alpha. Breaks open and cracks open the side entirely.
Well, a lot of people are looking towards Alpha, making his claim for another MVP kind of run from what he's done in the group stage and what he was able to do at Tokyo. And he's saving them here.
What?
Again, he saves them.
Disgusting shot, almost with a quick scope, but he's done enough in this round.
Surely.
He should have done enough, surely. Kawazin beams them all down here.
Recon dart back in 3.
28 bullets. There's the dart, smoke in his face, makes it difficult to try and shoot through. Everybody dodging towards the side here, nobody being revealed, nobody lit up. Kawazin really, how does he play this one? Dodge to the side, 16 left in the chamber. Lovely peek by Boaster, so doesn't let Kawazin get away with too much there. 10-12.
And as Loud know, the final rounds to put Fnatic away are the most difficult. Nobody knows that more than Loud. Nobody has been hurt harder by that statement than Loud. And Alpha comes out with just a disgustingly good round.
That's nasty.
To be able to pull things back within 2. Once more, the Loud economy is getting squeezed. It feels like they've been winning, they've got that 4 in a row, and yet look at the buy that they're coming in with here to round 23. There's a Blade Storm and 2 hero rifles, but it's not a full rifle round.
Another slow beginning for Fnatic. It's been biting them.
You think back to Loud's attack side, and sure, some of the rounds were defined within the first 10 or 20 seconds. But if Loud were ended up winning those skirmishes for map control, then they were in a nice spot to win the round overall. Whereas Fnatic are taking a much more slow-paced, diligent approach to how they clear out the map, and it is making the clock a serious factor.
Best thing to log down into this one, this time showing a respect. It's Loud here, despite the weaker guns, despite the economy being a bit broken. TPing into the back here, tucked to the corner though. Where's the clearance? Lovely paranoia. Kawazin, yep, out towards the open. Aspas! Where'd he pull those from?
I think just updrafting over towards the spawn area. He's caught 2 players trying to get through B.
I mean, this is now more than winnable. This could be it to seal the deal for map number 1, but still.
Alpha's at logs.
Tucked into this position. And Alpha is going to have to be that difference maker. Dash, close to the corner, it's cleared out. Alpha! Beautiful shot, Boaster! So he's going to redeem himself here. 2years though is deep into Boathouse. 2 versus 2. Rifles gain and purchase. Paranoia. It's a lovely connection. Cuts away on the sidelines. Leo is left wondering, where are they? Boaster with so much more to do. This is for the map. 7 bullets. Dropping down, a tap onto it. Less seeking to try and force the fight out. It's played to perfection. Boaster is just not losing clutches.
It's incredible the development that this guy has had. You heard him talk to Sadak about it before Champions began. This is a player that nobody wanted to pick up for a team. He had to make his own squad, and now he's there, leader of a super team, developing his own individual play to be able to answer openings like that against Aspas. He closes things out against another monstrous player, outplays less, making the clock his best friend.
Oh, here we go.
And we're into the final round.
The barrier's already down. Paranoia in the face of Aspas though, holding him with the op close to the corner. Fnatic! They're really rushing into this one now, and there's a punish by Kawazine again. Immaculate with a utility.
So similar to the pistol brand, they didn't break the recon.
So much damage done.
Kawazine's one away from getting Hunter's Fury online. They're hard anchoring B though with Aspas here. Fnatic have not really been mixing things up too much. Boaster's leg is spotted.
No punish though. Another tag here from the drone. Putting it into the common angles, and this is going to be chipping away at them. Look at Boaster. Falling to half health.
This is certainly going to be the most difficult round for Fnatic to win.
Spanner in the works, isn't it?
No major ultimates to work with. No jet to entry and break crosshair placement. Players chip down weak. Loud still at full strength.
And they're set up for even more than that. Another pick going their way. Boaster falling. Just that one round that they need, and Loud getting ever closer now. Nade.
30 seconds left.
Drop down, spotting him away. Hunter's Fury, it's all just being combined. Straight to the edge here. Don't believe it's stretching far enough. Yep, being avoided steadily, but 20 seconds remaining here for Fnatic. They got to get a move on here. Now Flash is magnificent. Leo with the most to do, but this is it. It's curtains for map 1. Loud, fully in control, not a chance in hell. Spike in nowhere, man.
I have the spike.
And Loud know it, they can feel it. A fantastic beginning to the series.
Awesome start for Loud on Ascent. They really look like they're back on this map, playing their comfort roles, playing the composition that they were the best in the world at. And up next, Loaders and Split, 2 maps where they won in the lock-in finals. Of course, this one, though, flipped on its head. Anyone's game from here, but they've shown that Fnatic can bleed.
Absolutely. I'm so glad we got ourselves a barn burner, at least looking like it here. That's it for map number 1. We're going to take a short break, but the rest of the series right after this.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work.
Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Mom.
Save big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm here on stage with Coach Fraud. Massive win for you guys against Fnatic in map 1. You know, what were basically some of the strengths that you felt like you guys had in that series versus Fnatic that allowed you guys to be able to pick up that big map win?
Fnatic's an excellent team. They're constantly adapting and making some changes. So I felt like for us, we were kind of aware of some of their like audible plays and stuff like that. So it was a big focus for us to try and get in their face a little bit, slow the clock down a little bit, make sure the time's in our favor. And you know, I think the guys did an excellent job of holding utility, having our communication up, and you know, just trying to cancel all of their execs as much as we could.
Yeah. Confidence up for map 2?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know that Lotus, they're a very good team on that map, but I think we're the only team that's ever beaten them on that map, so hopefully to run it back.
All right, well, Coach Fraud, always a pleasure, my man. Appreciate you as always. Back to you guys.
Oh, the revenge match is on. As you guys heard from Fraud there, excellent all around for Loud. I'm Yingster, I'm back here with Mimi and Baller. Honestly, after the first few rounds, it felt like Loud was just fully in control. And Baller being able to close that out as well without going OT was absolutely crucial for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first half set the tone. 6-6 is already fantastic on attack side. But like Fraud said, slowing things down, making sure people had their util was exactly the key to counter Fnatic because they were playing very slow when it came to their attack side.
And Loud was excellent, in particular with the game plan, I think, in these pistol rounds to get that early momentum going. In both halves, I thought Loud came in with a really good idea. That second half pistol round, round 13 in particular, was so impressive to me, where they're stacking double backside, reading the B hit that was about to come in from from Fnatic and completely punishing it. It feels like the best Loud that I've seen in quite a long time.
Yeah, and this is surprising given that Fnatic in the group stages was 80% on pistol win rates. It's been something that they focused on a lot, and now you're seeing Loud in that Champions 2022 form where they were focusing on pistols a lot, where Fraud came into the team as an assistant coach back then, and they always have really good ideas. Although this one is a variation on one I've seen quite a few times, so surprised to see Fnatic be so slow and cautious on trying to retake in the backside in that situation.
But that's the thing, I feel like this was unlike Fnatic in a lot of those rounds, late rounds, where people are taking individual risks, getting punished, and Loud was able to take advantage of that and build momentum. I think in particular, that round where Les managed to stick the spike in a 1v3 because there was a miscommunication without someone swinging. There was a lot of those little mistakes from Fnatic that we don't normally expect from them that I think really punish them here in a close map of Ascent.
I mean, we spoke about how a lot of teams don't pick Ascent into them, but that felt like great preparation from Loud and a fantastic pick. Fast as well with their stats, because coming into this, Mimi, this was a very highly anticipated matchup, and my god, Aspas, he is on form.
Well, I've missed this Aspas for so long, but he's back. Like, this is the guy who was the America's MVP.
Yeah, he's been having pretty decent games on Ascent overall. I remember the game in group stage against DRX. It's just not been consistent throughout an entire series. This is phenomenal from him, though. I mean, we already saw some of the pistol rounds. Huge impact there. For Durka, I'm looking at a guy who had massive impact, I think, in that first hop with his op, but couldn't get anything more than that going. And that was definitely a problem late in the game where he was struggling to get impact and honestly dying a lot in those first situations.
Yeah, those late rounds in particular, it came down to a lot of clutches with him and Boaster, with those guys who have been on this team forever. And it honestly felt like we were rewinding to Champions before, where Fnatic has had games slip away from them.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, though, they managed to bring it back to a 13-11 when Loud won both pistols and the first bonus.
Yes.
So not at the end or be all. And if we take a look at the aim lab shoot around right now and check in on Alpha Yebola, the player that despite his team losing on this map was giving his all.
Oh, I mean, he definitely was, you know, that Les versus Alphair battle was going on, and I was like, Alphair is absolutely destroying in this game. He is the reason why that was close at the end. You mentioned the 13-11 scoreline. It was because of some of those clutches that Alpha and Leo got. The patience that those two have and the communication that they have is insane. You could tell in the server, which is very impressive. I need to see him continue that on Lotus, and I think we will.
I think there's kind of two sides to saying, like, oh, wow, this was close. Like, right, you can say that Fnatic, they lost the pistols, they lost the bonus. It's great that they rallied it back to 13-11. Or you can look on the other side that Alpha and Leo were playing the way they did, and they still didn't win. But we're already into the Prime Gaming Agent select for Lotus. And like Fraud mentioned, Loud is the only team to have beaten Fnatic here.
Yeah, and this is Fnatic's home ground, Bala. If there's any place that they can come back into this series, it is Lotus.
Yeah, I think when you think back to that lock-in finals where Loud was able to take down Fnatic, I think that was a Lotus that was so much different. Fnatic has added so much more into this. The one thing I'll have to mention here, though, is we did see this Lotus from Loud in group stage. It looked okay, and they are adopting the Fnatic-esque comp without the Astra that Boaster plays on this map.
Yeah, I'm looking on the side of Fnatic for how they're controlling, in particular, A lobby. You'll see once they have money, getting that Odin up, spamming, and really holding on to that space. Loud, they have this change comp that a lot of people have been running, a variant on the Fnatic comp, with the Omen in the mix, which can help you to get that early extremity control, having a TP across. But it's going to be interesting to see if Loud can take down the team who has defined Lotus this year. They're on a 10-map win streak for Fnatic.
Yeah, only one team has ever beaten this Fnatic roster, and that was Team Liquid. Loud, could they do this today? Saisho and Bren, I can't wait to see it.
We're about to find out. Yeah, I mean, Loud, they've already... difficult task as well. They take map number 1, but now they're heading into that familiar territory for Fnatic of Lotus. And that's a map that Bala was mentioning that it's just been iterated on throughout the entirety of the regular season to this point now, really. It's honed almost the perfect weapon for Fnatic.
They've only lost Lotus once, ever. And that was in the finals of Lock-In. And it was an absolute shock that it occurred there. Loud were playing Viper Harbor. They were playing Sky. They were playing Jet. It was nowhere near the composition that Loud are currently bringing out. If anything, Fnatic have just continued to get better and better and better, as you're saying, and Loud have been forced to go in a more similar style with their composition. And now they are the pretenders, trying to catch up with what Fnatic are doing here. This is going to be a very tough map if Loud want the 2-0.
Well, let's get to it here. Our first pistol round of Lotus. Map number 2. Already fast beginning here for Loud. Smokes popped up in their faces, but they're going to be giving them easy access to the A side. Full clearance out towards Tree, and Fnatic playing off side there for the retake. Nade still being held for Aspas. He saved it. Not for a rainy day, probably when the flood tries to come through. Bit of a tap to bait it. 3 players in Tree might get awkward though. That's why the door's rotating. Need to reposition from this one.
Alpha versus Less happening over here by the breakable door.
Door broken. Less, spots it. And, wow, taking a new angle. With Alpha here falling, that could be more than a difference maker. Still revealed. Multiple players tucked into Tree. Nade, a lot of damage being done. A lot of players weak from Loud, and Less still might have to be that difference maker. Smoke in their faces! And it's all Fnatic just falling to pieces.
Every pistol round won by Loud so far.
Yep.
They really are looking like they're in that Champions form from last year. As Parla was saying, when they were winning every pistol. And I completely agree with the desk. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why Ascent went the way of Loud. The gun rounds were 10 and 6 in favor of Fnatic on our first map. That's incredible that the map ended up going the other way.
It's the pistol rounds and the bonus conversions that made the difference for Loud.
We saw Loud's economy getting stretched so much because Fnatic was so good in those rifle situations.
Here's a fight, here's a skirmish and a bit of a brawl, but it's Loud seeking to contain, put a stop to it. And that is a lovely target for all the kills to be funneled up on. Kawanzin's like, get off that orb.
Yeah, exactly. Nightfall is going to be available for the next round. I mean, Kawanzin can just decide to try and hunt, and whether or not he dies or whether he gets the kill.
There's 2 more orbs.
Yeah, they could just go hunting for orbs too. I mean, they could go hunting for orbs in the next round. Either way, they're going to pretty much have a guaranteed major ultimate to be able to win their bonus round.
Always an awkward spot when you're the last alive on an eco round with a shorty.
I love the way that Boast is sprinting over to the A side,
yeah, I mean,
trying to get some value out of it, hunting down with the
There's
Prowler.
a Prowler in his face. He's trying to bait them up close. The top of the site, but contain, drop down. He's making a go of it, but that is incredibly clean.
And Kawanzin gets the spike plant for the Nightfall online. So Loud easily cleaning up that anti-eco situation and setting themselves up for more momentum. This is where Fnatic have got to win the round. It might seem like a trivial thing to be talking about when we're only 3 rounds into Lotus, but this is how Loud generated that momentum and won on Ascent. If Fnatic are going to be beaten at this point when they're still incredible in rifle round situations, it's through situations like this. It's by creating momentum against them.
Maybe they can convert it to Nightfall there, but here we go. Oh my God! Is that an attempt, a chance to try and fight over it? Spamming into the corner. No amount of nerdy lineups will save you from this one. It's a deficit of 2 players now.
Those are some ridiculous shots. Fnatic have got all the pressure on them currently, and the Nightfall didn't even have to be used.
Aspas doesn't know about the cross though. Already into the back of the side. That's Alpha. He's dropped down. Hasn't made any noise about it, but now spotted as well. But that shot rattled off. Aspas is going to seek to contain. He does. Doesn't get messy, doesn't get hairy, and there it is. 1 player left standing. It's Chronicle. Desperate to keep the rifle, but won't even get that. A Prime came in flawless. A bonus round conversion. It's part of the course from map number 1, but this is insane. They're doing it on arguably Fnatic's best map.
So I want to point out how Sadak is using his Viper Orb. Look at the positioning of this. It means that they can go straight from the Astra smoke into the Viper Orb whilst never getting caught by Leo's Haunt. This is a very specific anti to the way that Fnatic like to play towards A, and I'm not sure how long it's going to take for Fnatic to realize this. The Loud are getting a lot of space for free just by using that Viper Orb in a slightly different spot, and by Fnatic using a smoke that kind of helps Loud take space at this point. They're like caterpillaring their way through to rubble, using their opponent's smoke utility.
Just hiding from the Horn the whole time. B main control is lost. Lots of weapons in Fnatic's hands where they could really do some spam damage as well if they've got the right angles for it. There's a Guardian in the hands of Leo, the Sheriff's on top of it. Nade rebounding, they want to try and fight all the way over this one. And look at this, picked to pieces, left into the 2 versus 2. Chronicle backs away, damage. Definitely done to 2 years. A single shot would bring him down just from the Marshall plant. Anything to push this off. tucked to the corner close enough, and it is being covered still. Plant there, and a chance. More than that, Boaster still is up against the doubled up position of the Loud players. The smoke's being watched, so definitely got messy.
There was some nice shots hit there from Leo and from Boaster, but not enough to be able to overcome the rifle advantage that Loud have created. And now Loud are getting so close to so many ults. They haven't even had to use the Nightfall that Cowansin got online in round 2. Now they're going to have Showstopper, they're going to have Lockdown. These are the 3 biggest offensive tools that you have to put pressure on Fnatic. And Fnatic find themselves in almost exactly the same spot they were on Ascent.
Yeah.
Defending against a team that is creating a snowball of economy and ult advantages against them. And stealing their own strategies with the Odin, by the way.
Yep, the spam onto the line of side corner. There will be no early challenge.
Sadak has been watching the VODs. You can see the prep dripping off everything he does.
It's the #1 thing that really teams should have been taken away from Fnatic this entire time. Maximizing the usage of it. Prowler out towards Tree.
And here comes Aspas picking up the Showstopper.
And here it is, huge ult with Durka falling.
That's just spammed through a smoke, I think. Though it's possible Durka had tucked in the corner trying to take a fight. That's a disaster. The first deaths really hurting Fnatic on Ascent as well. Durka on the attack side it was at that point, finding it difficult to generate advantages. Nightfall, it's a fake, but it doesn't see anyone, so do Loud pivot.
Do they want to commit to this?
Oh, what a mess.
Boaster, hold on. It's crouch and spamming, cleaving into the wall. What is the approach from Loud here? Bit of a pump fake. He's collected a second one on that. Okay, got to try and get a move on though if you are Loud here. 3 versus 3. Boaster's made this more than winnable. Nade, carrying out the one section of this one, but really it's going to have to be a post plant played on site. Boaster has the Cosmic Divide. It's earned up. Everyone off the site though.
Cosmic Divide does not stop a Showstopper though.
That is true.
That rocket will fly straight through.
Enough to earn them that space though. Did they even want to try and commit this ult? Looks like they should be. There it is. Cosmic Divide. As soon as they drop down though, Showstopper unleashed. Fuse starting to burn down and dwindle. Beautiful seas. Rocket to the side. There's nowhere to run. Not for Chronicle to survive that. And it's tucked just to the side on top of it. Fnatic, got too many angles to watch for here. Really nice post-plant positioning. Leo's taken out.
They had given up by that point. Leo was just trying to escape and was denied the opportunity. Boaster had already made the call to flee. Loud are looking sublime here. People were wondering if Fnatic even could be beaten. And Loud are laying the roadmap.
Oh yeah. I think back as well earlier, you know, we were seeing the piece of all the teams at the beginning of the day, Boaster talking about it. You know, winning 2 titles in a row, you have a title or a target on your back.
And he also said, Boaster said, I know we're going to lose at some point. You can't just always win. The question is it going to be today? Can they rebound in this moment? After losing map 1 in very close fashion and going down 5-0 to start on their home territory of Lotus. They've only ever lost here once. It was at the start of the year against this same opponent running a very different style. And at that moment too, if you think back to Lock-In, one of the most incredible things about the fact that we were even on the final map in this situation was that both teams had won on their opponents' home territories. You had Fnatic winning on Ascent, and then you had Loud coming back, being able to win on Split, actually, which is our 3rd decider map here today. But then also Lotus, and they looked like they were poised to be able to take the trophy in front of a Brazilian crowd on Icebox, which there has never been more of a home map for Fnatic than Icebox. Loud are always finding those ways to be able to put the pressure on Fnatic that other teams can't.
Right there.
What weapons they've saved up now. Timeout. Talking it through.
That'll work.
Wondering what they can really do into this one.
Leo's brought down to 700 here, so
there's
he's
no
not
armor
really
with the Guardian.
Yeah, well, his economy's really stretched. He's just going for a Guardian light armor, and he can't really use all of his utility either.
Classic Haunt over the top there to try and take some of that space. Just seeing shots fired here. Door opens up wide. Alpha, that is maybe overstepping himself. Hello. That's a spike drop down. Potentially heard there just from the spam. And Boaster, he's doing work with the Odin.
makes things awkward for Les. The door opening is just so good, but Durka punishes Cowan for going for it.
Yeah, it's a little bit all over the place right now for Loud here, and Fnatic
There.
skilled enough
You should
to be able to make the rounds winnable. Lockdown. Will be placed down. Durka making a go of this one now to reposition. Aspas just making sure that he holds that one area of the map. There's a detainment online. I want to head back over towards C, straight into Durka. Plenty of chances, but no connection, at least no kill.
And Les really sharp there, being able to take down Durka. The fight's happening in spawn. Good double face.
Yeah, a little bit response there by Leo with the trade. Now he's got the knife. Does he really seek to use this? Yes, it's a 2v2. Wants to make a go of it. It's just left up to Leo. You can see where the trail is pointing him into the corner. Dodge to the side. Les is not lacking the confidence.
Both Killjoy players absolutely popping in this series so far. Les versus Alpha is a battle to watch. Alpha dominated the first map. He's been caught out a couple of times to start here on Lotus, and Les has taken over. Absolutely taken over. One of the big win conditions for Loud being able to start that reverse sweep attempt at lock-in too was Les having phenomenal maps on Lotus and on Split.
Same beginning with the Haunts. Dropped. Snakebite causing a bit of vulnerability, but front section of A, Rubble control. It's gained and held by Loud. Oh, as soon as that door is pressed! Yeah, that is cheeky.
That's fantastic. Fnatic continue to iterate.
Here's Durka, operated out, not revealed. Alpha close to the corner! And the movement couldn't land the third. It was traded, but Durka was instantly there. The peak from main.
And threats on either side of the map. The kind of short and close setup from Fnatic there towards Mound. And then Boaster spamming through towards Switch on A. No matter where you go, Fnatic have got good ideas, and this, the first to be able to put a round on the board by the look of things.
There's definitely money to make a go at this if you are Aspas. Economical damage is good on top of it.
Left.
All right, Josh, it's looking like popped up here. First round win for Fnatic on Lotus.
And if you think back to Ascent, this is a similar kind of situation. Loud were able to get 4 in a row. Fnatic answered back, I believe, with 5. It'd be difficult for Fnatic to be able to do that here again, and they have less rounds to work with.
10
Loud
seconds left.
already finding 6 and the momentum in their favor. But we have seen Fnatic go on streaks, especially if they start to figure out how Loud are playing.
Yeah.
And not only does Boaster get the kill onto Sadok there, but they also realize that the presence on A was a fake.
Okay, I only have like
Door open, Sadok
78
dies, there's no
minutes
follow-up
left.
whatsoever. So these are the kind of things that Boaster will be reading into. And certainly, Loud are going to be more diligent with how they take that area of the map again. Alpha's picked up an AWP.
It's going to be up to him to try and lock down that C angle. Straight down towards Mound. No one going to be facing, though, not early on. Loud grouped up. Down towards B. One's not broken. It's a stack from Fnatic, and the door's broken, so starting to flood back into this one with a showstopper in the hands of Durka. If there is any presence here, they want to go for it. Okay, why not? Straight into them! Blown to pieces. It's a bloodbath in main. That proactivity, you love to see it.
And there's the value of having the Astra on the team. Tui's playing Omen here, but Boaster just looks amazing with all the ideas he has around the map. Les trying to make something happen against a weak Chronicle, but taking a fight against Leo, and Leo's good for it. Cleaned up. What a play by Fnatic. What a call on that from Boaster and Durka. That is excellent stuff.
It's where Fnatic really excel, I think, as well, just those defensive ideas.
Oh, I mean, the C's too, just in case there's anything happening in that kind of area.
He's loving it. Set up. Pull from Boaster on the Astra. And yeah, it's only 2 so far for Fnatic, but knowing this team, Not going to be going down easily, not in this half. Here's another fight yet to be taken.
Yeah, massive one.
Potential for Season A, just a haunt that's taken care of. Still the molly behind them. There's 4 players seeking to really meet them on top of it. Seas was dodged. Nade sent flying as well. This is really precarious and really a fight that you just can't afford to lose. 2 years falling now. We're going to try and pivot, potentially. Les is making noise towards main. He has pulled players out open into the wide angles.
Les knows that there's 2 players over here, and Loud are going to try to punish. On the other side, though, Kawanzine dropped. And Boaster slips away without getting punished by the squeeze from Breakable Door and main. This attempt to react from Loud has now turned into a lurk play.
Chronicle is worried about stairs. He's actually not watching the one side here. Sadak should be set up for that. Yep, it's a freebie.
He might be able to pit here and make this a very difficult retake for Fnatic, despite the numbers situation.
Well, they do still have the lockdown, so if they do pit, you're probably going to see that space being played for now. Boaster and Alfie are playing together. It's important to get the lockdown off. The Loud have a play in mind to try and disrupt this one. It's going to push them all the way into Durka. Out towards the edge.
Durka's actually moving away.
They don't want to fight over it, yeah.
Clearing out Heaven instead.
Cosmic Divide just going to be used to block off that one particular portion. Another Nana Swarm. There, decay damage. Boaster is really getting chipped down, and low, but still Durka trying to defuse anything to push this away. It's a nade. Everybody's collected close to the corner. Time is ticking. Tick-tock, blast pack.
Aspas
or
has
the
another.
util, and the pit has not fallen. Time is short. And Fnatic forced to just scurry away, back away.
What a round, what a recovery from Loud. Putting the squeeze on Fnatic despite the fact that they were down a couple of players. Sadak with his timing through the breakable door. Fnatic put early pressure A and then went to go and react into B. They knew that Les was applying pressure there, but I love that call from the IGL of Loud to be able to get himself in a position where he can hit Chronicle, who's worried because he's lost so much of the map information, and then pit in the post plant. They played that situation perfectly.
Fnatic just resorting to these all-out fights. Still stacked up over towards A.
Sadak is also just putting himself in a really nice spot with this Viper Orb.
2 players watching. Boaster's holding the crossfire, but no, it's out to the open. Durka thought it was clear. Boaster seeking as well to try and take the fight straight to him. Yeah, cut to the corner, and yeah, does land it. So evens it out eventually. 4 versus 4.
Aspas with ultimate as well. This is going to be so difficult for Alpha to
Rocket
deal
up.
with.
Prowler! It's good and latched to the side.
That was a lot of damage on Alpha, but no kill.
No kill at all. Still 4 versus 4 plan. Start going down here, Kawanzine. To disrupt him. Be able to get that one down as well, setting up to the post plan. Only 1 player onto Mound.
Well, this is a very aggressive post plan position, though. They have Paranoia, they have Haunt. This could really catch Fnatic off guard once they send it.
As soon as util starts to get flying and flown straight into it, Seas out to the back, Paranoia, the Haunt over to the top, not quite landing the lineup actually, disrupted ever so slightly. He's still making a go of it, running away in. They just have to hit these shots as well. The utility has faded away, but again, it's time pressure. It's ticking away, and Alfia with the op forced once more. You got to save it, you got to back away. It's not winnable.
This has been a masterclass by Loud, finding every gap in the Fnatic setups, using their own utility against them to push Fnatic backwards, create openings, win post plants. If this is the form we are going to see from Loud now that they've hit the playoffs, no one will remember Tokyo.
Oh yeah.
Think back to last year. It was the same story. Loud bombed out in Copenhagen. Does anyone bring that up? No, because they won champions that year. They're the defending champions coming in to this tournament.
That's what all the talk's about, you know, the culmination of the year, the most important event of the year. It's what everybody sets their sights on. All that matters, being in the right form for it at the right time.
This, by the way, a Loud that has rebounded after getting smoked by DRX early on and playing some pretty limp Valorant. They're bringing their A game today. What a rivalry this has turned out to be. Yeah. I thought there was a serious chance that we might just see Fnatic tossing around Loud, playing with their food even perhaps. You know, the recent form in these tournaments has been so heavily one-sided towards Fnatic. And yet Loud, you always know, have this opportunity to rise back up. Made it towards the finals, almost had their hands on the trophy at lock-in, the winners in Americas, where they just looked sublime. And they're playing some of their best today.
A lot of rumors as well swirling around this Loud team about just behind-the-scenes issues, problems with practice, the drama. Americas loves their drama.
Every family has drama.
Absolutely.
That's how Loud think about themselves.
Here we stand, it's 8-2, Loud firmly in the driving seat and more. Doesn't matter if they've fallen on hard times.
If Fnatic are able to get 4, though, at the end of this, with an attack-sided map, the way that these compositions work and the way that these IGLs call, it won't be too bad.
I think that's why you saw them take the timeout then as well. That was the second timeout being taken in the first half with only 2 rounds remaining.
Alpha's also just been getting pushed back, not able to find the value out of the operator. Forced back from one angle to the next. And again, getting more and more passive. The lockdown just being used to push the Opera even further backwards. But Loud are not hitting off this.
Yeah, obfuscating and hiding here, tucked to the corner inside the pit. There's a Prowler!
Wow, that's so good!
Just pre-firing it.
The lockdown pushes Chronicle into one half of his pit, and the Prowler gives away his location.
It's up to Poster now. With the ult in, this timing is ridiculous, Poster! Pushing forwards, of course, risks have to be taken, but now it's a 2 versus 4 plan. Down, Alpha here. Drop down silently. Returns with the 1. Durka with another. This is more than winnable. Nade. Still in the back pocket. If he knows both these players now playing inside tree as well, rebounding. All the chances in the world.
What a smoke.
Yeah, smoking themselves off here. Just so that they can spam, just so that they can use the util vulnerable up, drop down onto low HP, but there's that nade. That's how important it was. Sadak to 1v2 for Fnatic. A nasty way to play it. Cut up the crosshair placement. Jumping right into his face.
The dream duo of Durka and Alpha, yeah, secure what could end up being a vitally important round for Fnatic as we head close to the end of this first half. Attack-sided map, everything matters in this first. And finally we see the value coming out from Alpha. He's had a bit of a rough half so far. Probably his first of the entire tournament, actually.
No,
yeah.
guys. No, guys.
Yeah. Because Loud did do everything right in that last round. I mean, you're seeing pain on their faces, yet here it is. Last round here of our first half. Nade sent flying immediately straight towards them. Durka just running right through the Nana Swarms. Wants another go of it. Here it is, the pull, collecting them all. The ult prime for the taking. With the showstopper going flying, no kills. Only damage being done. Aspas.
Leo's
dropping
stuck
and falling. Leo stuck to the corner, but still it's a 2v5. It doesn't matter if he's stuck. You're trapped in here with me. 4 rounds for Fnatic. A prime game in Flawless to finish the half. Is it going to be enough?
Switching sides.
I think they may have just done enough for them to believe in the comeback. I mean, the recovery here and the confidence that they're still playing with, the form from Durka, Alpha, yeah, and Leo just on his own, being able to win these duels. They've got chances. This is going to be a tough one for Loud to close again, as Ascent was.
Have a leader, a listen in from Sadak earlier as well, ahead of this match and this series. Let's take a peek.
Durante a série, a gente sabia, tinha certeza que vai ser muito difícil. Enquanto a gente entendeu bem como jogar contra eles, entendimos do jeito que eles gostavam de jogar os mapas. Acho que o que mais me surpreendeu foi como eles mudavam de ritmo, ou como eles mudaram de ritmo com os 2 duelistas na bind. Porque passaram de jogar uma composição mais devagar com Sage a ter uma composição mais explosiva com Neon e com Haze. Então, isso nos tomou por surpresa, com certeza. Eu acho que os 3 controladores na Band funcionam bem. A gente treinou muito com eles, então sabíamos que é algo que funciona, não foi à toa que escolhimos. E realmente sabíamos que contra esse time vai ser bom.
I'm looking for the timing of these no commands and the lockdown. Sadak up close. He might have just ended the round right here without using anything. Look at him go.
Sadak with 4. Give him the ace. Les steals it, but it's a prime gaming Flawless for Loud anyway.
Comparado com a Champions passada, eu acho que me sinto com bem menos pressão. É realmente porque a gente está com jogadores novos, estamos com galera que está começando a carreira competitiva. E o ano passado realmente já tínhamos jogadores experientes, a expectativa era um pouco mais alta para nós mesmos. Então me sinto mais leve. Quando são essas situações mais apertadas que é fazer ou morrer, eu gosto muito, para isso que a gente vive, né? Para jogar, para estar nessas situações que são difíceis de a gente ganhar. Então, muito feliz que dessa vez eu consegui superar esses desafios. Com certeza se sente muito bem e sim, realmente o jogo não acaba até que acaba, né?
Loud have eliminated 2 EMEA teams already in Group D, and now they're looking to knock Fnatic down to the lowers. We're about to head into the pistol. Loud have won them all so far, and this one may be defined by this clash towards Mound.
Oh yeah, it's already beginning, isn't it? One way set up, recall star.
Cautious from Fnatic.
Turret spotted, so that can't actually break that one. Was being watched. They're really trying to push this one, man. I mean, Aspas running through their own one way, for God's sake.
They were looking to go for the NRG play with
They're
the
trying
paranoia.
to squeeze them. It's being contained, though. The tower wasn't taken care of. Sadak ended up falling, was tagged up, slowed to a crawl. Damage done, no kills found. Alphia survives.
He's so weak. The reaction as well from Fnatic is almost impossible. They don't really understand where to go on the map. They're going to take the fight towards B.
Collected, though, and winning it. It's Chronicle and Leo. The most to do in this scenario, particularly Chronicle. He's had a rough one so far, this map, but that's a way to step all the way back up to the challenge. And more. This is Fnatic winning their first pistol round of the series. Well, it's looking like it.
And what a time to do it. After Loud have won 3 and snowballed those into bonus rounds and made things so difficult for Fnatic to start out each one of these halves when you need a comeback to occur, down 8-4. Fnatic deal with the aggression, and they're able to close things out here. Makes the comeback extremely doable.
Oh, yeah. Attack side of map.
I'm very impressed with how they dealt with this, too. There's a couple of missed shots, for sure, but there's still a lot of danger in that round. You know, Loud are coming out with some fantastic ideas on the pistol, and Fnatic are forced to respond. This is the first time they've actually been able to do that properly. Rifles up everywhere. 4 rifles? That is not normal.
All the bluster being shown. Up against the eco. Loud have got a bit of a pinch going on as well. I mean, they've taken B main control, holding towards C. Any
Looks like
signs of it? It's a trap play maybe off the paranoia?
Yeah, another paranoia being held by 2Es. This is one of the things that the Omen offers you that the Astra doesn't. We saw Boaster go for a couple of these plays with the pull, but the paranoia is very good at being able to activate traps if you have somebody holding contact or a piece of Killjoy utility, or sometimes teams will do it off an orb.
Yeah.
Here, though, there doesn't seem to be too much danger. Remember, though, that Fnatic did end up getting squeezed by the clock a few times on Ascent. And if they have a slower approach and Loud hold on to all of their utility, perhaps the same issue could rear its head here.
No one's going to be waiting to receive them, though, over towards C. I think the calling has done a good job here. It's pulled most of the Loud players out and over.
Little swap around there. Boaster taking the Marshal, looking like he wants to try and entry with it, so that if he goes down, Fnatic still keep those 4 rifles up.
There it is. Satchel through and across. Have to use the util here.
And this is very similar to the play that we saw actually broken down in that comms video.
It is, yeah.
Throw it up to the player to be able to get the plant down. Other people on Fnatic holding these angles. No Cosmic Divide for this one. And then Fnatic are going to be able to drop back into post plants. Loud's economy just isn't at the spot for them to be able to win this round, outside of some ridiculous Sheriff shots from Les and Aspas, but Les already hits the floor.
Swap guns again. Sturka this time, though. He's trying to make a play for the ult. That's why he's doing it.
His sisterhood of the Traveling Marshal.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of hands is exchanged is crazy, but here we go. He'd love these kills here. Loud just seeking to try and go down to the spike here. Got to try and deny Durka his chance. They do. He's dropped, but still only 2 away now with that death.
Durka's ultimate is the one that Fnatic like to prioritize the most. Loud throw themselves into the abyss, making sure that they don't feed any of those ult orbs that end up being extremely important to the Fnatic game plan. Now, are we going to see Loud try and contest ult orbs? It's very common here for Boaster to call some kind of strategy that revolves around taking map control and Durka getting at least one of the orbs online.
Might be hard-pressed to do so. Lots of chances. I mean, there's literally 3 orbs on the map, so Fnatic could make a play for either one of them, but looks like just leaving Chronicle to watch over towards A. There will be a lot of utility probably sent flying on the Loud side of things. Onto the top of the boombot, bit of spam. Make sure nobody's crossed.
And now they can post up 2Es. This is again something you can do with the Omen that you don't find as much value with an Astra. And Fnatic do get that orb online on the opposite side of the map for Durka. Now Durka can try and play towards the B orb. You can see the kind of methodical way in which Fnatic approach the attack side, trying to maximize their advantages. Loud have read this though.
Yeah, they're seeking to try and make a play towards it. Sees.
Doesn't
just
catch.
avoid it.
Very close though. Is there another layer to this?
Not gonna have much else when it comes to utility. And yeah, he's grabbed the orb, so now with the
40
ults
seconds
online,
spent to be able to get Durka his ultimate.
2Es holding close.
This
Flank
lineup
fight.
to try and remove 2Es from on top of Rubble.
They're gonna fight it. Prowler, Paranoia, sent on top. Not a fight taken close towards it still. Tucked to the corner. Loud need to be really careful here. Again, because of that showstopper, you can see them finally realizing they have to respect it, but down to 35 seconds.
And at some point here, the time is going to become a little bit of an issue for Fnatic. It looks like they're set up for a B split. It's an A fake into a B hit, and there are 2 players waiting here.
Kawazin doesn't hit the shot. It was just crossed into him now. And that's, see it. Nanoswarm's closed.
There goes the showstopper.
He revealed it. Yep, Durka's dropped. Sight's going to be theirs, though. Still, that plant will be able to go down. Nothing to really push this one off here. Few seconds to spare. Taking up positions once more. Chronicle watching Leo's back. Doesn't have to worry about the little door here. It's going to be that full retake from Loud. All back section of the site. Sending in the bullets flying their way. Alfie will fall here. There is a pull onto it. A tap to try and force and bait it out. First layer of that utility. It's going to be dragged out of them here, but Fnatic are just playing this so excellently. His diligence shown still. They bait Boaster out wide into the open. No more util! And it's all being covered. Just as I say it, it looked like Fnatic had a chokehold on it, but no. Loud, meticulous with that retake.
And also benefiting from the space that Fnatic give them on site. Fnatic are frequently playing their post plants off-site. And I think Loud know that. You know, the player that would be going aggressive and taking space is Durka. And when he falls, Sadak just calls for his team to take space in the site itself and post up towards the breakable door and towards B main, knowing that he can punish them once they swing to deny the taps. This is an excellently called map from Sadak. And we're still only 3 rounds difference. Durka didn't get a chance to use his Raze ultimate.
Only going to be one now, though.
Here it is.
Yep, as soon as it's fired off!
With the pull.
Catches.
Another masterclass play set up for there with Boaster's utility.
And Nade was meant to clear less, actually. He can still hold his ground. Bit of a missed attempt here. Still, there's so much in his face. 12 bullets left, and yeah, not watching for it. Sees.
How is he standing his ground against that?
It's ridiculous.
It's just waves of utility being thrown at his face, and yet Les still finds value and doesn't back off.
And they push behind him still. Aspas. He's holding it.
Raze battle.
Doesn't want to use the nade. Durka, he's eager to take the fight.
Leo gets his nightfall with this plant.
Taps it down. Needs to be a play being made for it. That is ridiculous. Aspas. Such a wide face, such a wide swing. Adjusting with the movement. Leo, though,
missed.
He's tucked close to this corner here. He's going to be stuck in this position. Has to take the fight, and he does not win it. Aspas still locking down Waterfall. It's a series of one-on-one duels being taken by Fnatic, but they are not winning them right now. Loud in immaculate form. Alfie. He's got to come on live right here, right now. Tucked close to the corner. No one's actually putting that pressure on to try and stop this one. Snakebite at his feet. Forced to make a play. And it was all being held.
Aspas does an incredible job in the retake. Wide swings, takes out Durka, wins that duel. Then he wins another one against Leo after he misses his nade. Who needs a nade if you're hitting shots like this? Aspas took over on Ascent, and he's doing the same here again. We have not seen a match recently, that I can remember at least, where Fnatic have lost this amount of the duels that they're taking. One of the advantages of having such a stacked roster is that the 50-50 situations go their way more often than a coin flip. Here, Loud are just taking control of those duels.
It's a seize nade off the rip. In that early conditioning that hasn't been sent flying, but there was nobody really there.
And for Loud, control of this area is even more important and even more useful because 2Es can linger in this spot. How do Fnatic root him out?
What are they going to be using? Through the smoke, it's going to be fading at any moment. Yet Prowler, Durka, Satchel up close! Near-sighted! But up close and personal. So he's going to be liking it in that scenario in particular. Aspas, you are greedy for this, man. There's really no safety there. Nade to clear out towards the corner, but a Satchel as well to disengage. Kawazine, he picks up the line of side angle.
Is it the percentage play for Aspas to take the fight? Maybe not, but he's got a hot hand and he's winning all the duels. He knows that he, at the moment, is going to be favored in those kind of spots.
You just cannot fold him for it. Not if he's winning it. Late, the Haunt revealing quite a bit. Maybe now the pressure is mounting.
Fnatic again allowing the clock to tick down. There's less than 30 seconds available, and Les is in a spot to be able to destroy any pivot to be. Aspas is one away from his nade again. If he gets another kill, there's 15 seconds.
This is done. They have to win the fight towards the back of the site. With this little time as well, Stars drop down. Satchel for Aspas, doesn't seem to really use it, doesn't land the kill! It's out wide!
That's messy.
There was no coverage there. Kawazine, he's gonna try and survive now. Horn over the top is what his plan needs to be committed. I believe there was just 4 seconds. There is extension towards it. 2 versus 2. Fnatic, desperate to stay in this one. Tucked into the corner now with a Horn back online. Leo on Boaster. Leo seeking to cross around. It's a slight angle. You can just see Sadak. But still towards the back. It's duels that need to be won. Forced out. Spamming, it's so damn precarious. Dropping down, Sadak rips away the hopes and dreams. Well earned to get themselves into that spot for Fnatic, but right now Loud are just in such ridiculous form.
Look at the way that Loud are playing with Fnatic in these post-plant situations. Loud are so cautious on the retakes. They're not sending it with a lot of utility, trying to flood in and get aggressive in their face. What they're doing is applying a small amount of pressure, and then Fnatic are the ones going for the swings. Loud are just holding angles, waiting for Leo and Boaster to get antsy in those spots and take a fight. Vamos! Loud are relying on their ability to hold angles and win favored duels. And it's Fnatic, actually, that are crumbling in these moments.
Maybe the pressure is getting to them, you know, the target on their backs. Oh, Odin played to spam that corner.
My ult is ready.
Aspas happy to just skip across and still lock and hold on to that A-Rubble control, him and 2 years. Any attempt really by Fnatic. Hasn't really been working out to try and fight over that. Snakebite's good though. It's going to push 2 years a little bit wider. Still those shots rattled across. But for Loud, it really comes down to this fight. The Seize nade is beautiful. They knew the Turka has crossed, and there's the punish. The call is made by Fnatic. They want nothing to do with this area. Backing away, but they've got no prior map control. None of the Killjoy utility broken. It's all still active, less with the alarm bot and the turret. It's all watching these corners. And look at Loud already flooding into position. They know which way this is going to be landing. The ults online, it's just impossibilities. Again, you need miracles from Fnatic. Otherwise, it's going to be Loud on left. Series point. Time running short, less. That's the lockdown. Doesn't take the fight. Jump spot, Leo with the plans. Boaster wins his duel. Straight up towards them, still it's traded. Lockdown, going down now. But Leo's still here and active. They have to respect this though. No way to break it. Got to play off-site, and did he really have anything to deal with this? All being revealed up. Nanoswarm's being deaded very early on here. Stacked on top because they just really don't know if they're actually on this one. Smokes, these are brutal to get through. 2 years, sticking it onto half already. Nothing to break this at all. It has to be damaged, it has to be killed, and it's not in sight. Loud, they got it all covered, every possibility. And series point on the horizon.
Fnatic with a plant spot that they just couldn't possibly play from as soon as the lockdown came through. The ultimates are overwhelming. Fnatic are struggling to come up with plans to deal with them. And the retakes come through thick and fast. The slow squeeze is too much for Fnatic to deal with right now, despite their best efforts. There are 4 Guardians coming back into this. Loud have a chance to close things out 2-0 here.
This could end right here, right now. Dirk with a satchel up top. Horn, not broken in time, reveals him up close to the corner here. Gotta land the shots! The nade's done the damage. Where is it? A response needs to be made and it's just not there!
The lurk play by Boaster up through B. If anybody could save them, perhaps it would be him.
But already it's the wraparound. I mean, Les is already behind him. It's all up to Boaster. And this is it. A single round stands before them. A single player stands before them. But Loud are on the cusp.
This would be Fnatic's second ever loss on Lotus, both to Loud, and their second loss ever. Only Liquid being able to take down this super team before. And they went and won the EMEA trophy. Loud know it, they can feel it. There's one player left, soon to be cleaned up. And Loud have done it, a 2-0 to take out Fnatic in the first match of playoffs here at Champions.
Loud may have fallen on hard times, but old habits die hard. They have come into rare form at the beginning of playoffs. Celebrations abound. And Fnatic, listen, we came into this series wondering who was going to be the team to test them. Maybe we should have really read it all along. Loud have come out swinging.
I did think Fnatic would bend a little before they broke. And yet here, a 13-6 loss on Lotus. Masterclass performance from Sadak. There's still time for Fnatic, but if they want to be able to 3P, if they want to be able to get another trophy to add it to the cabinet and make this a serious era, a dynasty, they are going to have to run the longest route back to the finals. For Loud, they have just changed the course of history, I think, here today. In a similar fashion to that Locking Grand Finals, Loud have shocked the world and showcased that their form is back on top. If they can keep this up, they've got championship qualities.
Yeah.
And they have just made the bracket so much more interesting, so much more unpredictable than I could have ever hoped for.
I'm sure revenge is tasting quite sweet right now for Loud as well, but still, jobs don't finish, plenty more to do. We're gonna send it down to Desk as well to break down the series that we have just witnessed. Take it away, guys.
Oh, guys, they've done it. They've done it. Mimi Baller, this is the revenge match we were talking about. They actually managed to secure it and look great doing it as well.
From losing an 11-3 comeback against Fnatic at Lock-In, falling off the face of the earth in Tokyo, Loud have come back in such a way and given Fnatic their first loss at a global event this year.
That's just crazy. And I did not expect that at all, to come out on Lotus when I was, coping about the fact that Fnatic are 100% going to take that map because of how strong they've been, despite losing to Loud in the past on that. There was no way in my mind that that was going to happen in a 2-0.
Yeah, what a testament to Loud as well. We keep talking about how they're back, but Mimi, they're in championship title defending form now.
They absolutely are. I mean, in that second map, they didn't just win Lotus, they did it dominantly. Their retakes in that second half in particular were sublime, slowing things down, playing together. The synergy was just perfect from Loud. It really does feel like we're watching the Loud that won Americas, that won Champions last year, that's been missing for so long.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see how far they're going to go from here. But first, let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. And Baller, this was a kind of goated here, the Astra Util paired with the Showstopper.
Yeah, it was a really good reaction from Fnatic where they end up pushing them away with the C's. They're falling away, then the Grauvo comes in, and you can see the C's right here. Just perfect timing on everything, and they rely on these protocols so much. So yeah, great moment for them, but that's kind of where Loud was ripping them apart because they could expect so much of what was coming out. All the calls really good, and when you saw the difference in haunts from Leo versus Calvin Zine was getting so much more value in the early rounds because of that.
I think that's also a testament to how impressive this upset is for Loud, because Fnatic, well, I think there was a lot of moments where they were struggling. They are still the team that had that 10-map win streak on Lotus. It, I think, defined the meta this year on this map.
Yeah, and I feel like it comes down to the fact that players like Aspas is also on form again. Again, if we take a look at his stats here, first map, he was absolutely incredible, and Mimi, second map, the consistency goes on.
Again, just talking about the return of Loud, everyone coming back into form. There's no one else you look at except this guy and what he's managed to pull off. I think Loud got a lot of critique for the agents they were playing, for taking Aspas off of the Jet, for switching all this up, and I think rightfully so. But this is one of those series where when he's playing the Jet, he looks great. When he switches over to the Raze on map number 2, he looks comfortable as well. He's in great form.
Yeah, I was ready to hit the alarm bells after group stage in terms of like Loud's actually making out, because Aspas was not performing up to that level that we saw today, but he absolutely went toe-to-toe with Dirk, actually dominated Dirk in my mind. Dirk kind of disappeared on the first map, and Aspas was the guy who was really taking it to him, and then on Lotus he continued.
Yeah, and how poetic it is that Les, he gets to definitively say now that he is better than Alfio
I don't know
in this
about that.
matchup.
I don't know about that one.
Speaking of Les, he is standing by with Golden Boy in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, crew. Give it up for Les. Wow. I did not see that one coming. Brilliant job there by Loud. But firstly, it was really weird to hear that, you know, Fnatic so favored in this matchup here. Did it feel weird to kind of be the underdog going into a game, considering how good you guys have been all throughout America? Is that a bizarre feeling?
Primeiramente, parabéns pela vitória de vocês. Foi pouco estranho ver que parece que tinha favoritismo por parte do lado da Fnatic. Foi sentimento estranho estar nessa posição de que a galera tá torcendo e dando o favorito para os outros.
Sinceramente, é muito bom estar nessa posição de underdog, né? Querendo ou não, a pressão fica pro lado dos caras. Então, meio que não era para ser tanto assim, né? Eu sinto que nosso time é muito forte ainda assim, mesmo com a derrota no Japão. Mas é muito bom a sensação de ser underdog.
Actually, being honest, I'm very happy to be in that situation.
Yeah.
Because being an underdog like takes out the whole pressure and everything else from our shoulders.
Yeah.
And overall, our team is very strong, and I'm very happy with the result we brought.
Yeah, and the results speak for themselves. Not only did you win, but you won 2-0. Was there a feeling that in the map picks and bans that you got exactly what you wanted? Because it felt like you had a strategy for Ascent and you were more than prepared for them on Lotus, which is a great map for Fnatic.
Então, vocês ganharam de 2-0, vocês desde o Picks and Bans vocês estavam confiantes com a seleção de mapas, porque parece que vocês tiveram uma estratégia muito boa para Ascent e estavam lá para pegar na Lotus também. O que foi?
O nosso draft era muito parecido, né? Eles gostavam muito de Lotus e a gente também gosta muito de Lotus. Eles gostam de Ascent, a gente gosta de Ascent. Então, querendo ou não, ia ser um draft muito parecido. E a gente já estudou muito eles, querendo ou não, e eles são um time que muda pouca coisa, sabe? Eles só focam muito mais no padrão deles. Então, a gente já meio que sabe o estilo de jogo deles desde o bloquinho. Então, querendo ou não, a gente se adaptou mais fácil.
Overall, it was an easy adaptation for them because both have similar picks. Usually, they like Lotus. We like Lotus. They like Ascent. We like Ascent. And we've been studying their moves for a while, so it was all the matter for us to bring up the best game we could in order to achieve what we got. And
All
adapt.
right, well, that's good to know. And then, you know, now that you have proven that you can take it to one of the best teams in the world in Fnatic, is it safe to say that Loud is finally back?
E agora que vocês conseguiram entrar em combate com os melhores do mundo antes da nave, agora vocês com Fnatic, você consegue dizer que a Loud voltou?
Cara, é uma coisa meio forte de se falar, né? Porque joga uma pressão muito grande pra gente. Então eu vou falar que a gente vai fazer o nosso trabalho e, se Deus quiser, nós ganhamos isso daí, né?
Well, it's a very strong statement to give to say that Loud is back, but I would rather just say that we're gonna be doing our best and bring the best game that we can.
Well, I think I speak for myself and everyone in here when I say, I think Loud's back. So
Ele vai falar pra ele mesmo, mas ele acha que a Loud voltou, olha pra galera e é isso aí.
We're gonna wrap up things over here. Back to you guys.
This is the rematch to end all rematches. What has Loud learned since that 3-11 heartbreak? And do they have what it takes to get their revenge?
He's weakened here. There it is. Time to strike. And the pre-fire into the corner has surely done enough. Revealed and deleted everything. This is for the map. 7 bullets dropping down, a tap onto it, less seeking to try and force the fight out. It's played to perfection. They got to get a move on here, and the flash is magnificent. It's curtains for map 1. Loud, a fantastic beginning to this series. It's just left up to Leo. You can see where the trail is pointing him into the corner, dodge to the side. Les is not lacking the confidence. No stopper in the hands of Durka. If there is any presence here, they want to go for it. Okay, why not? Straight into them! Utility will be dragged out of them here, but Fnatic are just playing this so excellently. As Diligence shown still, they bait poster out wide into the open. No more Util! It's all being covered. And Loud have done it at 2-0 to take out Fnatic in the first match of playoffs here at Champions. Loud may have fallen on hard times, but old habits die hard. They have come into rare form at the beginning of playoffs.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
But we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work.
Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
VALORANT 冬の陣千秋楽誇りをかけた戦いを
What a clutch from Celsius!
その目で見届けろ
What is that from Stella?
世界との取り組み幕開く両国国技館にて開催
Close. If somebody put a gun to your head, I'd take the bullet instead. Oh, just as long as you know that it's not enough to have you by my side right now. Cause sooner or later, we're both gonna die. Oh, I need you there in the afterlife. I want you dead or alive. I want you dead or alive. Dead don't part when you're part of my soul. We can't start unless you already know that once you're in there, there's nowhere else you can go. I want you dead or alive. I get you dead or alive. I can't be for you forever if I spend my whole life being afraid that you will find someone better the second we leave Earth. This isn't forever, that isn't forever. Don't you ever try to sever what we have in heaven or in hell, or else you can go to hell. And it's not enough to have you by my side right now, cause sooner or later we're both gonna die. Oh, I need you there in the afterlife. I want you dead or alive. I want you dead or alive. Dead don't part when you're part of my soul. We can't start unless you already
Welcome back, everybody, to day 9 of VALORANT Champions, and our second match of the day. It's PRX taking on FUT Esports. I'm your host, Yingsu, and with me on the desk once again, it is Mimi and Baller. We've seen one EMEA team already in action. Didn't go quite well, so I'm hoping the one team region that everybody was talking about is FUT.
Sorry, I'm losing my mind because Mimi, right before we go live, is just doing the most, like, I don't know, trolly Mimi type thing. She said, guys, we're coming back. Ella, welcome back. FUT, let's see if they put the right foot on the line. On their
It would have been a great catch. I don't know why you didn't use it. A shoe on the right. You can't even get it right, man.
Because I'm losing my mind. This is ridiculous.
Focus, please.
He's just finding his footing. Now let's talk about FUT, because this team.
Why are you putting your hands on your head?
Because that was worse.
No,
that was
she's
terrible.
sad that she didn't come up
Please,
with
can
it.
we talk about? Can we talk about
yeah,
FUT,
let's talk
the
about FUT,
team,
because
not the.
This team, they had to grind through Tier 2 last year in order to make it here. Mimi, they didn't even have the opportunity to play Champions, even if they wanted to.
I mean, it's a crazy story for this team. They've been together, I mean, since this core, since like 2020, grinding things out in Turkey. They make it through, win the Turkish VRL, make it into the VRL playoffs, win there. And then the next year, they make it into partnerships, and they keep almost entirely the same roster, only switching in at a captain. And through all of that time, over those years of grinding, they're now at a position here where they're the first Turkish team to make it to a global events playoffs. It's insane.
Yeah, it's the perfect example of a team coming from the lower circuits, making it to the stage and potentially going on a run here in playoffs. And like you said, first Turkish team here, it means a lot to these guys. And I think the kind of thing that I've been looking at, especially back to Tokyo, was they underperformed after they had already made it to Champions, after now V lost. And that was a sign that they weren't going to be able to do what it took on this stage. But they've already proved that in groups, and we'll see how that continues.
Yeah, you can see how much it means to the Turkish community as well. They're fully behind this team. They want this team to go as far as possible. But the thing is, Mimi, do you think that they also have what it takes? Because PRX is a really difficult opponent.
I mean, I think this is probably one of the most difficult opponents you could draw for your first match here if you're FUT. But I think the thing is that they've already, in a way, met a lot of their expectations, a lot of the community's expectations. They're in the situation where most people didn't expect them to be a top 3 team, top 4 team in EMEA. Most people didn't expect them to make it to Champions, now to make it to playoffs. They've already defied so much that I think that you can kind of take it off and realize, hey, we're not the favorite. We've already made a great run happen, and that's where we see miracles happen from time to time.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of their players thrive in that type of moment, right? Kiwi is a guy who will step up in games where he doesn't necessarily even need to, but because the pressure's off, I think you see Kiwi get really good, and that's why they've been able to qualify for Tokyo, for Champions down the line in the EMEA.
Well, let's check in and see how FUT are doing today and send it over to Golden Boy, who's with Coach Gaius.
Coach, come over here, my friend. How you doing, brother? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and talk about this matchup. Very exciting one here for you guys. Now, something that I'm curious about is you've achieved so much for Turkish VALORANT. Is there a sense of accomplishment within the team? And now that you have accomplished this, making top 8, being in bracket play, do you feel less pressure or do you feel more pressure now going into these games?
I guess we don't have pressure, by the way. I don't know what to say. We have to move and move. Top 4 and maybe 1, maybe take a Champions. I don't know.
So that's the objective. It's not about learning. It's about going and winning the whole thing.
But I know one thing. They are shaking, and we're gonna win today. Yeah.
Love it, baby. Love it. All right, take it easy, Coach.
Oh, we shall see, guys. We shall see, because PRX, of course, they turned up here with something on their roster. And Baller, I think so far he's fulfilled expectations.
Oh, absolutely. I think people are going to be a lot lower on him than he deserves, because he played a great 2 series in my mind, both against Crew and EDG. And he was really good. I mean, the moments that you saw from him were so electric that I think definitely deserve that praise that he had coming into this as one of the most hyped players we've ever had at one of these global tournaments.
Yeah, of course, PRX in general, as a team, as an org, they haven't got themselves a trophy yet, you know, internationally. And Forsaken, when asked about it, if this is their best chance, he had a lot to say here. And we're going to show you guys in just a second what he actually had to say, which is, yeah, this is the best chance
really growing
we've
into his
ever
role was in IGL. He's such a young player, and to have such maturity in giving these answers and stepping up to a new position for the team just always really impresses me with this guy.
It's a great answer. He's not wrong. They do have their best chance.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And I mean, they do. They finally have their full roster. They're playing a style that I think fits him so well, and they just come into every one of these global events with unreal confidence that they've already put on display. They breeze through their group, 2-0, 2-0, a little bit of a tougher game against EDG, but everyone expected them to make it out, and they have done so. And, well, it was really high expectations, high hopes for something, and this squad, I think thus far, they're showing why people thought that about PRX.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have time now to refine their style even more. They didn't necessarily have that in Tokyo when they were playing with the sub, constantly having to make sure that he gets up to speed, but they still showed that style. They didn't shy away from it. Now with something, they have the opportunity to really double down, make it so difficult for teams like FUT, who have never played against a team like PRX in my mind. That's going to be really tough to contend with.
Well, let's send it back to Golden Boy right now and get a quick word from PRX's coach, Alex.
Coach, let me get you for a minute over here, my friend. Always a pleasure to chat with you. Oh, it's always going good. It's always going good now that I'm talking to you. So, look, we know that you guys are coming to this matchup as a very strong favorite. You're at full power now. Is there anything in particular that you've noticed about this FUT team that could potentially slow down your momentum? Because this is a type of team that you simply just cannot take for granted.
Yeah, of course. I really like the way they play. Really strong aimers, similar to us. Also, I think it's cool that they run KO on every map. I think that's something we have to play around a lot more. Something different, yeah.
All right, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do, brother. Always a pleasure. Back to you guys.
I mean, I can't wait to see what maps we're going to get today between these two, because as you heard there from Alex, it seems like they're pretty prepared for what might be coming up. So, I mean, without further ado, let's send this down to Coach Alex and Coach Gaius, because we are ready for map selection and to find out which three we're going to get in this matchup.
Okay, for this matchup, PRX is going to be the higher seed coming out of groups. So would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So FUT, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Fracture.
They ban Fracture, your ban.
Haven.
Haven, and map number 1 from FUT.
Ascent.
Ascent, side on Ascent.
Attack.
Attack, and map number 2.
Pick Pearl.
You pick, sorry, what?
Pearl.
Pearl, and side on Pearl.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bans starting with FUT, you have Bind, Lotus, and Split.
Bind.
Bind, and then your ban, you have Lotus and Split.
Lotus.
So you ban Lotus, and then map number 3 will be Split, FUT, side on Split.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, we'll run back through this. First set of bans, we have FUT with Fracture, PRX with Haven. Map number 1 is Ascent with PRX on Attack. Map number 2 is Pearl with FUT on Defense. Next set of bans were Bind and Lotus. Map number 3 Decider is Split with FUT on Defense.
Yep.
All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck. Thank you.
Sports.
Oh, this is going to be an explosive matchup. A flawless PRX out of groups going up against FUT, who are always considered the underdogs. Doesn't matter how many times they've won, they've qualified baller. No matter, every single time they go up against a team, we always feel like they are playing from behind as a dark horse.
Yeah, and that should still be the narrative in my mind. But you're right, it's always happening every single step of the way. And now against PRX, they're going to have to overcome those odds. We just saw one match go away from expectations. For this match, though, FUT is going to need to come super prepared, super ready for what curveballs PRX are going to throw at you, and also super well informed, because These guys across the stage from them are insanely good.
And FUT has never played against a team like PRX. PRX is so unique in their style. I think they're one of the hardest squads to prep for, because what defines them isn't a bunch of set strategies. It's how they combine their utility on the fly, how they adapt to their opponent. They're excellent at it. And on top of that, this team just has excellent firepower. But you heard Coach Alex giving credit to FUT as well. That's what kind of got them through the early stages, back in Tier 2, back in Turkey, the raw talent of this team. But since then in EMEA, it's been building up the structure, building up the prep. And the biggest question for me is, what has Coach Guys cooked up against a team like PRX?
Yeah, how do you even deal with some of those protocols that PRX throw out there? Like you said, the adaptive, not set strats, the stuff that are coming off of the fly. I mean, it feels like they sit in a server, work out util combos, and just throw them all over the map. And that's what makes them be able to pull them out of the hat at any moment.
Yeah. And I think this map pool is perfect for showcasing that, because we're starting with Ascent. Every Turkish team, it seems, is always excellent at Ascent, and FUT is no different. But this is a map where we've seen PRX with a few comps. They moved away from it with the sub at Tokyo, but at home in Pacific, they were known for this Harbor Viper Reyna Sky composition with the Rays as well in the mix. That really, I think, is the comp that like sold me on this new PRX, with the little util combos between the Reyna, between the Sky. It's excellent, and I hope they return to it, and it looks like they will.
They are going to return to it. What an exciting Prime Gaming agent select here, Bala. What do you make of this?
I love this comp. It was one of the comps that, you know, they didn't win with in the grand finals against DRX, but they went to overtime, and it was something super special. Nobody has ever attempted this other than PRX, and to be honest, I think this is where something becomes his best form. When he's playing this Reyna, when he has the Harbor and the Sky to be able to chop up angles and entry with together, it's better than his Jet in my mind.
I agree, and the thing to watch for in this one is the combination between this Reyna and the Sky. Watch a cascade go down the extremities. So you'll see a Reyna and a Sky Flash go through at the same time. It's so hard to deal with. And for FUT, if you've never played against a comp like this, you could be in for a treat against PRX.
Oh, I can't wait to see this, and throw it over to our casters. Make some noise here and give a warm welcome to Achilles and Paperthin.
Hello, and welcome. Yes, it is time to kick off this series here, our last one of the evening, PRX versus FUT, something that we wouldn't miss for the world. So it's great to be here, our debut cast here at Champions.
Yeah, we finally come all the way from Seoul, South Korea. Now we make our way to LA, and I'm really excited for this matchup. I cannot wait to see these two teams. You know, FUT has looked really good at times. They've already taken down T1 a couple times, looking really impressive in that matchup. Yeah, they dropped to EG, but I'm really interested to see how FUT's going to approach this. You know, what have they learned? Because they run the same comp that DRX did when DRX did just barely beat them on this map, beat PRX, I mean. A lot of that was also Buzz popping off, right? So Kiwi, my eyes are on him. He's a guy who likes to push space. You know, is that going to give PRX problems? But frankly, I don't know. You know, it's so hard to know what to expect with PRX, even map to map, even if they play the same comps.
One of the big things that PRX loves to do is get this bench control for Forsaken. From this position, he can try to set up for these site execs with that Harbor, but for now, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and shove everybody down mid. Get ready to rush out. We're into the spawn, and Mr. Pollen's caught by the flash, but still manages to find two. Traded back, though, something in mind for getting one apiece. Mr. Pollen and Ada Captain both going to be taken down. Now we find ourselves here in a 3v3. Something down to 22 HP. Does not have a Devour. Needs to get some of that healing here through from Devi. Gets pushed back up towards 100. Inching his way forward. Maj waiting on the cross. Tries to line up the head. Can't quite get it. Just a little bit whiffy on both sides, but Devi still comes out on top.
What a wild start here for PRX, using both of those Harbor walls to cut off short and then cut off towards the spawn. Get the toxic, or excuse me, the poison cloud down. And now a couple shots towards something, just jiggle peeking here. Hiding behind Kiwi's line. He's going to try to use that Leer. He likes to put those on the ground to break crosshairs.
Yeah, Leer off the back of the flash as well, just to try to really guarantee the blind through. Mind Freak giving his position up, and on the jiggle will take a little bit of damage. Sends down the bite. The flash goes up over the top. Cracks looking for the entry. Drops down something. Going to get caught up. Ends up getting taken down, but now it's going to be a 1v2. Cracks at 40 HP. Looking to try to bring this one back, but he cannot get it done. PRX will find the opening round.
And what I really like about this round for PRX is one of the things that I did key in on watching their previous matches during the group stage is that their pistol rounds were really readable. Teams were having a really good job of kind of identifying where PRX liked to hang out, where they were going to kind of set up their attacks, and this was different. I've never seen them do something like this, where they just go all the way into defender spawn, use those double smoke utilities to clear the way. Even though that flash connects and somehow Mr. Fallen is able to find two, they're able to stabilize, get through, and get the round win. So love this change here from PRX off the rip.
As we can see on the side, FUT, not that much going to be invested here, just going to be two sheriffs. As Kiwi does want to push the issue, moves up, almost has a collapse, and still comes away with one. Jing going to be taken down. Weapon will get scooped up by Forsaken, you would suspect. Yeah, Spectre will now be in hand, but a great opening shot. Get themselves an early advantage. Something just going to creep across over into Wine.
This full-on gamble stack here from FUT is going to be maneuvered away from by PRX. They don't like what they've seen so far. And yeah, Kiwi, if he can heat up, he can definitely give PRX a lot of trouble. The guy has been absolutely stellar this event. And PRX is going to try to make their way back through short. And you can use the harbor walls, kind of fake a little bit of attention towards mid. Draw Maj over there.
Kiwi again looking to push forward, gets the headshot just to the corner of the doorway. Mind Freak taken down, dash now going to be expended. Cove goes up, so the flash actually not going to be able to connect. A little bit of disjointedness. There's still looking to hound him down, and Forsaken will be able to find it without taking any additional damage. They're coming away with one. Now Mr. Fallen getting involved as well, finds himself an elimination, brings us into a 2v2. So the weapons, one is recovered. Atta Captain now with a Spectre in hand.
30 seconds left.
Something watching on the angle. The wall goes up. He's trying to spray through, but just doesn't have the vision, doesn't have the info. Now just have to back away. So both will get settled here in the site.
I still got a paranoia here for Atta Captain to work with. He can definitely get this done. Forsaken and something. Gonna try to use that south side of the B site to lock this down. Vandal in hand for something. Loves that hero rifle.
You would love to get Mr. Fallen a weapon in this situation, but there's just no time. Would have had to have gone way out of his way to try to make it happen. Now the reveal coming through. Tag goes in. Paranoia connects, and something dead as he tries to entry back down into the site. And Atta Captain with the recovered Spectre fights it. And that is going to be us now tied up at 1-1.
Oh, what a beautiful paranoia there from Atta Captain. Nails both the PRX and gives them an easy thrifty here at the end. Well played here. Kiwi having just a phenomenal start to this round. Again, loves to push space early. Loves to see if he can take contact, clear utility, whatever he's got to do. And he finds a couple big kills. At the end here, PRX a little bit disjointed, a little bit confused here off this early aggression from FUT. And that's something FUT's going to do. You know, it is kind of funny. The desk was talking about it. The styles actually kind of match up a little bit between these two teams. Yes, the agent comp's very, very different, but oh, check his desk.
The molding has begun, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty more of that, I'm sure.
We need a desk hit counter for Alex throughout the game.
He hasn't been pounding the desk too much so far, but you know, head in hands, that certainly has happened. But now let's see how they fare coming into this round. Still are spending down just a little bit here, getting down to 1,100. 50 for the side of the Vi as those stingers do come through. Cove, Lear up over the top and try to get them over into the site. Seeker's leading the charge, will get the spot onto one. Kiwi gonna be taken down by finding that now. Mr. Fallen looking to hold things down here. Back at Boathouse, finds two before getting taken out. Damage dealt, but they get themselves into the site. Spike still on the ground, not planted. And now it's all on Forsaken. Vandal recovered, comes away with one. Needs two more, but he's not ready for Maj on that angle. Barely manages to clip him right through the corner, and that is going to be FUT now moving up 2-1.
Yeah, nice little one-way set up there. Allows Maj to just get the spot as the plant comes down, and a good defense here from FUT. A good start from PRX. I like this Cove right at the entrance, right behind the Seekers, allows them to just kind of push right in towards boats. Now, Mr. Fallen, once again, doing a great job here so far, holding his ground. Gets a couple big kills there to really keep that round in hand for FUT. Had they been able to get him a little bit quicker, that could have turned around very, very quickly. But you're already seeing a lot of this kind of interesting sort of the way that PRX uses utility is so different than a lot of other teams. Looking to set up maybe a push here for Jing right in. Oh!
Straight over in towards bench, but Kiwi is there and he's got the shot lined up, takes him down. Entry immediately shut down. So the rest of the team's lingering around A, getting ready to entry over through tree. Just a Mind Freak at the moment. He's over at main. Nanoswarm comes up off the back of the alarm bot destroy. Kiwi forced off his angle. Something though, finds an opener. Other Spirit cutting across, something takes it to Smith to get himself into the side just a little bit faster, and Mind Freak narrowly avoids getting tagged up by that one, but somehow, full blind with the paranoia, still comes away with a headshot. Kiwi now up into heaven, gonna be pushed off the angle by the snake bite. Dog forward, something swings off the back of it, right as Krax is trying to clear it, ends up getting taken down. Mr. Fallen now arriving right when he needs to, finds Forsaken. Keeps things pretty even. Mind Freak down to 5 HP, makes this a very winnable prospect here for the side of FUT.
Gonna be tough now. Something right on point of contact from short.
No more util, no more Leers. The creep up, Divide with covering fire off of the flank, finds Kiwi. Now Mr. Fallen. Can he find some more? No, he cannot. Something with 3. We'll take them across the line here in round number 4 and tie us up yet again at 2-2.
Really good patience here from PRX. Off the rip, try to see if they can get any space off of Jing. Jing trying to catch Kiwi a little bit off guard with that op, but Kiwi well aware of it, expecting it right through that toxic screen that they use to try to mask what they're doing here through mid. And then a good bait and switch between Devi and something, using that Trailblazer to get that kill in short. So this is what really makes PRX special. It's the way they combo off each other's utility, right? Whether it's, you know, Devi and something, you know, they can double on their blind.
Oh, tile scratch.
Oh, wow, we're going right in. And DRX does that a lot. You're not fooling PRX on that one.
Well, they're perfectly poised for it, knowing that the ult was going to be available. They were going to be on a lower buy. As Krax will be able to come away with 1. Odd bounce on the paint show. Just kind of clipping into the sign and not going into the corner of the cubby that he was looking for. Either way, though, it's a fast start, but a very fast shutdown. PRX with 4. Very much in control as the dog will go on a merry little chase. Not spotting anything, though, but Jing not getting punished. Position is revealed, and Maj will get taken down. And that's PRX once again establishing a little lead for themselves.
Yeah, you can just, again, use Jing. Jing is as great of a fragger as he is, as great of a raise as he is. A lot of times he's kind of an information, you know, kind of resource gatherer for his team. You know, you see it on Pearl. He'll be on the
living recon dart.
Exactly, yeah. So he's a living owl drone. I mean, he's just running around, blast packing in, getting information for his team, and then they can make decisions off of that. And he's so good off of those blast packs. He's got the fastest reaction on the landing time of blast packs that I've ever seen. The guy just recovers so quickly with those. But here, you know, doing the heavy lifting, doing the blue collar work, because something gets caught underneath that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say off back in hand. This could be troublesome, or problem for them is what I mean to say, or troublesome. Not a combination of both. Either way, good punish coming through. Just playing off the one way, the Stinger finds the kill. That can be a weapon recovered. Not sure if they've already gotten it yet. Either way, fantastic start.
Yeah, you got the Reckoning for Forsaken here. Let's see if he's going to be able to even invest it. Nope, he's not.
Nope, just blind swing on the corner, playing off contact, and well, Bullet made contact with his face. Taken down. Very much an advantage now established here for the side of FUT. Look to tie us up yet again, keeping this neck and neck. Not wanting for PRX to be able to break away from them here, especially given that FUT are starting on this defending side.
And Mr. Fallen's just been doing a wonderful job here on this Sova, holding down the B site. I mean, time and time again, just so clean with his aim. Really making it challenging for PRX to get any foothold on the B site. You know, coming through that B main door, especially whether he's in boats. Shot good. Dude, Kiwi's been really clean with that op.
He's been certainly on one here. Jing, again, looking to entry. Left. They know that the Yodin was here. And, well, he's going to try to jump across to the opposite side, but Krax shuts it down. Nice 2 kills here for the KO to tie us up yet again, 3-3. This team seemingly inseparable at the moment.
Yeah, FUT's doing a really nice job here, handling some of PRX's trickery, some of their aggression, catching them off guard. And again, Mr. Fallen doing a great job receiving contact. Krax still able to sit on that null command, but now you've got just about every ult available for PRX. And you have a Stinger for Jing because he's got the showstopper, so let's see if he's gonna try to get something through. But he's at top mid. It doesn't look like they're gonna go for a set, you know, execute off of that showstopper here towards A.
Just wait and see. Either way, Reckoning now going to be coming through, and yeah, he's going to pull the showstopper off the back of that one. Mach, however, finding an opening kill, takes him down. Kiwi going to be caught off guard, does end up falling to the showstopper, so kill found, rifle recovered, and an op, in fact, as Jing brings that forward into the A site. Just now going to be occupied here from the side of PRX. Fallen still playing elusively, or rather, and a captain, playing elusively, gets around the backside, finds Forsaken, Mind Freak. Just managed to find that punish, but now the lockdown is in. They have no way to deal with this one. They have to back away the null command as well, going to be invested. They just have to tuck back over in towards Wine. And that is going to allow for the FUT players to go ahead and flood back into the site.
This is really, really challenging now. Cracks here, recognizing they're likely stuck in wine. Mindfreak trying to work off the back of that, and he might catch him in the back, but Mr. Fallen is good to get two!
And that's going to be the spike now dropped. Mindfreak around the backside, doesn't take any chances, pulls the trigger as soon as he spots one, but he cannot line up the other. Cracks will be the finisher yet again, and that's going to be FUT, once again taking the lead, just eking out very slightly ahead of him at 4-3.
I really like the start here for PRX. I like the way they think about this as a timeout is going to come through. Need to kind of readjust, and you know, normally you would expect that Jing's going to blast back in with that showstopper to clear A site, to try to get the plant down. Instead, he's coming through Catwalk, trying to come around the other side. And in fact, the Reckoning from Forsaken actually catches the edge of Kiwi. That's how it makes it a little bit easier there for Jing to come through and kill Kiwi on the side. It kind of reveals that position. And then they have that staggered utility like I was talking about, right? You use the Lear, you can use the Trailblazer, you can use the Cascades, these kind of things to just kind of leapfrog your way forward as PRX. And yeah, it starts out great, but again, FUT's doing such a good job of kind of dodging that, anticipating some of this pressure, and then just holding their ground. And Mr. Fallen, Cracks in particular, have been really, really good here so far.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Alex was talking about in that opening interview coming into today was saying, like, you know, they like to play this KO on pretty much every map, and that's something we need to try to pilot around. It hasn't really even been the KO utility that's giving them that much trouble. No. I thought maybe having those 0 points coming through, being able to get those tags, get the nullifier out when the side attack is getting ready to come in would really punish the side of PRX, but it's just been Cracks. His rifling has been so clean so far, as well as some of those shots with the Sheriff, I do believe, but now we go back in off the back of the timeout to see whether or not PRX can tie this up once again at 4-4, or if FUT can start to stretch a lead.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of FUT sort of anticipating some of these hits and doing a good job of repositioning themselves where they're not really taking the brunt of the utility, even if, like you're saying, that Cracks' 0 point or something like that isn't catching the PRX players, or even his flashes in some cases. You know, they're still able to just hold their angles, hold their lines. Now Kiwi will be on the back of this Cascade, and you know, you always got to suspect that they're going to use that to take space. PRX absolutely will try to set up, it looks like an A crunch potentially here.
I think they want to contest in the benches. Okay, yeah, Dog's going to be coming through. Kiwi with the immediate dash out.
I think it's a fake here, yeah. They're going for A, it looks like.
Now the setup is going to be coming in. They put up the wall. Smoke and response here from Ada Captain. Trying to dissuade them from pushing in towards tree, but there's no one there to receive them. So they can just inch forward here steadily. Ada Captain, caught moving. Just crouch walking along the side. Nanoswarm, however, will finish off Jing. Takes him down as the Hunter's Fury goes fishing, but comes up short. Nothing biting the bait. Maj on the other side, though, managing to find one. Kiwi up to heaven, finds another. Maj looks to hold down the site, comes up with 3, and that should be good enough. Forsaken now all on his lonesome. Tap on the spike, the drone coming through. Tries to tuck down in towards Hell to avoid this one. As they look for him, they do not spot him. Time to play with. They could perhaps think that, oh, maybe he was going to rotate, but no, the dart pings him, and Mr. Fallen guns him down. 5-3. FUT now finally starting to stretch some extra rounds here on top, now up by 2.
And this round here is again, a good one from Mr. Fallen. Not in the rifling, Maj is doing a wonderful job on the site with that, but it's the utility. It's the Hunter's Fury and that recon dart there at the end. That Hunter's Fury slows up the forces of PRX, gives enough time for FUT to rotate over, to get into position, to really make sure that PRX can't get comfortable, can't get that plant down. And then that recon dart at the end to find that kill. So money now starting to look really good. Viper's Pit available for Mindfreak. Not one way, just looking to see if anybody's going to get aggressive, and a couple Bulldogs for PRX as the money gets thin for them. Kiwi going to be backed off. This time, going to be able to dodge that Trailblazer and still hold this angle off the back of this alarm bot.
Doesn't spot anything. Wall now going up here over towards A, but see PRX widely staring in towards mid. This alarm bot will go ahead and reveal the plan here. So push up, clear it. No contact into the A site quite just yet here. FUT, what do they make of this?
And what I'm seeing here from PRX is, I think this timeout from Alex was to sort of get them to kind of not go for those heavy execute style, to just kind of take their time, spread the map, look for this utility, No confirmation off of the flash, so Mr. Fallon immediately starts to respond with some shock darts.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be walking into this Odin spray as well. Out of Captain, back gen, managing to find one. Something going to be taken down. The swing out. Mr. Fallon finding one. Forsaken Mindfreak getting one apiece. They're trying to bring this back into parity, but Kiwi manages to triple up, finds himself another kill. Mindfreak will fall. Forsaken and Devi. Last two alive in a 2v3.
Spike planted.
Still flashes the nade available from Cracks, but the spray of the Odin used against him. Forsaken coming away with one. Running out of bullets, gonna have to go for the reload or swap the weapons. Looks like he's going to go for the latter. It's Fatal back in the hand, but now into the 2v2. Swing out, Cracks snaps in onto Devi's head. Finds the kill to jump onto the corner. They look to double face, and Forsaken, he cannot realign that spray fast enough. Maj finishes him off, and FUT now managed to move up 6-3.
Just great discipline here from FUT at the end. Just really checking all their corners, and Cracks so ready for Devi. Devi, I thought he had a pretty decent opportunity there, but Cracks just even better right now. 8, 5, and 6 on that scoreline, doing a wonderful job on that KO. And then setting Maj up for the kill on a Forsaken underneath. Hell, PRX looks a little bit befuddled. It looks like FUT's just doing a good job of kind of getting a kill and then backing off, or at least, you know, delaying as long as they can these hits onto PRX. And it's a great game plan. It is really working a treat here so far. PRX just really can't seem to find even the ability to get plants down too often.
Yeah. A similar beginning. Ball up, take some space. Flash across, not going to be getting that contact either, so info gained. And look at the reckoning. It's not hitting any of them. They push forward out in towards main, where Mindfreak is waiting. Paranoia not going to be lined up, but it doesn't matter because he's not going to nail the shots. That's Kiwi! The quick scope in, finds something, shuts him down, and now we're on for a flawless. Blades in hand, swing on the corner. Devi will deny that away at least, but still a 2v4. Spike still in hand, but they know that they are completely surrounded.
And you just have to fight your way out of this as PRX. Devi finds Cracks, but takes a little bit of damage for his trouble. Is able to dodge the 0 point. And Forsaken just has to watch this wall. He's so scared, trying to use the flash to set him up.
Not spotting anything. Forsaken still looking to challenge forward into this Odin. We'll just clear the recon dart. 38 seconds remaining, and it seems like, yeah, they're not going to be happy with this A site. Get ready to push out in towards mid. Maj waiting, finds him. Cracks has got the other. Only Kiwi lost. Cash in hand can buy another operator, as FUT will lock in 7 for the half.
And they're just sensing the time there on the clock at the end. And, you know, they know that, you know, after getting some pressure through A main, no spike being planted, we can start heading back, trying to cut off their rotation, see if we can catch them off guard. And it's a great call there from FUT. They're just doing a masterclass right now of shutting this PRX comp down. It is so tough for PRX to just do anything they want every step of the way. They are just thwarted. And even, you know, even Mindfreak there, it's ready for that push out. He dodges that paranoia and he just whiffs. And PRX just looks off as well.
Compared to where we began, certainly has tipped the expectations. Ever since that thrifty win coming through in the second round, Mindfreak just gonna pop in the orb, dissipates it, gets himself tucked over towards Wine. As mid gets cleared out, just taking away that alarm bot. Try to add to the mystery here of where PRX is going to go this time. It's Kiwi pushing out, spots the head, can't quite line it up, and does take a nasty little bit of damage there. Falls low as something. Bring out, pokes his head over towards B. I mean, he's still messing around with this. Bold moves here from the side of something, and he's lucky to get away with his life, especially after that op shot. Narrowly grazes him, but Forsaken is going to take the full brunt of it. Ends up getting taken down. Add a captain as well. Going to be finding Devi. Jing trying to get himself up here onto the site, but it's just paranoid. Gets gunned down. The Odin yet again finding value. Kiwi puts one right into something's thigh. Takes him down. It's a flawless round as we get ready to go into the last round of the half. FUT already up at 8-3.
Yeah, just again, just very clean stuff here from FUT. They look totally in control of this match so far. Still have the Viper's Pit for Mindfreak, 1 away from the Seekers, 2 away from the Showstopper here for PRX. So let's see if they're going to make some kind of play to maybe try to get that Showstopper in hand for Jing. See him angling towards the B box potentially. We'll see exactly what they want to do, but with Kiwi here with this op, he's gotten some really high value, high impact kills. And off the rip, spraying it, kind of expecting that maybe they were going to try to play for an orb here. And also with Maj one away from his ult. Could be very difficult. Jing is going to be tucked in. He gets spotted. Oh.
Attempting the wall bang, not able to find it there. Boombot will go off in Kiwi's face. Seems like he's more than happy to go ahead and just eat the damage. In the meantime, the rest of PRX taking position here over towards mid. Wall gets broken down. A bit of damage across there onto Mr. Palm, but it's not the kill. Kiwi holds the angle in towards Market, finds one, looks for the headshot there on the divide. Narrowly misses the opportunity. Almost gets that kill. TP now across, triple stack over here towards Boats. Forsaken still moving forward into the site. Sees the op go through, knows that the Odin sprays on the one side, clears out the first player. It's one gone. Forsaken though, tagged down, 13 HP. Catches another from behind. Captain gonna be taken out. Jing pushes through, finds Kiwi. Now off in hand for him once again. The pit comes down. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this round here to try to get another win at the end of the half.
All it's gonna take is one kill from Maj to get his ult, to get that lockdown, and that could make things really tricky for PRX.
Just needs to wait. Clear out the Seeker. Shorty in case somebody's going to be playing up close. Spraying it through. Not finding any contact there. Gets everything reloaded. Make sure that he's geared up and ready to go. See if he's going to be able to find anything. His Mind Freak just on the opposite side of the wall. Going to be safe. Off shot from Divide. Not going to find the connection. Now they know Maj's position. Full flash across. Another one right into his face. But they still haven't gotten the punish, but Jing will eventually come around from behind to finish him off. PRX will finally be able to get another round on board. But 8 and 4 half, FUT here with their map pick of Ascent are looking clean.
Yeah, just a phenomenal app here from FUT. They're really in control of this. From basically the second round. After that Thrifty, they really had a good read on how PRX wanted to attack this map. And even after the timeout from PRX, pretty much stayed in control.
I mean, it felt like they were going to have to burn both of them in this half to try to get some semblance of stability, but not found. But you can see still all smiles on the side of the PRX players. Let's see how they fare as we get ready to go over onto that next half here with them shifting over to the defense. But first, FUT got to be feeling pretty damn good, but we've got a video here. Kiwi's popping off in the lobby. Let's hear from him.
Bence T1 iyi bir takım ama bence takım içi uyumda bir sorun olabilir. Öyle düşünüyorum ben. Site'lere girerken her şekilde perfect çalışmışlar. Ama dediğim gibi oyun içindeki herhalde communication'ları eksik olabilir. Çünkü bazı yerlerde iletişimden kaynaklı roundları verdiklerini düşünüyorum ben. İşte kendi performansımdan şu an iyi görmüyorum. Yani daha da iyi olabilir.
Gotta be careful. Held back behind the smoke. Do they get a half? That's what I'm questioning here, and they absolutely do. Someone, can they stop this, please? Someone stop the defuse!
Top 8 hedefim vardı. Buraya gelirken de bunu zaten istiyordum. Bunu başardık. Dediğim gibi ben doymayan bir insanım. Hiçbir zaman doymadım. Şu anki hani hedefler sürekli değişiyor. Bunu başardım ama daha devam etmek zorundayım. Playoff'lara çıktık. Okey, her şey çok güzel. Daha çok çalışmam lazım. Hızlı bir şekilde hatalarımızı fixleyip ilk 8 okey ama neden ilk 4 ya da final oynamayalım? Bunun için güzel bir çalışma yapacağız.
Well, here we go. FUT weren't able to get the pistol last time, but if they can lock that one down, it would feel like a very one-sided affair here to go ahead and close out their map pick of Ascent. PRX, so want to go ahead and make it a 2 for 2 as far as those pistols are concerned, and then manage to close out the anti-eco in the back end.
Yeah, certainly.
That's the most important part.
Yeah, that was definitely very crucial there for FUT to find that round, to really have impact with those sheriffs. And now for PRX, a couple ghosts of Frenzy for Jing, and then 3 ghosts for the side of FUT. Right now, though, Spike's still in spawn, so I'm kind of curious what FUT wants to do here. Looks like they're going to try to maybe anticipate a push out. A lot of times, PRX will try to kind of just flash and push around the corner out of A main, things like that. It's got to be, especially with that toxic screen there, kind of expecting that maybe they're trying to make a play off of that, and they're being a little bit cautious about it. In fact, yeah, Paranoia invested, fully expecting that hit out of A main was FUT. But actually, PRX, nowhere in the vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, just actually zero attention paid over here towards A, but it looks like there's gonna be an attempt, maybe a little bit of a fake here, but as they do spot 3 off the back of the 0 point, seems like they will just go ahead, turn their sights over towards B very quickly. Market door already shut, gonna be broken down, walls coming up. Forsaken doing his damnedest to try to dissuade them from pushing forward here into the side as Jing goes rushing out, frenzy in hand, but Kiwi shuts him down. Forsaken inching forward, finds one, gets himself a second. Keeping things a little bit more narrow here, a little bit more tied up, but PRX will be able to inch forward, take the lead once again, and something finds himself a second elimination here in the pistol, and PRX will be able to go 2 for 2 in that regard. They move up now to 5. Still a decent way to try to run this one back.
What a hold here from Forsaken, throwing everything in the kitchen sink here with those smokes, with the high tides, with the cascades to buy the time for the rest of the reinforcements to show up for PRX, even getting a couple big kills in there as well. Make sure that FUT couldn't find any hold onto that B site. Really nicely done, and a good start here for PRX. Again, very different looks on these pistol rounds than what you're used to. You're kind of used to, again, I'm saying that they like to push out A main like this. You can see here, they're using a snake bite to control that orb, but they like to get aggressive off the rip, you know, and that's obviously, they're known as W Gaming for a reason. They like to go at you. They want to take those aim duels with you because they are that confident and they are that good.
Maj, early damage taken as the paint shell came through. All going up as Jing just looks to occupy this forward space here in B main. Does have Forsaken alongside of him. Mid completely left open though. Smoke will get dropped, but they have the market door shut, so this is their little backup here. Don't have a killjoy? Yeah, just shut the door instead of putting an alarm bot in. Fair point, not going to spot anything. Forsaken just dips back into the cove, gets the tink through, and Kiwi will be able to get that jumping right click across. Finds him as Jing, though, holds the line over here at B main. Guns down 4 to deny any kind of thrifties from coming through this time around.
And no sheriffs to be found that round for FUT, but still able to get a couple big kills with those classics. But one of these things I love about the way that Forsaken plays Harbor in particular is the way he sometimes, you know, he's great at setting up his team, you know, especially...
Flash bullet.
Yeah, jeez. But especially, you know, you think about something and they really work together with Divide. They really work together to try to get these setups and a fast push here. Now they're pushing the pace.
Oh yeah, Tiles crunching at Captain. He is just none the wiser. Didn't know what hit him. Swing in. Something finds a follow-up headshot. Crack's gonna be taken down. Takes a casual little dismiss back out to safety. Divide in the meantime still gonna be lingering forward. Knows that they have this spike under the control. And he wants to keep it that way so the walls continue to rise. Forsaken to lock them away from this necessary objective.
This is what I love about PRX.
Oh, they're actually making the call to back off.
Yeah, but these hits come when you least expect them, right? They're on the bonus. You wouldn't think that most teams would want to get, you know, crazy aggressive towards towers like that, especially without a jet.
I mean, I don't think most people are going to anticipate a Tiles crunch with a Reyna.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Oh, wild plays here. Looks like inch around, see if they can find anything, but no. Forsaken will find Maj, something. Catches Kiwi, that once again strands the spike, and Mr. Fallen. Let's see if he decides to play for anything at all here, but will just end up falling. It's back-to-back 4Ks, one duelist to another, something. This time coming away with it. The Empress now online, and PRX are within touching distance, 8-7.
Something is really tricky to deal with, especially on this defender side on Ascent. You know, against DRX, especially able to work on the A site where I see him sort of shifting over here. There's a lot of room to maneuver. He can get those first bloods, get those dismisses, you know, especially around dice on site and things like that. He can cause a lot of problems. But going back to Forsaken real quick, as Harbor, he does a great job setting up his team, and sometimes he sets up himself. He uses that cove to play off that angle through market, things like that. Kiwi with the Sheriff, we've already seen him do some serious work with it already. Let's see if FUT can find themselves another thrifty.
Something is going to be noted, and he just swings out to take down Mr. Fall, and the blind is still through there on Amaj as well. Something comes away with 2. Empress not popped, says not needed. Knows that they're going to be going in against the ladder by, and now he's got himself a 3rd. He's looking for the 4th, and something is on for the ace. Dismisses forward, he's on the hunt, he's looking for him. And Kiwi tucked into the corner. Can he shut it down? Can he deny it away? No, he cannot. As something will electrify the crowd. And PRX will tie it up now at 8-8.
Unbelievable stuff. He loves to push top mid. And this time around, he is just ready for every hit along the way. The Leer is brilliant. Maj is stuck trying to deal with it. And then he just keeps going. Catches Captain a bit off guard, trying to get the spike out of there. And then Kiwi just can't get the aim ready in time. Unbelievable stuff there. Just absolutely amazing. He is so good at making something out of nothing.
Oh, God. Anyway, into this next round. Sorry, guys. You're going to have to deal with this. 8-8.
You're stuck in here with me now.
That was the attempt at the thrifty. Low buy. Oh, but something just plays off the back of the fake flash. Kiwi turns away, trying not to get blinded as the swing comes in. Something with a quick punish, a quick exit. And that's so much of your punching power taken away with Kiwi on the floor.
And he's just, once the confidence gets flowing on this Reyna, it just snowballs. He just starts taking these angles, taking these fights that you aren't really ready for. And he's just clean and fast. And he can use those dismisses to just cause so much disruption. A lot of utility invested here towards the market. Jing just backing up. Crack's able to find Divide, though.
Well, great opening shot.
Use that.
Takes him down. It's not without any cost. Just find himself at 13 HP. Leafs brings this back into their favor now as Captain will also find Jing, but Forsaken swinging out. Manages to get one, but he overstays far too long. Something pushing out of the smoke. Comes away with one, but now he's all on his lonesome in a 1v2.
Right here.
The 1v3 clutch if he can get it done. Here's the rotations. They know exactly where they are. No Lears to play with. A couple seconds to spare here.
Left.
The plant will come down.
Spike planted.
Still got a little bit of time to play with, and if anybody can do it right now, it is something.
If he can come away with one, he's got the dismiss available. Two of them to play with. Swing in, but he's not going to be able to pop it fast enough. The double face is good enough there from the side of FUT, and they will keep themselves in the lead at 9-8.
That's a great plan there from FUT. That way, if he does try to dismiss out, it makes it a lot harder for him to get a kill and then leave before they're both going to be able to shut him down with that double stack. Really nicely thought out there by FUT. Recognizing that situation really nicely. Getting back into 9 rounds here, one ahead of PRX, and now you have the Blade Storm for Kiwi.
He's going to pop it again.
It never gets old watching Alex.
I mean, Alex is getting old, I think, as we watch this. He's definitely aging at a rapid pace.
Get out of my way.
But I'm right there with you. It is always entertaining. Up now into the hands of something. Recon does get the ping. As the updraft goes through, Kiwi showing some presence and forces him off the angle.
Yeah, good recognition here by PRX. Jing try to work off this boom bot. Forsaken right behind him. Let's see what they want to do off the back of that drone. Just leave, yeah. Don't want to mess with it. That's wise. They know that this Blade Storm is lurking.
Market door again. Going to be shut out. Showstopper sent through an Attica, but he can't get away from it. I thought maybe he had closed enough distance to not get picked, but no, ends up falling, and now that's the smoke's gone. As they turn their sights over towards A instead.
Cracks tried to shut him down with a 0 point, but it was just a bit late. So Jing able to barely sneak through with that kill.
Hear them stomping through, something looking to get up in front of the Viper wall, but oh, rare whiff. Shorty out, the push into the smoke, and the right click does not connect. Something shuts him down, the Reckoning forcing Maj forward. Forsaken able to find the elimination. Something gonna get caught off guard, but so too is Mr. Fallen as Mind Freak off that flank. Makes his presence known, and we are tied up yet again at 9-9.
Good hold here from PRX. And Jing somehow finds value with that showstopper that I thought wasn't going to be able to hit Kiwi. You know, Kiwi's updrafting, trying to dodge it. And instead, Captain just barely caught out with it. They rotate over, and FUT is going to pump the brakes. Absolutely time to take a timeout, and yeah. With something really heating up now, Forsaken's got this Odin. Starting to put it to good use. Now you got to think about, okay, how are we going to stop this momentum that PRX has built?
I mean, so far, just the one round here on this attacking side, need to find their footing. They've got some decent tools here. They're one away from having the lockdown, one away from a null command. Hunter's Fury already online, and Mr. Fallen's been, you know, on that defending side especially, very clean with finding picks or at least getting some tags across. We saw him get that setup kill onto Jing as they were trying to entry over onto the A site. If he can have a good round with that one, pop it off the rip, get a catch onto somebody, you know, after using an Aldron perhaps, get that opening pick, that might get the blood flowing again here for the side of FUT.
Yeah, and I think you could maybe play for a trade if you can identify where something is. If you can get the null command online for Cracks, you can, and then get a spot like you're talking about onto something, you can maybe isolate this operator because you can prevent the dismisses. You know, even though he gets one, you can play for trade right away and make sure that something you know, can't do the Reina snowball dance where she's just dismissing all over the place. I'm really curious to see how FUT wants to do this. Like you're talking about, a lot of ults almost there. You know, Maj one away from the lockdown as well. So let's see.
Tools that are there, the Sheriff, the Spectre even being bought in here from the side of Ada Captain. Decent odds here to try to get themselves a thrifty win. Something, again, going to get revealed. Good early info. Spot out that operator. Now can try to play around him.
Push out towards A main from Jing and Forsaken. That dog's going to get a little bit of info. Divine now knows there's at least 2 there, and a good reaction from something.
Just fallen. Thinking that he was going to have, you know, enough space to be able to push forward. Saying surely something is repositioned, but no, this is PRX. They like to re-aggress. Jing now arriving at top mid. 1, 2, looks for the third, has the nade, sends it cracks his way, and he's flushed out into the open, but still is going to be good for the kill. But the nade, the martyrdom, it comes through. Jing picks it up. Oh, shoulder seen. Maj dead. Forsaken will finish him off, and PRX will be able to take the lead. But this is now the round. The buy getting ready to come back through that we suspect is where these ults are going to be invested. Now that they have 4 online, where the game plan was set in place during that timeout.
Yeah, exactly. Jing just loves to one-tap that Vandal. One of the best in the business. Again, a great reaction from Cracks, though, to at least get something out of that incredibly difficult position with that Spectre, to find a kill there, to find some value. But now these ults all stacked up towards A, and a lot of utility. The Paranoia gonna back him right off. The Snake Bite to slow this hit down at least for a moment. Here comes that null command.
Yeah, I mean, util exchange, but now not available from the side of PRX. The null command does look to escort them forward. There's the tag off the drone. Devi, however, managing to find 2, gets himself a third. Mr. Fallen will be able to get the punish there with that Hunter's Fury, but so much damage dealt. Now Kiwi spotted, tagged up, dashes out. 1 shot left of the shorty, not gonna be able to find the connection there. It does not matter. This PRX will shut it down so swiftly.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super
And
easy
now
to
at 11-9, there's 1 round away from locking in that map point. And as we can see, again, the cash just consistently getting kicked back here from FUT.
Yeah, and they tried to do what you were kind of thinking of here, right? Null command into this Hunter's Fury, but Devi just so clean with it.
Sometimes the Sultan just does that. Unfortunately for FUT, it's not the round that they were hoping for. It's not the one that Guys was trying to set them up to have. Devi just put his foot down and held the A site.
Spot onto Mind Freak, but doesn't really give away too much for PRX. He's been a mainstay at the A main entrance. Cracks is trying to sneak his way through here. Devi once again gonna be guiding the tree area.
There.
Let's see what they want to do. Just really taking their time here is FUT, but Mind Freak. Ooh.
Stacks up. Kiwi, the headshot through. 0 point cleared out. They know that that's going to be the approach from the KO here over by Tree, and Devi up on top, just managing to find 1. Just a little bit of damage there from the fragment, and now wants to push forward with the shorty in hand. Goes rushing up, doesn't find anything, will draw back over towards Heaven as the Seekers now are going to be let loose. Lockdown's available, but surely not. Here from Maj, do we need a lot more than that as Mind Freak tries to get himself in underneath the door. Can't make it happen, but Jing arrives at back. Jen shuts out at a captain. And now it's all on Mr. Fallen, classic in hand. As I mean, he's just running at him with an Odin. Like
he just runs right past.
You absolute madman! It's a flawless round. I don't know how, but it's a flawless round. As Forsaken is just giggling maniacally, running forward with an Odin in hand.
Well, and that's when you start to know that things are going very, very badly as an opponent, is when PRX starts getting a little bit silly. And they love to have a little bit of fun along the way. It's just when PRX is laughing, that's when you know things are going bad for you as your opponent. And they are having a good time on stage right now. They're always having a good time, though. They're just a lighthearted bunch when it comes to their big matches. I don't think I've ever seen a team that can weather pressure as well as they do.
And they're absolute lunatics. Timeout, final one called here at map point for PRX. FUT looking to run this back. the way that things have been going, it seems unlikely. They have still that huge tool in the lockdown available. If they can get Maj into a great position, dump that ult, take a site, and be able to hold the lines, maybe there's a world where FUT can fight back and get us into an overtime. We know that these players are capable of it. They've displayed it. I mean, the fact that they are here in this position absolutely proves it. But this has just been slipping away from them ever since swapping over onto this attacking side. As you can see, still just that one round gained.
I think PRX gonna try to contest this aggression over B main. They've got Forsaken, something, and Jing here.
Like
oh no.
He needs to get the lockdown. Forsaken.
They know, they know.
Okay. Still tagged up. Widely gets away from it. This does allow for Jing to get himself into a very forward position.
And if he can get this orb, he's got the showstopper.
Let's see if that contest ends up coming down. It's Kiwi taking space, making their way forward, ready to swing into market, but something is taking an even more aggressive position now. He's moved up. He's gonna get shut down. Great covering fire there from the side of Adacaptain. Finds that kill. Jing, however, gets the punish. Maj going to be taken out. That means the lockdown cannot come through in this round. So the rest of FUT need to try to close this.
And now they can't go towards Jing. They know he is the showstopper. They have to change direction.
Oh, the one tap divide. Scoped in, finds one, tries to hold down the spray. Can't make it happen. And Mr. Fallen flushes Mind Freak out of wine. That's huge. That space taken. The site now is theirs. Plant can come in. Forsaken with the Odin. Still going to be a pain in the rear, though. Some shots through. Mr. Fallen going to be taking low. The drop down into the cope. The push aggressively. Forsaken wasn't expecting it, but Kiwi gives him a bit of his own medicine here. Jing finding one. As you mentioned, showstopper is available. And now, jumping out. Gets one with a shorty, but Mr. Fallen narrowly manages to find his head. Gets that kill. FUT still alive, but so much damage dealt. What kind of buy can they get? It's going to be a lot of half armors.
Oh, Jing. I thought for a second there he was going to get it. Just some great rifling here when the pressure, when their backs are against the wall. FUT able to dial up some really, really nice aggression. Kiwi there catching Forsaken completely off guard. Really nice stuff. And Devi, you know, probably kicking himself a bit. Able to dodge that paranoia, get the lineup through tree door, get a first kill. Probably feels like he should add another. Here we go, the showstopper's out.
Crunch with a showstopper, and Maj again is dead. Cracks, however, gets the punish, brings it back down to a 4v4. Paranoid cross, Adacaptain gonna be down low, 14 HP remaining for him. The pings come through, Mr. Fallen finds Forsaken before getting taken down by something. Now a 2v3, the Empress gonna be popped as the spike is getting planted here at B in a moment. But something just holds it down. Finds himself a third of the round, might be looking for a fourth. He would have seen him. Knows that Adacaptain was around alley. And he's just gonna be slow walking as quietly as he possibly can. Mind Freak watching the back angle, however, ready for the punish. And only take one bullet to finish him off. The creep across. Adacaptain needs to hit the shot of his life, but he cannot get it done.
Defenders win.
Another monstrous round here. Another rush play from PRX to get themselves a map win on FUT's pick of ascent.
And that is why we love to see something on the Reyna. 24 and 13 across that for the scoreline for him. Just absolutely started to pop off that defender's side. And PRX, once they got that confidence going, once they switched halves, they were all over FUT. FUT doing a great job on their defender side. Really, really gave PRX all they could handle, really befuddled them at times. And PRX, though, still just so strong as a team and so difficult to get a read on. They're all over the map. They're always doing different stuff with their utility. And man, they're great.
That they are. Well, we still have one more map at least here with Pearl coming up. PRX map pick. Gonna be feeling very confident, but maybe FUT can get the upset and extend this all the way to 3. So don't go anywhere. That map is coming up in just a bit.
moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Red Bull gives you wings.
coração balança. O baile vem. O baile vem. O baile vem. O baile vai. O baile vem. O baile vai. O baile vem abaixo e o teu coração balança. O baile vem. O baile vem. O baile vem. O baile vem abaixo. O baile vem. O baile vem. O baile vem abaixo e o teu coração balança. O baile vem, vem, vem, vem, vem, vem. O baile vem, vem, vem, vem, vem abaixo. O baile vem, vem, vem, vem, vem, vem. O baile vem abaixo e o teu coração balança. O baile vai. O baile vem. O baile vai. O baile vem. O baile vai. O baile vem. O baile vai. O baile vem. O baile vai.
An exciting map win for PRX now puts them 1-0 in the series. Of course, I'm here with Coach Alex, and it's something I'm just curious about. You know, there's been a lot of conversation about the free-flowing, communicative style that PRX has been running. Do you feel like that is something that contributes a lot to you being able to have these come from behind victories like you had on Ascent, or is it purely just something sending it mid with Reyna?
Well, I think the come from behind victories usually have to do with good mentality. With regards to the free flow based, I mean, it wasn't working on the attack, to be honest with you.
Oh, really?
On defense, yeah, I think it was just like something playing out of his mind and really pulled us back in.
Yeah, well, that's good to see, man. Looking forward to seeing what happens in map 2. Back to you guys.
Oh, it's always nice to see Coach Alex with a smile on his face. I felt like all of us were left with a smile on our faces, Mimi and Bola, after seeing that map.
Yeah, that was beautiful. A really nice comeback in the second half. I think the first half definitely got a lot of people concerned about what the state of the tournament would look like after that first half, but they came back, and it was what we expected from that Harbor Viper Reina comp.
Yeah, the second half was clean. Something was on one really showing up in that one, and I think their retakes in particular look really good. I love the way that they use the Cove on this map to flood back in. There's just a certain turning point where you just realize this is PRX fully in control, and they just ran away with things.
Yeah, and they didn't lose the eco after winning the pistol, so let's retake a look at that round in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. Break this down for me, Mimi.
I mean, this was on their bonus round to end up winning things, and it's kind of an interesting take on the Shark attack, where it starts with a cascade to stop being hit from top mid with a wall there as well, and then it's a Sky Flash staggered with the Reina Flash here, and then a nade back to really segment off the attacking team, and you see Ada Captain, who's blinded by the Reina Leer, can do absolutely nothing, and then there's a second stage with another Reina Leer, a Sky Dog going in. These little like set plays, the little util combos is what makes this comp so good for PRX.
If you couldn't combo the breakable util there with the dog, with the Sky Flash and the Reina Flash all together, it wouldn't work like that. But the other beautiful thing about that is they all played on the A side. Nobody pushed from B, which is such a subversion of what you normally see with a play like that, which solidifies a place where they would be weak normally.
We got to talk about something as well. We saw the first Reina here at Champions. We always knew that he was going to bring it out at some point, and Bola, I fear that a lot of teams might start picking up Reina because of this man.
Yeah, I mean, he's a beast. I think you really have to have somebody special on it. You can see how many times he goes for these insta dismisses. Even when he's opping, it gets him so much more value than a regular player playing Reina. And he has some of the best movement. You saw it in the last round where he gets a kill, dismisses, checks exactly what one of the players is doing, and gets information about where they're going so they can play the rest of it with something else. And I think that is what makes him really good, that nobody else can replicate. So I don't think we're going to see any more Reinas other than something. He's the only guy who's really convinced me that that agent is viable on the main stage.
Yeah, and beyond just his individual performance and his mechanics being incredible, his role in the team is also so important when he plays this Reina. So many of their strategies of those util combos you're talking about are built around the Reina Leer, and he manages to always have his util in the right place to have those plays set up on the fly while also performing at the level he does.
Well, Coach Alex is a happy man. Let's hear what Coach Gaius had to say ahead of map 2.
Thank you so much, squad. Here with Coach Guys as well, and obviously a tough loss on Ascent. Great map for you guys. You play them real hard, but what are you going to do to get this team back into map 2? Because we know that the skill and talent is most definitely there of what we saw in map 1.
I don't know what I say.
Yeah.
What should I say? So it's tough. So we lose our map, so I don't know.
Hey man, anything's possible, dude. It's Valorant. That's something I learned, right?
Yep.
So you got this, brother. You got this. Much love to you, and looking forward to seeing what happens in map 2. Back to you guys.
Oh, I feel you guys, I feel you. But you can make a comeback here. We're going to move on to Pearl next. What do you make of FUT's chance here?
This one's tough because I think their comp is really something that you have to bring. It's not necessarily super different, right? They're playing Brimstone, but I think one thing that happens is, especially against a team like PRX, is you're going up against a team that has so much sustain and able to get things out of your composition. So basically, running into this, you can't just expend all your Brim smokes.
Yeah, no changes here, Mimi, in the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
No, none whatsoever. For FUT, they had success against T1 with this comp, but I don't think it's particularly great. The main reason is you lose out on having a second agent with refreshable smokes with this Brimstone, and also refreshable flashes like you normally get with the Sky. So if PRX takes their time and pulls out this utility, I think they can be really successful in late rounds. Also in that second half, this double flash composition that PRX runs, I think will be really strong to flood through Brim smokes, which is a lot easier to do compared to, say, a Harbor smoke.
Yeah, well, there's the Molly too, which you have to consider, but you're right, absolutely. The double flash is so strong. And I think PRX, you see them over and over just do some really fast hits that makes them expend that real fast.
We are ready to head into map 2, so let's find out if this one can go the distance and send it back to your casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. And you know, you might think that we probably want this to just be a nice 2-0, but no, we're here. We've been waiting a long time to get up here.
Yeah,
so
I don't want to leave.
I'm good for some good old 3 mappers. You guys want more Valorant here, Shrine? No? I can't hear them. I guess they don't want it.
That's all right. I think we might get it. You know what? Here's the thing for me, Achilles, is if FUT can have another really successful defenders half, they've got a good chance because PRX on Pearl, a lot of their damage gets done on their attacker side.
Sure.
Their defender side is a little bit shakier. And so if they can really have another solid, firm defender side here, I really think that they could get this done.
See how they begin as Kiwi, the flash and dash forward, but so much damage across, can't find a kill, but still decent amount done. But as we know, Divide loves to go for that heal buy in these pistol rounds, so is able to get everybody else back up to 100. He himself still going to be remaining at 70.
Yeah, Divide likes to go full utility to really set up, especially something for these hits. Jing, though, no flashes in his hand, no curveballs available. Forsaken with that Sheriff, not able to connect onto cracks immediately. Toxic screen up here to prevent PRX from encroaching on this B site. And it is going to allow a rotation over at a captain, sneaking his way over in through spawn. But PRX going to actually change directions, try to set up a crunch here through Link.
Ping's coming down. Kiwi very cognizant that this push can be coming through, but as the smoke start getting popped, he actually turns his attention back over towards the site, and the timing is absolutely perfect here for something who manages to find the second kill. Crack's going to be taken down. Dash forward, the site now theirs. It's just that minor little distraction. Kiwi not ready for him. 3 players to try to get the retake. 2 frenzies and a classic in hand. Turk getting the spot onto 1. Spam across, something trying to get him through the box. Can't make it happen, but Jing and Divide be finding 1 apiece, and now it's all onto Captain. See if he can find anything. Push in, Jing just challenges on the corner, finds the headshot. It's flawless fashion, and a 3rd pistol round win for PRX.
Yeah, PRX, again, in the group stage, a little bit shaky on their pistols, but here, flawless. A really good adjustment. It's really showing some different looks. Showing some patience here, like Mimi was just talking about on the desk. She wanted to see PRX kind of wait out some of this utility from the side of FUT, and they do that this time, and they catch him completely off guard. Those smokes there change the direction of Kiwi, who for a moment seemed to be aware of the lurk and sets up something for 2 kills, and you do not want to get something heated up here on this Jet on this map. We've seen what he can do, folks. He will just come right at you with those shorties and make your life a living hell.
It took a while to get warmed up a bit there on the arena, and then, as you're saying, once it did happen, it became completely unassailable. Looking for the challenge, looking for that quick little scope in and put some damage through, but yep, the heal is going to be there right on cue. The site now taken, and FUT full 4-man rotation around the back, now cutting their way through the attacker spawn. See if they can try to catch anybody off guard. But as soon as PRX get a sense of this, they can just turn all their attention over here towards long.
Let's see if they can avoid feeding Jing any more ult orbs to get that run it back online. Trying to maybe play off of that A corner there towards the ult orb to see if they could catch PRX leaning that direction. A lot of times you're going to see Jing in particular fighting over that area.
This is a much better pivot.
Yeah.
Make their way through the link and just go down to the spike. Don't give any of those extra ult orbs over, as you were saying. And PRX make their exit. FUT now in pole position. Just go ahead and sack themselves. So that's going to be PRX moving up yet again, flawless fashion now. Up 2-0. As this is the start that they would have wanted to have back on Ascent.
Absolutely. This is scary now. As you still have a couple rifles in the mix for PRX, 3 Spectres, able to get through that fairly unscathed. A few buys have to come through, but going to have a little bit of extra room to maneuver will PRX, even if this round goes sideways. This time around, you can see you've got the double flash, and this is really just classic PRX on this map. They love to throw the hot hands right at the ground here, send the flash out, Jing can curveball around the corner, even with that gravity well, if anybody had made the mistake of waiting around with all that utility coming at you. And it guarantees Jing this ult orb. He's so good with the way that he plays this. He is, again, like we talked about on the previous map, he's a human owl drone. He's just coming at you all the time, and he's willing to do that. He's willing to do the dirty work for PRX to set them up for success on this map.
3 players ready to receive here as PRX make their way forward onto the A site. Ball goes up, dog going to be cleared out. Identifying 1 over towards Flowers to swing, and Cracks look at the challenge on the fight. Ends up getting taken down as Forsaken is just rushing into the back of sight. And finds two before Mr. Fallen can get the better of him. Still that man disadvantage there for the side of FUT, and a weapon upgrade into the hands of Mindfreak, swapping that Spectre for a Vandal.
I mean, that's huge. PRX comes out with a man advantage and still keeps the gun.
A lot of pressure now. Get ready to swing onto the corner. The dink instantly in. Divide finding one. Has to go for the reload. No swaps over to the Ghost now. Covering fire. Not there from something, and he actually gets punished and noted. Mindfreak over at Art. Dealt with. The swing out. Mr. Fallen down to a sliver. 11 HP remaining for him. They still haven't got the spike over towards half. Something swings out. Finishes off the enemy Killjoy. Take on the hold. The Jing just gets right up close and personal here with Maj. It's not going to be a flawless, but it's still going to be a bonus converted here as PRX now move up 3-0.
And now Jing's got that run it back online already. He will be cycling through those very, very quickly. Sheriffs have to come out once again for FUT. And PRX so diligent here. Forsaken on the point, so quick with that Vandal. And again, the fact that they're able to keep it in their hands. So useful. And just good patience, good diligence there at the end by something in Jing. No one overstepping. No one giving Maj that chance to clutch it out. And here we go.
Comes in, full Sheriff purchase here for the side of FUT to try to turn the tides. They know how good they can be when they have these defensive lineups here. With those Sheriffs, hold an angle, get those headshots through, but they're still playing very far back as they go for the gamble stack over towards B. Which just leaves Mr. Fallen all on his lonesome, but he still gets the headshot and now has a weapon recovered. What an opening from him.
That's just a great read. Expecting someone to push that angle, expecting the W keying from PRX. He profits from it.
Forsaken. Not going to give Cracks the same opportunity, though. Manages to find him. Takes him down. Snappy is Divide. Locks in here onto Mr. Fallen now. That's going to be the run back. Popching, rushing forward. Looks for one, gets him. He's sent back over in towards A main. We're out of Captain now. Finding himself an elimination. Divide taken down, but the hot hands come in to further delay. They also have that grab well set up as long as Mindfreak doesn't get caught. Tap onto the spike, smoke down. Well gets popped there. It's pulled off it. Now it's just not really any time remaining. Mindfreak pushing forward, just gives his life to the cause here, but Attic Captain will be able to come away with 3 kills. A very solid round from him. They cannot get that round win. They cannot get that thrifty converted, but it's still a Red Bull clutch here for the side of PRX.
Yeah, and this is the other layer to the kind of the compositional differences here. With Attic Captain on that Brimstone, yeah, he's got a molly, but you've also got the Gravity Well from Mindfreak to buy time. You've got the hot hands, you've got the Nano Swarm. Just like a lot of compositions on this map, even though PRX is a little bit off kilter compared to most, they still have a ton of delay, and I mean, Alex would like it a little cleaner, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was anything but. We will have a timeout called first and foremost here from the side of FUT, wanting to pump the brakes and try to get that round on board. Because again, yes, it's not that round win coming through. It is a clutch at the hands of PRX. But all things considered, going into that with the attempt at the thrifty, that's still about as good as it can be without getting the round win itself. So much damage dealt. You're, forcing some more purchases to come through. This means that right now only Jing and something really have any kind of established economy. And this also now allows for Kiwi to get himself an operator into his hands at long last.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, really, just FUT there had a good round. It just wasn't quite quick enough on that retake. Again, Mr. Fallen finding a good angle to keep that gun, or get that gun into his hands. Try to put some pressure onto PRX, but now coming through into the 5th round. Let's see if they can get some value out of this operator. And PRX maybe going to let up off the A attacks for now. Last couple of rounds, they've just been hitting that A orb with those flashes.
I think they might just keep doing it,
yeah.
Especially once they realize that Kiwi does have this op. Got to try to approach B from a slightly different angle.
Let's see if they're going to be able to kind of sniff this out. It looks like maybe a mid-crunch here. Potentially expecting some aggression. Turret put up by Forsaken. Something's going to use that to take space there, knowing that nobody's peeked out. Alarm bot around the corner. Get the Astra Star there to cover here for something, and he saw it.
Oh, spotted him, but cannot get that punish. Mr. Fallen wisely just playing back. Bot will get cleared. Giving him the opportunity here to find anything off the back end of it. Mr. Fallen just going to be fading away into the site itself.
And they're going to rotate over towards Art. Cracks waiting. A couple flashes still available. Could really set up here with Maj to put some hurt onto PRX.
He's in position, swings onto the corner, but something still comes away with the kill. 11 HP. He'll just go ahead and shift, walk over towards the Vi. He can get that heal through.
It's a good attempt by FUT, but still PRX able to just get one and get out. And even when he's not on the Reyna, something is still so good to just not overextend. And a good check.
Okay, Jing is still just plus forwarding out into the open and gets punished for it. Nice shot by Kiwi. Very necessary hit. Flash not going to connect. With the change up here on a position, managing to find something. The full flash here on Mr. Fallen, but they don't push the corner. They don't find that punish. Time dwindling. The spike now on the floor. Mind Freak finding the kill. Forsaken finding another one, but has to go for the reload. Time running out. 8 seconds remaining. Tap on the plant. The swing in at a captain. Running out of bullets now. Running out of life. Forsaken shuts him down. He finds a 3K to close out the round. The PRX just steal it away from FUT like thieves in the night.
I'm just blown away. I thought FUT had that round. Kiwi was doing a good job. Jing just kind of running out there, giving Kiwi the ability to re-peek and find that first kill. And he finds a second in there too, but then they get kind of crossed up here in between the two players. And that's just heartbreaking. It looked so good at the beginning for FUT, but this is what makes PRX so frustrating to play against. Is they're just so individually talented top to bottom. Their clutch ability is through the roof.
I mean, Kiwi hitting shots like that. Jing literally running it down, just inting into B-Long. And they still can't get the round. It's a heartbreaker. Forsaken now is just,
oh boy.
He's just forcing his way into Art. Finds a third. It's another 3K. Kiwi stuck here back sight, wants to put these knives to good use, but just cannot make it happen. Swing around the corner, Maj will put an end to Jason's reign of terror. Now the spike is planted, 3 members strong. What's the call here for Maj?
It's obviously going to be very, very difficult with the way that PRX has fanned out. A couple flashes still left even for Devi. Maj is going to have to go absolutely huge.
Flash just enough to get the confirmation on his position. Devi decides to face in for the fight. A 6-0 beginning here for the side of PRX. I mean, we know how strong they are on this attacking side. They've proven it time and time again with this composition. But one of the worrying things is that they have been doing this composition all year long.
Yeah.
And still, people have not figured out how to really counteract it.
No, and look, part of the problem going up against PRX is they're very creative, and this is something that I've talked with Coach Alex a lot about, is that he doesn't want to stifle their creativity. Part of his coaching style is allowing them to just kind of figure it out on their own, to kind of do some crazy stuff and just see if it sticks or not. And these guys are just so individually talented and so smart, and they just grind. You know, Forsaken will sit by himself in a solo match, just looking at lineups, just seeing what he can get done, see what kind of weird stuff he can find. And it works because they're just grinders, man.
Right. Into the site, something, finding out a captain before he can make his way out the secret. It's that opening kill. Smoke's now taken away from them. Lockdown is available here from Mr. Fallen. Probably feel a lot better about committing it if they had a kill already, but instead it's just going to be the overlapping Venn diagram formed here.
Here.
Push the flowers, something finds Maj. Lockdown destroyed. Just taking a look at the holdback over towards R, ends up getting taken down. Mr. Fallen finding that opening kill, but something gets himself a third. Looks for another one, but cracks, finds the kill. Knife across, but given that they have this operator in hand, they just have to go for the save. They have to allow for PRX to move up 7-0. Jing wants to try to take it away from him.
I mean, PRX is just so clean. Their mechanics are so good, and you know, Jing again, happy to die here with the economy the way it is. He's happy to go hunting for this op. He doesn't care if he gets another ult charge in. That's his job. His job is to collect ult charges at any cost.
It is. A little bit more curious about Mind Freak also dying to the spike at the very end.
I don't know.
There,
you know, that's just W Gaming things, man.
He's got so much money, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. I mean, they did yeet an op into the spike earlier in the event, so at this point, whatever.
Well, it's the second and last timeout now called here from FUT. Just 8 rounds into this first side of the map here. Just feeling desperate. Guys just wanting to somehow be able to break through this PRX attack and be able to shut them down, get that first round on the board. You have to imagine that if they can get that, it's going to be such a sigh of relief, and then from there you can start finding your comfort. At the moment, there's just been no comfort spotted whatsoever.
Yeah, and all it takes is one round, and everything can change. And they've got a couple great ults to work with. You've got the Orbital Strike, you've got the Viper's Pit, so you can, throw some wrenches at PRX. And look, if you start taking rounds off of PRX, sometimes they slide. Sometimes they kind of do what I call the Mobius strip of W Gaming, where they look brilliant for a long time, and then they kind of start to not. And you can kind of really string together a lot of rounds against them because sometimes their creativity kind of works against them, where they get a little over creative and they do things that cost them some rounds. So you just got to start finding that success as FUT. See if you can really put your foot down here and find success off this round, because it feels like it's got to come now or never. With these big ults online, with the money invested in this round, Achilleos, it has to be here.
Flash out of the corner, not going for the full commit this time. This A main play. Just check on the corner, not spotting anything there. Looks like Kiwi's just going to be holding the line in case they swing their way back over towards this A site, but as we can see, mid, it's being, the space just being taken here from PRX.
I got the spike.
Kiwi's got to be a little bit careful. There's no information on Art right now for FUT. If PRX were to rotate through here, they could just catch Kiwi off guard in the back. Maybe he gets one, but getting more than that's going to be very challenging. If he can do it, it's going to be impressive.
Oh, Forsaken right now is getting ready to swing on this corner that he's been holding the entire time, but he fades away from it right as he would have crossed in. And I think that dash through, did he spot him? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Forsaken, though, striking. Jing taken down once again. Forsaken finds the kill, a 1-for-1 exchange as the site gets taken here from PRX. Spot onto one, couple shots across on it, cracks the commit there onto the plant from Divine. He barely manages to make it out. Life intact, down to 30 HP, but survives. Pit is available if they could
get there. If they can get there.
Smoke gives him some cover to try to inch forward. Shots exchanged, fragment down. Checking on the right side, Cubby. Knives now out, something up over the top, sends the right click, not gonna be able to find anything, but Forsaken with a spam will take down Attacaptain, gets him off the spike. They're looking to hold this one up to half, they at least make it to that mark. The swing around now from Mindfreak, arrives off the flank, finds two, something gets the finisher. And PRX will not relent, they will not slow down, they're now up 8-0.
And this is just FUT giving up some space through Art, and PRX being diligent enough to kind of recognize that open area. Forsaken finds the perfect timing. Right when Kiwi starts kind of hearing potential sound there from the Art direction, has to turn his attention, and that's where Forsaken makes his move. It's so smart from Forsaken. And they are able, yes, Kiwi gets one, but that's site, that's plant. Mindfreak doing a wonderful job in the post plant as the Astra. Those gravity wells so tricky. A flash and dash shut right down by Devi.
Trying to go for it again, but prepared. Gets the punish. Kiwi on the floor, something with the attack up, because why not? As the pings come down, still though showing some respect, not just fully rushing into the site. As I say that, right back gonna be popped. Jing onto the corner, ends up getting flushed out of that one pretty quickly, and cracks with a nice little double up. It's a punish there, onto the run and back, finds Mindfreak, finds Jing, but unfortunately, it's just Maj with 18 HP in a dream.
Poison's off.
Poison gets dropped. Creeping forward, spots the barrel one, and gets the kill. Some decent damage dealt there. Blood flowing a little bit more for the side of FUT in that round, but it's still going to be,
Sit down. We're not done yet.
thus far, perfect run from PRX.
Yeah, and now PRX is even going for an Odin. That doesn't happen very much on this map that I can remember. Seeing Forsaken snag an Odin on Pearl, so let's see what kind of insanity. Maybe just a play through doors. I'm seeing the Astra orb at mid doors. Maybe they're going to try to catch somebody coming out of there and then spam it down potentially if he does hang on to this Odin, and he is going to. Yep.
Oh my goodness. Down to 10 HP. A little bit of a delayed reaction here from something. Still comes away with 1 kill. Kiwi gets Forsaken, but then it's traded out by Divide. So swiftly back and forth here. PRX very much landing with the man advantage.
But again, it's new things from PRX that I'm just, not familiar with, that I don't see them do very often, if ever. And this is just what makes them so special. They're like listening to a jazz band. It's just everything is changing all the time. And that's what makes them so difficult to play against. Not only is their aim out of this world, but they're really, really creative.
It's been those things that are keeping FUT caught off guard time and time again. Go toe-to-toe, aim-wise, gunfire-wise, but you can't anticipate where the players are going to be coming from, what they're going to be doing. It just makes it so difficult to find success. Flash up into heaven, spots one, cracks now presence noted all the way back at main. So for the 0 point, and okay, gets the shot, that's what I'm talking about.
Still a chance.
One, but there's just no time at this point. 10 HP would be the clutch of the century if he would have been able to pull it off, but now it's just a 10-0. The streak continues here from the side of PRX as they look for a completely flawless half.
It's just incredible. I thought maybe if they could dial up some tempo off the back of that cracks shot towards long B, maybe they could get something going, but again, it's just something very uncharacteristic off the start, and it throws things into chaos, and you can see the frustration on FUT, and that is a thing to be feared, is Forsaken laughing. That is not something you want to see as an opponent. He is just having a wonderful time up there. Not going to be grabbing an Odin again. Still have a Cosmic Divide. Seekers for PRX now for their ults. And that Viper's Pit still available for Maj. Still hasn't been able to find a chance to use it.
Yeah, this hasn't been a great opportunity for Captain pulling back away from the angle, staring up into A main. Pulls back, rotations in. 3 players strong here on the site as Maj. Let's go take a peek over towards Waters. Make sure that there's no one lingering forward. Something just swinging around once again. Looking like he wants to get control of Art.
I've got your
They've been so good with the Sheriffs previously. Okay, well, that's the run it back.
They just push forward here in towards Jing, and yeah, Captain going to be good for 2. Finds Mind Freak as well. Caught with Util in hand. Fantastic timing and punish coming through. Forsaken desperately needs some heals, but he knows that there's just players on all sides of him right now. Flash out, look to challenge with the fight device, swing on the corner, manages to get both of them. Captain and Kiwi both shut down. Now into a 2v2, something tagged out to 11, and Maj finishes the job. Fantastic shot from him. Devi is eating the decay, eating some damage from the bite even. Plans for back sight.
And Devi's been so good in these situations this year.
He has been, but that will be the headshot to finally put FUT on the board. Mr. Fallen helps make it happen off the back of the setup from Captain. Fuse comes in. One more round to be played in the half, but it is not going to be a flawless at all. In fact, it's a MasterCard Thrifty of all things to get FUT online.
Yeah, this is where they really, really needed to get something. I don't know if it'll be enough, but Jing 1 away from the run it back. He didn't have it there for some. It looked like he did briefly, but.
And you can see right there on their faces that sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Finally jumping that first hurdle. There's many, many more to go. But that is the start. Nearly 5 ultimates online here. Let's see what use FUT can put them to.
1 away, again, from the run it back, from the Blade Storm here for PRX. It's going to get a lot of information off that knife. Again, PRX setting up for that hit to get this orb to Jing. They're going to use that, get a read, potentially, on this A site. See if Jing does want to pop it and make a go. They're not going to go for it just yet. Just checking to see what kind of contact is going to be right around the corner. And you can see FUT really wants to make sure that this run it back is shut down right away, that they're not really able to gain a lot of space and information off of it. Here we go.
Right. When a back comes through, Nano Swarm Very minor amount of damage on the Atacap, but it helps flush them out. Run it back. He wants to put this to some kind of use. He is gaining some information, but before he can clear the backside of that Nebula, he does end up getting snapped back over in towards A main, so didn't get too much info. Aside from that secret had been cleared out.
You should run.
Devi spotting the Molly. The flash doesn't go deep enough from cracks. Devi guns down too. Atacapton will be able to find him, and now something arrives from behind. Gets the kill. Maj is dead. Mr. Fallen lives up to the name, and there you have it. Not allowing them to get that second round of the half. It's 11-1, damn near perfection from the side of PRX.
Just incredible stuff here. You know, they kind of recognize that there's going to be a lot of pressure outside of A main, and so they just start spreading the map. And yeah, a bit unfortunate with that flash. Gives Devi a little bit of an easier time, and then something's just pushing flanks. Everybody's getting all over the map. For PRX, and FUT can just not get a read.
It's been a rough go. They get a little bit of time to take a breath, to try to recover here. We're going to go ahead and throw over to a video there where we're able to sit down and hear from Mindfreak.
I mean, we're feeling great because last year we didn't make out of groups, and today we make out of groups. So yeah, we kind of excited, I guess. And yeah, I mean, like, I'm kind of happy that we won against EDG, so we have more time to prepare like any new strategy and new tactic and that kind of stuff. Because coming to this event, I don't think like we add something new. We just like play the way we play like in regional league in Korea. I think they improve, but at the same time we just keep, I don't know, I think my teammate is like really on fire today, so that's why I think on Fracture we kind of win like kind of easily.
There's a judge waiting for them. Do they dare step? Do they dare venture? Kang falls. It's PRX in control. Lovely response, ready for it, and something in their faces.
I mean, obviously, like, we don't have like pressure on anything. I mean, low-key we kind of like to be like underdog and everything, because like, imagine if we win and we keep their mouth shut, you know what I'm saying? So I think we kind of like low-key really like being underdog on everything.
And you see him lounging there on stage, not a care in the world at the moment here from Mindfreak nor the rest of PRX. They're sitting pretty. Been flawless so far as the pistols are concerned. And this is where FUT absolutely need to get themselves on the board. They need to start off with that win.
Yeah, and even getting that pistol feels like it might not be enough. I mean, there has to be so much more here from FUT on this attacker side. Nobody's even got double-digit kills yet for FUT. The most is 7 for Atacapton and Kiwi. That's it, and you've got 14 for Forsaken, 13 for Devi, 13 for something. I mean, they're just having a great time as PRX. You can see some defenders pings out, but it's not going to actually be Jing pushing that A orb. They're going to go for a mid play, but just diving right in towards A.
Rush coming through. You have the Nanoswarm setups here at backside. Atacapton with the Molly actually catches Mindfreak all the way back here.
The combo.
The dugout. Kiwi eating a bit more damage than he probably would have liked. Does go back to try to recover a Ghost. Takes that one up. The entry now coming through for Forsaken. Swinging forward onto the side. Not going to be good for one. Gets taken down by Mr. Fallen. Devi finding cracks, but now Maj finding something. Devi still good with it though. Finds the second kill. Frenzy in hand. 2 tucked away here. Into the dugout. Finds himself a third. Jing snaps on. Gets out of Captain. Push out. It's all to do for Kiwi, but he cannot get it done. A monstrous pistol round here from the side of Devi, and PRX will now move up the match point.
I love the start here for FUT. I love this combo with the Molly and the Snakebite to clear out Cubby.
Match point.
But it's just not enough. I mean, PRX is just so good. Mindfreak just trying to do something, but there's a Snakebite behind him, Molly right on top of him. Nothing he could do. You can see a little bit of frustration for Mindfreak, but PRX, though, should not be frustrated in the slightest. 3 Guardians. Of course, the rifle for Devi, punching on a Spectre. And it is a force buy for FUT. Has to be.
Spend it if you got it. That's the mantra here for this round, and that's a great start as Maj melts through Jing. Devi on the corner, though, still managing to spray down 2. And suddenly, in the blink of an eye, just not even 20 seconds into this one, it's a 2v2 remaining. 2 Guardians here for Forsaken and something. Something already arrived, backside. Does he realize that Attacaptain's already here? No, he does not. Swing onto the corner, Attacaptain finds that kill. It's everything here for the side of Forsaken to try to end this game right here, right now. It seems like FUT should very much have this one in hand.
Just the turret to play with for Forsaken here. See if he can find the angle, but tucked in behind the site. Armage and Attacaptain.
Let's find one hell of a timing. Spots him. Counter swing not coming through, and he can't snap on Armage. A 3K here for the Viper player. And FUT, well, that force bite, it manages to work its magic. They keep themselves alive and in the game.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to grab rifles, a couple half armors. Device already got Seekers online. He's having a really good start here. This second half. Able to just weather the storm. So far is FUT. Some signs of life as well. Stinger, some Sheriffs. That's all that is going to be in the hands. Oh, just Sheriffs. They dropped the Stinger. And they're going to go up for the Marshal for something, certainly.
Call came in, buying down just a bit too much. Don't want to completely wreck your economy. Marshall, the headshot connects and cracks us. Knocked out of the park. What a shot from him. Looks for another one, still holding a wide angle, ends up getting gunned down. Great shot from Kiwi. Alleviates a lot of pressure. Still these Sheriffs to be worried about as Device swings in the corner behind the screen and just one-taps him.
They have to leave. They just got backed off with Sheriffs and Marshals off of a full Vandal buy. And look at this, they're eyeing it.
They really want to try to get this. The pop flash out. Weapon is recovered. Maj puts a shot into Jing's shoulder and cannot get the kill. In the meantime, A site has been completely and utterly cleared. And this does allow for Mr. Fallen to get himself into a bit of a cheeky position.
What a beautiful shot from our observers. I love that.
Spike planted.
Cheers to them. As, oh, turret set up, cleared out. Seekers now sent through. Just completely identify everybody's positioning here as Mr. Fallen trying to spray across into Flowers, trying to find some opening connections to try to whittle them down. Devi taken out. Attacaptain! Guns down 3! They try to approach him Secret, but he says no. Not having any of that. Now Jing will be found. And FUT will continue to work their way back up this hill. 3 rounds now found in total.
It's just so scary. I mean, PRX responds to this so well immediately off the contact that something gets. Not only does he get contact, he finds a kill off of it. And then they're all just quickly rotating and some laughs coming out from guys. Having a good time there, starting to kind of embrace the chaos of playing against PRX.
It's an orbital strike online here for Attacaptain. As all the util gets sent out, but the rush play starts coming in. Jing dealt with right off the rip. Devi is well going to fall as Mr. Fallen comes up with those 2 eliminations. Now they're going to go rushing forward. Forsaken, slight little off angle, manages to come away with a second kill, but he cannot find another. That's Mind Freak and something now scrambling to try to get their way over towards this B site.
Something is getting through attacker spawn very, very quickly. Mind Freak. Stars coming back, but they're going to use the lockdown here. Try to clear it out.
I thought maybe they wouldn't, but I appreciate that they do. They realize the position that they're in. They need to close this out, but somehow Mind Freak comes away with 2. That puts us now into a good old-fashioned 1v1. A jet battle. His knives are out, and the timing so narrow, but Kiwi gets himself out. Pushing up towards Heaven. The push back down, and he gets the headshot instantly. A 3K from Kiwi to keep the momentum going.
Ooh, great stuff from Kiwi there. So reactive on the back of that. Mind Freak just knowing that he doesn't have much of a chance against that lockdown, just decides to step into it, see if he can make it a hero play, and he comes so darn close.
The fact that he gets that second kill is just
absolutely nasty.
Nuts. That much more pressure on Kiwi to get the headshot, but he was damn good for it. And that is going to be the brakes pumped for the second time this series now by PRX. Alex, not liking the scoreline where it's at right now, says, guys, this should have been over with.
Yeah, it is going to have to be Another kind of lower buy from PRX. A couple of ults for them, but yeah, still had a captain sitting on that orbital strike as well. Mosh one away from the Viper's pit. So a couple big ults could come into play for FUT off the back of this, but I mean, you know, PRX was doing a good job there kind of early on, like fast rotating onto the pressure, onto the hits that FUT was bringing, but FUT was doing a good job of pumping the brakes, of making sure that they weren't just walking into that aggression. A lot of times against EG, FUT would get caught kind of trying to cut through smokes, and EG would just gun them down, and so they're taking their time here. They're being a little bit more cautious on this attacker side than the last time we saw them out on this map against EG.
Full stack setup here over at A. The util ready to fly with the sky cam. You can see the lineups going through as they immediately have to evacuate multiple positions here, do PRX.
Jeez,
Yeah,
that just cleared out all of backside.
It's a whole team of lineup Larrys here on the side of FUT. They occupy a decent amount of space there to begin with there at A. Now Jing gonna pop the running back, swings under the corner, finds himself 2 kills before getting snapped back.
Down A.
Curveball at the ready. Somehow Craig still coming away with that kill, just holds down M1. But now it's all on Kiwi, and he cannot stand his ground.
Defenders win.
Another blink and you miss it round, but that's the one that ends the series. 13-4, PRX will take down FUT and now advance, keeping themselves in the upper bracket to square off against Loud.
And FUT gave us a good showing on Ascent. It was a very close map there on their map pick, but you move over to Pearl, a map that has been very solid for PRX all throughout the year. And like you were saying, Achilleos, the composition hasn't changed really, and they're still just absolutely dominant. Devi having an absolutely stellar performance on that Sky. He has been so darn good this year. But FUT, the run isn't over yet. There's still an opportunity, there's still a chance for them to go down to the lowers, and PRX will move on.
Of course, it's not over until it's over. So for FUT, we're looking forward to seeing the bounce back from those guys, depending on who their opponent's going to be as well. Looking forward to seeing who they're going to be squaring off against. We know that these guys have a lot of potential. Shown up to play. Unfortunately, just not quite their day. Could not get the ball rolling fast enough here. A solid effort back on Ascent. And had they just been able to close out that map, we'd be going into a third and final right now. But for PRX, it's another day here in the spotlight, keeping themselves in that upper bracket and living up to the expectations. You see the run from them back at Tokyo, not having something in the lineup, not able to field him there. That much heavier expectations coming into Champions, and so far, by God, they have been delivering.
And I think you saw, he was a difference maker here on Ascent today on that Reyna, right? I'm not sure that PRX is winning that Ascent without him. He was so impactful there. And this is what this guy brings to this team. This is what we saw. This is why he was the MVP of the Pacific Finals. He is an incredible duelist and just such a big boon to this PRX squad. And they are well on their way to having a deep run in this tournament, to be expected. You know, Fnatic fell earlier today, kind of an upset.
Sure.
We didn't have the repeat here today. It's kind of, I thought, was it going to be one of those days where upsets are in the water and teams just kind of run over, you know, kind of defy expectations, but PRX right on it, right as kind of on the money, I would say. This is basically what I expected in this result.
Yeah, I mean, just again, given what they were able to do at Tokyo, you expect another top 3 finish minimum from these guys, but with Fnatic falling early, who knows, that shakes things up considerably. Maybe this could be their year. Maybe it's Pacific taking home the trophy. Hard to say. There's still plenty more Valorant to be played, so we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We don't want to get too antsy in that prospect. But when you have a squad like this, and it's so difficult to plan for them, to prep against them, who knows? Maybe this is the year. Maybe it can, in fact, happen.
And again, it's the way that Alex coaches this team that's so impressive. He encourages this creativity. He encourages this uniqueness. He wants them to just play ranked all day together and just do weird stuff to see if it works. It's totally fine, because when they find things that work, they transfer them over into their games, and teams have no idea what the heck is coming at them. I mean, that Odin door spam, that was crazy. You know, that was just a very new thing that they bring in here. And it works a treat, and it causes confusion and FUT scrambling, you know, and it causes disarray in their comms because they're like, what the heck is this? Like, why is he doing that? They got to figure out what the game plan behind it is as well. And frankly, there might not be one sometimes with PRX, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think we can see that from some of the frustrations in Alex's coach Kev as well. That maybe they're not sticking to the plans that they have laid out, and they do these, you know, mid-round pivots and whatnot. But, you know, it continues to find some results. So I think you just have to let them off the leash from time to time. But guys, we've got GP standing by with an interview, so let's go ahead and hear from the one and only Mind Freak.
Indeed, indeed. Give it up for the Magic Man himself, Mind Freak. Look at this. What a showing for you guys. Now, I did get an opportunity to chat with Coach Alex, you know, in between maps 1 and 2. He had mentioned briefly that on Ascent, you know, the communication was kind of struggling a little bit in that first half. Could you run me through that? Like, what was FUT doing so well that was kind of throwing you guys off your game on map 1 Ascent?
I think it's on Ascent, like they play like really great on A side.
Yeah.
The way they hold it. So like we have like some struggle to enter the A side, and basically I think that's it. They play like really good in generator and the dice.
Fair enough. Good fundamentals basically got them to the finish line on that one. Makes sense. Now, I do very curious about the compositions that you guys are bringing to this event, because Achilleos, Paper Thin, Jen, everyone's saying, oh yeah, this is just another day in the office for PRX. But it really is quite different from what we're used to in Americas, what I'm sure our colleagues are used to in EMEA. Coming into this event, did you feel confident about those compositions? The Phoenix on Ascent, the Reyna on, or sorry, the Phoenix on Pearl, Reyna on Ascent, so on and so forth. Were you confident about those?
I mean, obviously, because like I don't think like EMEA or American teams like used to it.
Yeah.
So I think we're pretty confident with our comp, and it works for us. So like, why not?
It just works for you guys.
Yeah. Why not?
What a fascinating team you guys are. Seriously. Now, after seeing Fnatic lose today, does that fill you with more like confidence, more hope that, okay, PRX is a very strong team in this tournament, we should be okay? Or does that concern you a little bit that the competition is as close as it is and it feels like anyone can win any game?
I mean, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, no? So
Damn right.
I think it doesn't matter anyway.
Damn right. In order to be the man, you got to beat the man. That's how it works. I love that. I love that. And last but certainly not least, you played Loud next. Thoughts about that matchup? Anything you want to say to your opponents as they watch and linger on your every word?
Nah, I think it's gonna be a good match because like we're kind of curious also like how they beat Fnatic.
Yeah.
So if we win, then it's gonna be good for us.
It's going to be good for you. Mind Freak, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, my man.
Thanks,
Guys, give it up for the Magic Man himself, Mind Freak! That's going to do it for us here. I'm going to let him go to his fans. Go, meet your fans.
Oh wait, he's coming over here? He's coming over here? He said he was going to his fans. Oh, we don't get him?
It's Bala. Bala's his biggest fan.
Hi, Mind Freak.
Yeah, you're a paper pal today, Vala. You're a paper pal. But I mean, this is what's scary about this tournament now. You know, you have two extremely strong teams already on day one of playoffs. I know we joked a little bit about how this is their best chance to lift a trophy, but after seeing that, Vala, I'm buying into it. I think this is their time.
Oh, absolutely. And like you said in the interview, how much weird comps that they have, how teams that are playing from EMEA, from Americas, anywhere in the are not used to what they're doing and are not used to their play style. And I think that's exactly what we saw on the second half of Ascent and then here on Pro completely throughout the entire map.
And honestly, the momentum they're building in this tournament right now, it almost feels akin to what they had at Copenhagen, where it started off by bringing out comps that were unexpected, showing people something new that took people by surprise. And then from there, it was the ability to adapt on the fly, to not be super set in your way as you get deeper and deeper into tournaments. And I think we're starting to see that here. This is the, I think, third time we've seen them play Pearl this event, and they're still stomping teams on it. They're still catching people off guard, which is really impressive for PRX to be able to start as their run.
And I think as well, they've made it to this spot before, the upper bracket semifinal, so many times, Copenhagen, at Tokyo. Here though, it feels like they're going to be able to continue to build confidence in a way that they're really, like you said about the Forsaken answer about whether he's ready to win this tournament, I think here they have all the tools ready. Like, they have something. They have Jing, who's playing in fantastic form. They have Forsaken. I think for sure that could snowball into them not only making the grand finals with, to my mind, very few obstacles in their way now, but also winning as well.
At this point, I will be surprised if they don't make a grand final here, especially with something on form. And speaking of something, it's time for our HyperX reflex moment of the day. It was an ace. Mimi, we had absolutely no doubt in him that he was going to get this ace after the opening 2 kills.
His mechanics are absolutely absurd, what he can pull off here. Like, just perfectly adjusting on every player. His movement is impeccable. The way that he swings around corners, it just catches everyone off guard. I think right now, without even seeing the rest of this tournament, I could confidently say that he is just a top 3 mechanical player in the world.
Oh, yeah.
I think mechanical for sure. The thing that really stands out to me, this is anti-eco, so I'm not going to freak out about it. It's definitely a
I'm gonna freak out about
moment. But
it's the best thing I've ever seen.
only use 1 Lear, and then the rest he could have been on any other agent.
I'm with
he
you.
could only do that on Reyna.
Yeah.
A guy like him couldn't do that on a different agent.
I also think that was one of the best things we've ever seen. I'm with Mimi here. With the first day of knockouts in the books, let's take a look at our current bracket. There's been a surprise drop down already into the lowest. Reminder that Chronicle on this roster has never missed a grand final at any international tournament Mimi he's participated in.
It's insane.
Could be the first.
Yeah, there's real potential of Fnatic not being able to make this run. It's so hard to make a lower bracket run happen. It really never happens at these global events. Teams have always gotten close, but it just does really feel like an impossibility to get that done. But it is Fnatic at the end of the day. But on the other side, for FUT, it's such a tragedy to come all the way out here, make it into playoffs, make all this history, and then you're playing PRX, then you're playing Fnatic. Like, that's just the hardest bracket possible.
I forgot that they're playing Fnatic in the lower bracket. I was like, wait, what are you talking about? They made it as far as you could expect. And then I'm like, oh, right. They
have to play Fnatic.
They have no chance, it feels like, given the fact that we've seen them multiple times against Fnatic. No, obviously, that's not true what I just said. But it does feel that way, given that they're a team that's been like 13-1 by Fnatic on Lotus before. Many instances of them not being able to really compete with that team.
It also feels like a good time to play them. Though Fnatic, they're bleeding.
True.
You know, they're
Or
not
it's
looking
the
at
time
their
that they're going to go down to the lower bracket and be really, really mad that they've just been knocked down there and come back.
We will see, because we have more playoffs game coming your way, you guys. Tomorrow, we're going to see the rest of our top 8 with DRX going up against Bilibili, and then EG versus EDG. I feel like that's the one that everybody is looking forward to. And after what happened today, hey, an upset. I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would love that. I mean, it'd be the funniest thing ever. People keep saying, just ridiculous. Such a hype matchup, such teams that are really stepping up in terms of the scene and the community's perception of them. EG really getting some respect finally. EDG as well. Everybody's excited for them. I always say home crowd here, to be honest, is for EDG. I don't know if that's changed throughout time, but it could be. It could be real.
That one's going to be really exciting. I think everyone looking forward to it. But the first match as well, I feel like could be kind of a sleeper good game. DRX has been improving a lot this event, but Bilibili, they came out, they upset NRG twice to make it out of groups. And it's kind of this question of, is BLG just going to be an upset team, or can they actually go on a run?
On a run. I love that. I feel like that's the theme of this
Go
tournament.
on a run.
But that does it for us here. There is one last thing, however, to do before you go, and that is to check out these Prime Gaming end of day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow. This is the rematch to end all rematches. What has Loud learned since that 3-11 heartbreak? And do they have what it takes to get their revenge?
He's weakened here. There it is. Time to strike. And a pre-fire into the corner has surely done enough. Revealed and deleted everything. This is for the map. 7 bullets dropping down, a tap onto it, less seeking to try and force the fight out. It's played to perfection. They got to get a move on here, and the flash is magnificent. It's curtains for map 1. Loud, a fantastic beginning to this series. It's just left up to Leo. You can see where the trail is pointing him into the corner, dodge to the side. Les is not lacking the confidence. No stopper in the hands of Durka. If there is any presence here, they want to go for it. Okay, why not? Straight into them! Utility be dragged out of them here, but Fnatic are just playing this so excellently. As Diligence shown still, they bait Boaster out wide into the open. No more util! It's all being covered.
And Loud have done it at 2-0 to take out Fnatic in the first match of playoffs here at Champions.
Loud may have fallen on hard times, but old habits die hard. They have come into rare form at the beginning of playoffs.
Oh, this is going to be an explosive matchup. A flawless PRX out of groups going up against FUT, who are always considered the underdogs.
They push forward out in towards main. Mindfreak is waiting. Paranoia not going to be lined up, but it doesn't matter because he's not going to nail the shots. That's Kiwi. The quick scope in finds something. Through, and Kiwi will be able to get that jumping right click across. Finds him as Jing, though. Holds the line. Guns down 4. Something is going to be noted, and he just swings out to take down Mr. Fall, and the blind is still through there on Amaj as well. Against the line of buy, and now he's got himself a third. He's looking for the fourth, and something is on for the ace.
Let me kill some, please.
Jing now arriving at top mid. 1, 2, looks for the third, has the nade, sends it, cracks his way, and he's flushed out into the open, but still is going to be good for the kill. But the nade, another monstrous round here, another rush play from PRX to get themselves a map win on FUT's pick of a set. Time running out, 8 seconds remaining. Tap on the plant, the swing in at a captain. Running out of bullets now, running out of life. Forsaken shuts him down, he finds a 3K! And they still can't get the round. It's a heartbreaker. Forsaken now is just,
oh boy,
he's just forcing his way into art. Finds a third, it's another 3K. Flash out, look the challenge with the Pied Device, swing on the corner, manages to get both of them. 13-4, PRX will take down FUT and now advance, keeping themselves in the upper bracket to square off against Loud.